Recording in progress.
Good morning. It's 10 o'clock. So at this time, I call to order the Douglas County Board of County Commissioners meeting for October 19th, 2023. And I ask everyone in the room to please silence your electronic devices so that we don't interrupt speakers when they approach the podium. And at this time, I'd ask you all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance to be led by Commissioner Charlotte Hales this morning.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Just a couple of points. Number one, although the agenda does not look long today, I would still suggest that we might be taking a lunch break. So just want to let everybody know that. So at this time, we'll go into public comment. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker unless additional time is granted by the board chairperson. The Board of Commissioners uses timing lights to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to speak. You will see a green light when you begin and then a yellow light, which indicates you have 30 seconds left and should conclude your comments. Once the light turns red, we ask you to please sit down. In addition to opening public comment will also be taken on administrative agenda items that are identified for possible action in closing public comment. If you plan to speak on a specific agenda item that is on the administrative agenda and identified for possible action, we ask you to please provide your public comment when that agenda item is heard. Public comment will not be taken on liquor board agenda items. If you would like to provide public comment on liquor board agenda items, we ask you to please provide your public comment during opening public comment period and or closing public comment. So at this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of County Commissioners. Your time will begin once you I think there's a button there for you to push that will allow you to speak. Yes, the light is red and your time will begin when you state your name and print your name, please, for the record. Thank you.
My name's Linda Dangler. Here we are with the Board of County Commissioners using excuses to make it so that Douglas County voters cannot have a say in their neighborhoods. It is the mandate of the BOCC to represent the people of Douglas County. We have gathered signatures for 2 months and have 2,137 so far. This is the DC people speaking. We only need about 3,000 more by February. The initiative that they do not want the people to sign is about it becoming a ballot measure for the 2024 election in which the voters may decide for themselves what they want for their own neighborhoods. Do they want VHRs or not in their neighborhoods? A simple thing to have the voters decide. The BOCC clearly does not want them to have a say. This is the very reason to have the voters decide for themselves. They use money as the issue, finally truth that it is about money. The code is about the intent that we be able to live in our neighborhoods as they were before the VHRs. That never happened. In regards to money, just look at South Lake Tahoe because they made more money after the VHRs were gone. The TOT taxes are a tax per person. VHR owners show 14 people, but have 22 in the house. So the taxes for 8 do not get paid by VHR owners. This is just one example of the potentially hundreds of people never counted by the owners to pay taxes for. The VH owners cheat all of us for their own greed. When the VHRs are gone, then people will stay places that take the true head count and taxes will be paid for the full 22, and we will gain money. The greedy group are mostly the realtors and the vacation home rental people who manage them, who make a huge personal living from the damage caused to those of us who live in our neighborhoods. They do not care about us at all or the businesses, only themselves and their greed. That is why the scare tactics. Just look at the traffic that is an everyday experience here at Tahoe, and it is obvious that people will come no matter what the accommodations are. Well, DC will not lose money, and the people will have a say by signing the ballot initiative. I have found that so many DC voters want to have the choice that most do not want this in their neighborhoods. This is what the BOCC dreads. The voters the choice of the voters to not have their lives destroyed by VHRs. The people must have a say in what they want for their own neighborhoods. I will go outside now, so those who want to sign may sign with me. I will leave after that, as there's no reason for me to waste my time here with the Board of County Commissioners who doesn't want the people to have a choice. I'm going to go gather signatures. I got 60 in the last 2 days, and I'll continue to do so. And we'll show you that the voters have a choice here, not just you guys.
Additional public comment?
Good morning, Ellie Waller. Is this TRPA venue going to be a regular location for upcoming related Tahoe meetings? I attended several meetings recently and have many more to keep the residents of Douglas County informed. I attended an NDOT board meeting on October 9th. If NDOT has reached out, I wondered if NDOT has reached out to you as commissioners or the county manager on the US 395 Southern Corridor study. Yet another study that Wood Rogers is also going to be a consultant. It is stated that there's going to be in-person meetings in Carson City on November 6th, November 8th at Douglas County at the Community Center. No times are posted. I'm asking staff research these meetings online, get it in the Record Courier, get it online so people know. The purpose for this is input on the US 395 between East Clearview Drive and the Nevada-California border at Topaz. There is a 89-page report dated 2007 for this corridor, so this must be the update. I attended the Tahoe Transportation District meeting on October 16th. There's an extension proposed for consultant Wood Rogers for the Nevada state line to state line bike project, which starts on SR 28 and ends in Douglas County again. This was not part of that proposal, but we need to be very sensitive. It's going to be a 250 space parking lot, plus the roundabout that I brought up before. All of these things affect the corridor management plan for US 50, which has not been looked at by NDOT. All of these things coincide at different times, but no cumulative analysis of these other issues is taking place that will affect US 50. Let's see. Also, more concerns about that is the event center. None of the analysis of the traffic there, regardless of no parking at the event center, people got to drive around, find parking. Also, the Transportation District of Tahoe, or TTD, hub traffic, if expanded, which is another thing on the TTD's agenda in the future. Again, all these things are going to affect our US 50 corridor. Upcoming TRPA Regional Planning Agency meetings. Another subject, I'll be done in just a second, on the Tahoe Living Working Group. I know we have representatives, but I don't know how educated people are on the affordable housing components that might be required by this county.
Is that on? Yeah. Hello, I am Robert Byron. My wife and I live in Hidden Woods along the east shore of Lake Tahoe. And full disclosure, we are members of the Tahoe East Shore Alliance that stands in opposition to the NDOT corridor management plan. I've come here today to speak regarding wildfire evacuation within the Lake Tahoe Basin, and specifically the aftermath should a major wildfire threaten south and east shores of Lake Tahoe. Recent history has demonstrated the need to take probability of major wildfire seriously, as Florida has done with hurricanes and the Pacific Northwest states have done with tsunamis. The Camp Fire near Paradise, California, taught us the damage a road diet can do in a serious evacuation scenario. Calder was a wake-up call in this area. However, no serious evacuation planning has occurred as a result. Maui has shown us what happens when an evacuation route is constrained by water on one side and a mountain on the other. Tahoe is the same. We have only one route between the lake and East Rim for evacuation, and that's Highway 50. Tessa has recently run a preliminary traffic flow microsimulation, assuming a peak season wildfire starting in the lake region above Myers. And I will share this with staff in just a minute. Such a fire, if it were to spread like the Caldor fire, would kill over 100,000 permanent residents and vacationers, roughly 90% of the peak season resident plus vacationer population. The simulation assumed that the mandatory evacuation order was issued 12 hours after detection. Calder response was actually 24 hours because the fire had the audacity to occur during non-business hours. There are only three things that can be done to reduce this devastating loss of life, short of cutting trees and removing underbrush in the national forest. First, reduce the rate of wildfire growth through early detection and engagement. According to our county fire chief, many of the helicopters available from sister organizations at CAL FIRES and elsewhere, which are essential for early engagement, are not capable of flying with load at the Lake Tahoe elevation. Second, reduce the response time by eliminating bureaucratic bottlenecks. Presently, the governor must sign evacuation order in Nevada. Not true in California, where there are more wildfire experienced. And finally, increase traffic flow capacity. This means more lanes, not fewer, on US 50. Now, Douglas County contribute in a positive way, I'll finish in a second, to all of these actions. First, support requests for firefighting equipment and facilities stationed near the lake. Second, encourage state government to return wildfire evacuation responsibilities to local authorities. That means you. Oppose the road diet elements of the CMP, which compromise traffic flow capacity, and designate US 50 as a primary evacuation corridor. And I thank you.
Thank you. Do we have additional public comment?
Brett Tibbetts, Cave Rock. Thank you all so much for coming to the lake. I didn't realize how much I missed you coming here, because you used to come here half the time almost, I think, and we had amazing showings up here. I would like to talk about Highway 52. We desperately need greater attention and involvement from you in our affairs at the lake. We are often treated as a stepchild with a rich inheritance who is shuttled off to a locked room in the back of the house by a stepmother. Different rules apply to us that don't apply to the rest of the family. We are left to be governed by the TRPA, which is controlled by developers and the Chamber of Commerce, and no longer honors the reasons for its existence. Residents have zero voice within the TRPA. Now we are forced to deal with a combined ideology of a TRPA and NDOT who are trying to get rid of cars and reduce Highway 50 capacity when we live in a rural mountainous region with lots of snow. We cannot go to the market or Costco on our bikes or the bus. If NDOT and TRPA succeed, we are sitting ducks to become the next Lahaina or Paradise, California, or far worse. Highway 50 is the main evacuation route for over half the lake. The Caldor evacuation was a mess. How will it be with reduced lane capacity? Additionally, many more people will die from increased response times of medical emergency vehicles than will be saved from a shiny new bike path beside a very busy highway. Residents faced with a heart attack need a 4-minute response time for best results. That will often be impossible with a reduced lane Highway 50. You have the power to stop this. You can go on record against the TRPA and NDOT plan for Highway 50. Under your powers as a county government with the primary responsibility for resident safety and well-being, you can declare Highway 50 a 4-lane principal evacuation route, and we ask you to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Chad Smithcamp. We own a vacation rental up here in Tahoe, and I know you guys are probably getting pretty tired of hearing this subject over and over and over again. About 6 months ago, actually it was about a year ago, we bought an historic building in in Carson City. And it has an apartment upstairs and it has commercial space downstairs. We went to Carson City and asked, can we do vacation rentals up here? And they kept saying, no, you can't. And I said, that's interesting. I said, I see on Airbnb and Vrbo all of these vacation rentals that are listed in Carson City. Explain to me why I can't do it. And over again, I was told, we'll get back to you. I said, just tell me what the ordinance is that says that we can't have a vacation rental on this apartment upstairs. We own it. And after about 6 attempts, I started getting the answer, because we said so. That's how I'm starting to feel about the vacation rental ordinances that we have here in Douglas County. First of all, in the actual ordinance itself, it's I think it's paragraph 4 of the actual ordinance. And I've heard this several times advisory board meetings, and I think even here in the county commissioners meetings, that your authority to impose these ordinances is based on NRS 244357, which keeps coming back to, well, we have police powers. If you actually take a look at 244357, police powers don't get you the authority to go inside a home and regulate what takes place inside a home. You have police powers for the city streets, public parks, for sanitation. It's really, really clear. To say that you have any authority to regulate vacation rentals based on police powers is just a huge, huge stretch. I would ask all of you to take a serious look at this chapter of the state code that gives you the authority to enact police powers, because nowhere in there does it give you the powers to go inside homes. The next thing that I want to bring to your attention, is that over? Am I over? Okay. The next thing I'd like to bring to your attention is that the state of Nevada, through NRS 1118A, is actually the underlying regulations for tenant landlord laws. And nowhere in 118 does it say that vacation rentals are not allowed. Matter of fact, a tenant means a person entitled under a rental agreement to occupy a dwelling unit to the exclusion of others. That means the owner of a property, it means the neighbors and the government. The only people that have the ability to actually determine what goes into an agreement.
You need to wrap up your comments. You have exceeded your 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Gardner, Commissioners. Today, my comment is directed to Sheriff Coberly, if that pleases you. Douglas County is currently redoing the master plan, including the emergency evacuation plan. Yet the sheriff's office has been absent from the public outreach. I've been at them. The brand new emergency office, Kara Easton, has only been 5 months on her job, and I talked to her twice in the last 2 weeks. She's not informed about a lot of the issues that happened in the past. She also hasn't been part of the ongoing negotiations that are happening, particularly about Highway 50. After the Caldor fire, the public, particularly up here at the Lake District, has great interest in this plan. The new event center, TRPA's push for higher density town centers have changed the needs in case of an emergency. Despite that, NDOT is planning to make a choke point out of Highway 50. Our only arterial escape route. This will be the result of their road diet lane reduction. I inquired with the city of South Lake Tahoe and was told they don't really have an evacuation plan, despite that the state law requires it through CEQA. This was obvious in 2021 during the evacuation. We want to actively participate but are being ignored. This lack of transparency is disturbing and not in best interest of the county and nor its citizens. We elect law enforcement to protect us, not as politicians, with the expectation that we'll openly acknowledge and mitigate the risk of our lives and property. So last evening, I attended the Incline Village Emergency Preparedness Meeting. It was very good, very insightful. Representative of Sheriff, Fire Department, Red Cross, and Perimeter Software Company were present and gave presentations. I would urge Douglas County to organize a similar event for its residents. Thank you.
Do we have additional public comment?
Good morning. Michelle Main, license holder, vacation rental license holder. Ironically, the ink is barely dry on our new set of vacation regulations, which have had no time to show effectiveness, and an assault for a ban is launched yet again. We need to look at the reality of proportionality. A ban on vacation rentals is not proportionate to the problems associated with them. When you look at number and type of complaints, this is crystal clear. To propose and vote to ban vacation rentals in Tahoe would be a gross assessment of the vacation rental industry, its role in tourism, benefit to sustainability of the Tahoe Basin, and all individuals involved. Vacation rental contributions are a critical and necessary part of tourism and essential to the infrastructure of the Tahoe preservation, commerce, accessibility, and sustainability for those who choose to work, play, and reside. If vacation rentals are under attack, isn't everyone who benefits from Tahoe tourism? The transparency of attack shows a concerted effort by some who will use a few to exaggerate the breadth and depth of any true problems in the arena. How many problems exist now? Who are the cause of these problems? Why are we not letting the regulations be applied for solutions? Why are we looking only at some revenue streams related to vacation rentals and not others to evaluate the importance of them and the impact of a ban? Like all industries, problems are there and should be solved. Eradication of vacation rentals in an industry is for whose gain exactly? Whose detriment? Should we get rid of licenses for schools, hotels, casinos, alcohol, cigarettes? They all present quality of life and safety problems. Why are vacation rentals singled out? And what about timeshares? Attacks are labeled with trigger words and unruly behavior. Advocates for a ban say vacation rentals threaten safety and quality. They shout loud, talk at you, refuse to listen, to reason, act aggressively, make false claims, feel entitled to tread on others' rights, interfere with contracts, harass guests and hosts. Is this the purpose, to destroy a particular industry or the tourist industry itself? A ban will redistribute wealth away from middle class, lessen all rights as citizens, make Tahoe inaccessible to most, ruin small business, and destroy tourism. Our government should be part of the solution, not the problem. If we immerse ourselves in feelings, we get lost in the woods, lose logic, and make bad decisions. Sift through the noise, stand up to unjust pressure, assess facts from fiction, point your moral compass, apply ethical practice and common sense, and you will come to the conclusion and agree a ban is nonsensical and not in the best interest of any. A ban would create a playground for the rich and famous at the expense of the rest. A ban argued for the benefit of workers and middle-income families is a ruse. It will eliminate housing, jobs, and industry, benefit politicians and elites at the expense of tourism, the middle class. Vacation rentals sustain an industry of tourism which provides layers of access and jobs for the basin. Vacation rentals are symbiotic to tourism, critical to one another, like oxygen to a human. With the ban, Tahoe will look like South America. The federal government is in process of making our forest developments for the homeless. Maybe the elites and the homeless will be the only ones to ultimately have access to Tahoe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I do want to remind the public that we have 2 items on the agenda later on this afternoon for vacation home rentals. So if you, unless you have to return to work, if you would withhold your comments regarding vacation home rentals until that time, we would appreciate it. If you have public comment on other issues, please do so at this time. So is there any additional public comment here? Very good. Then we'll bring it back to the board. I do know that I wanted to address one question, and I believe it was Ms. Learnhardt that brought this to our attention or talked about this. Sheriff Coverly, I know we had an agenda item on our agenda maybe 2 months ago, maybe not even that long ago, regarding an emergency response plan, evacuation plan, a cell phone app that we have instituted, we've contracted for and instituted. But apparently that did not get communicated well to the public. Could you spend a couple minutes talking to us about that? I know that Under Sheriff Algus actually, I think, made the presentation when that occurred. But if you don't mind sharing with us, the public really, a little bit of that plan and what's available to the residents of our county.
Thank you, Commissioner. So the Sheriff's Office works with our emergency management, which until just recently was the East Fork Fire Department. And the county has an emergency preparedness plan that is constantly updated and adjusted for all different types of emergency. And today, the comments were towards wildfire, which is a huge concern, obviously, especially here in the Tahoe Basin, because we're in a bowl, basically, and they're limited on how you get in and how you get out. So it's very scary. So we do have an evacuation plan. The authority to implement or to ask for an evacuation lies with the fire chief and myself to make those decisions. We work hand in hand. The Tamarack fire and the Caldor fire, the communication is constant. We also work with our neighboring jurisdictions. So here at the lake specifically would be El Dorado County, the city of South Lake, and then obviously Washoe County to our north. So we work understanding that getting people out of this area is difficult. Okay. The key to it, which sometimes is possible and the worst case scenario limits it, is time, right? So if we have the time to get people out, that's the best case scenario. That it may not always be possible. The last 2 fires it was, but I don't know what the future holds and what weather plays a huge part in this. And so fuels reduction is a huge part of it. And Chief Lindgren is on that immensely and doing a great job with that. Reducing the Highway 50 corridor, whatever NDOT ends up doing, okay, and all I can give them is my opinion, and I am skeptical, just as all of you are, as to whether it'll get improved or will be worse. I don't know, but very skeptical and worried about that, getting people out. But the fire itself and where it is dictates what direction we go. Okay, so if the fire's at Cave Rock, then the majority of people got to come south and up Kingsbury or over through Myers, or, and then the other half got to go the other way, kind of deal. So where the incident is will dictate the evacuation route and how we do it. Okay. All of our deputies and our search and rescue team are trained in how we get people out, how we notify people. The chairman is talking about a mapping program that will allow the public, regardless of where you're at, to know where the fire is, what the evacuation route is, if your neighborhood or your residence is affected with the evacuation, what phase we believe you may. So we want you to evacuate now. We want you to get prepared to evacuate. We're not really worried about you, that kind of thing. So you'll be able to look on the map and see where your home is, or your residence, or your business, and see the urgency that you may or may not need to have. Okay. You always got to be prepared, especially if you live up here at the lake. You should, have a go bag and a 72-hour kit and be ready to go at a moment's notice. And we will always make contact with you and help you in any way to get you out if you have special needs or whatever. And we'll do whatever we have to do. We have a plan. I'm confident in the plan. I'm confident in our ability to help our residents get out and to keep them safe. It may not make a lot of sense to you, but you can come and meet with me at my office. We'll go over the plan. You can show me where you live. I'll give you whatever you want. And that's, I think we're very prepared, but we're not just stopping there. We'll continue to adjust. We'll continue to work with our neighbors, and have a plan. And the state is involved, the Department of Emergency Management, they're involved in this, the NHP, the Highway Patrol, which would be up here to help with traffic flow and stuff. They're aware of it. And so I think we're prepared as good as we can, but we will continue to always improve and to make sure we're doing everything that we can. The summer season is a nightmare because there's a lot of people up here that don't live here. And so one of the concerns is, how do we make contact with those folks? It's a huge worry, believe me. So, but I think we're as prepared as we can be right now, or we have a good plan to start from.
Thank you, Sheriff Coverly, and sorry to put you on the spot like that. I was actually going to come over and whisper in your ear, but anyways, I didn't want that to be taken in the wrong manner either. Okay. And no, I didn't get a ticket on my way up today, so I'm not worried about that either. So, anyways, guys, we have to have a little levity in these meetings. Okay. And I know that our county manager also has something to share, in this regard, also regarding our emergency management plan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. Just a reminder to those who are interested, we strongly encourage all residents and visitors to Douglas County to consider signing up also in their local communities if you're not a resident of Douglas County for Reverse 911. To do so, you can go to the Douglas County website and you can type in the search bar Reverse 911. It'll take you directly to the link where you can sign up, and you will receive important emergency information as it's happening, as well as a link to those maps that have been referenced today. And we thank you for the efforts of all of our first responders and our emergency management team in the sheriff's office for all that they do to keep our community safe.
Thank you, Ms. Davidson. Okay, so public comment is closed at this time, and we'll go to the approval of the agenda, and I'll entertain a motion to approve the proposed agenda as presented. Okay, motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Noah to approve the proposed agenda as presented. Since no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. We'll go to the approval of the previous minutes. Discussion to approve the draft minutes of the September 7th, 2023 regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. Entertain a motion to do so. Motion by Commissioner Tarkanian, seconded by Commissioner Hales to approve the draft minutes of September 7th, 2023 regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. Any indicated changes or changes to that? Sensing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Motion passes 5-0. We will now recess as the Board of County Commissioners and convene as the Douglas County Liquor Board. This is just one of the many hats that we wear as commissioners. The liquor board includes our sheriff on that. So these two items will have 6 votes available. So at this time, item 1 for possible action, discussion to approve the on-site unrestricted retail liquor and non-restricted gaming license pending certification or certificate of occupancy for Lake Tahoe Gaming Corporation, DBA Tahoe Nugget, represented by owner and general manager David Tate. David Tate has signed a waiver of notice of hearing. Lake Tahoe Gaming Corporation, DBA Tahoe Nugget, is located at 177 Highway 50, State Line, Nevada, 89449. And this is being presented by Captain Mitch Terrian.
Good morning, Captain Ron Mitchell-Terrian of the Douglas County Sheriff's Office. David Tate has completed all the filing requirements for this license, and the Sheriff's Office is not in objection to this application.
Okay. Questions, commissioners? This, as I understand it, is the old Hard Rock Hotel. Is that correct?
No, sir, this is the old Nugget building next to the Sheriff's Office.
Oh, okay. My
So-
mistake.
A little confusing
I
because we've
suppose
got,
we will have that coming before us later, right?
so we got the Golden Nugget. and
Yeah,
then
the
we've got
Golden
The
Nugget.
Tahoe Nugget.
Okay, yeah, okay. My mistake. So good for clarification. Okay. If there's no questions, comments. Okay, then I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the on-site unrestricted retail liquor and non-restricted gaming license pending certification of occupancy for the Lake Tahoe Gaming Corporation doing business as Tahoe Nugget.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Noasad to approve the on-site unrestricted retail liquor and non-restricted gaming license pending certificate of occupancy for Lake Tahoe Gaming Corporation, DBA Tahoe Nugget, as presented. Since no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. Didn't forget you. Okay, and item 2 for possible action, discussion to approve the on-site unrestricted retail liquor license with entertainment endorsement pending certificate of occupancy for Nuevo Vallarta LLC. Nuevo Vallarta LLC, doing business as Nuevo Vallarta. I didn't take Spanish in high school. Living in San Diego, I took French. It makes sense, right? So, represented by owner operated Jose Sanchez and owner Brenda Perez. Jose Sanchez and Brenda Perez have signed a waiver of notice of hearing. Nuevo Vallarta, DBA. Oh, here we go again. DBA Nuevo Vallarta is located at 1666 US Highway 395, Minden, Nevada, 89423. Captain Mitchell-Terrian.
Again, Captain Ron Mitchell-Terrian for the Douglas County Sheriff's Office. Mr. Sanchez and Mrs. Perez have completed all of the requirements for this filing, and the Sheriff's Office is not in objection to this application. By the way, this is the old McDonald's in Minden.
That's what I was going to ask.
I beat you to it.
It's been pending for what, six or 7 months now, right? I mean, they've been under construction. Almost a year, I would think. It's been a long time.
It has been a while.
Yeah. Okay. Any questions, commissioners? Okay. Then I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I
Let's see
move
if you
to,
can get this right.
I move to approve the on-site unrestricted retail liquor license with entertainment endorsement pending the certificate of occupancy for Nueva Vallarta LLC, DBA Nueva Vallarta, represented by owner-operator Jose Sanchez and Brenda Perez. Jose Sanchez and Brenda Perez have signed a waiver of notice of hearing. Second.
Okay, you got the easy part, huh, Danny?
That's why I did.
Okay. We have a motion, discussion to approve the on-site unrestricted liquor license, as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 6-0. Thank you very much. We
Thank you.
appreciate you coming up. Are you a one-armed driver now, huh, Captain? Okay, well, hopefully it gets better soon. Okay, so with those two items dispensed with, we'll now adjourn as the Douglas County Liquor Board and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners. Consent calendar. We have a couple of items there. I've been informed that item E is not ready for presentation. Therefore, we will be removing that from this agenda entirely to come back to us at a later date. And Commissioner Tarkanian has asked for item I to be moved to the administrative agenda. So with that, I will entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar items A through I, or I through I minus E and minus I.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. So we have a motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Noasad to approve the consent calendar minus item E and with item I moving to the administrative agenda. So if no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, motion passes 5-0, and we will move to the administrative agenda. We're actually moving pretty quick today. Yeah, okay. Well, it's only 10:40. Okay. So our standard practice here is to when appropriate, if there's no proclamations or presentations to make, then we move immediately to the items that were pulled from the admin or from the consent calendar to the administrative agenda. So we will go into item I at this time. I believe that is, I believe we have our finance director. Oh, it's going to be, okay. Okay, so item I, for possible action, discussion to approve fiscal year 23-24 general fund budget transfer of $50,000 to fund the professional services of a recruitment search firm and interview expenses to fill the vacant assistant county manager position, being presented by our county manager, Jennifer Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. I know this item lists Ms. Cartwright as speaking on behalf. And I note that she and our CFO, Ms. Willoughby, are available for additional questions you may have, but I wanted to provide some preliminary comments regarding why I felt this was necessary. At the time the Board of County Commissioners hired for the county manager position, there was some feedback from the public regarding a desire to see robust recruitments for key critical positions in Douglas County. Currently, Douglas County has a number of critical positions that are open that are at the executive level. The assistant county manager position, the chief financial officer position, and the chief technology officer position. My concern in having that many high-level positions open at one time is that we might not have enough interested, qualified applicants in the region. And so recognizing the feedback from the public and the fact that we had multiple high-level positions open, I entered into an agreement pursuant with county policy and consistent with my authority in July to proceed with this a recruitment firm to assist. The contract that I entered into was for $32,500. The request is now to move the funds. I knowingly entered into the contract at the time, recognizing that we would have anticipated salary savings to cover the cost. This item appears on the agenda because now we need to move the money from salary savings into the budget, which requires board approval. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. The difference between the $32,000 and the $50,000, the county manager's office has a number of vacant positions, and we are utilizing professional services in our office to augment our team members numbers until we can get those positions filled. So there will be $32,000 used for recruitment and then the balance used to augment vacancies we currently have in the county manager's office with professional services. So happy to answer any questions you may have. I look forward to a successful outcome. I am pleased and can report that already this recruitment has been very successful. Our recruiter notes that we have received a high number of applications and a very good response from individuals interested all across our nation. And I look forward to thoroughly vetting those individuals and an interview process that will include a public component. And we look forward to inviting the public to participate at an appropriate time. Thank you.
Commissioners, questions, comments?
So I don't want to prolong this issue. It's something that I just disagree with. I think spending $50,000 on something that we should be doing in-house can be better used for a lot of the money issues that we're currently facing, including the water flood problem. I can't remember the name of the street anymore, but with the McGarry's, which is 1/3 of that cost. We did not hire a firm to pick our wonderful and extremely talented current county manager. We're not picking a firm to hire some of these other positions, which I won't get into right now. I just don't think we should be wasting $50,000. That's why I asked for it to go off the deal, and that will be my vote.
Commissioners, any other questions, comments, observations? Commissioner Hales.
I'll just note that I've spent a lot of years involved in a local government entity, school boards, school districts, and been involved in a lot of superintendent searches. And I don't think there's an automatic answer as to whether it's better to hire a search firm or not. I think you have to look at all the circumstances. And with our county manager, we had some clear, good options. And that meant that we didn't really need a search firm. In other cases, I've seen where a search firm is able to reach out to their networks. And really, a lot of this is about relationships. And the search firms that I'm familiar with will call the people that they know, will network with the people that they know, and through the organizations that they're part of, and can really cast a wide net to come up with qualified, effective people. And so I support the reasoning behind this agenda item.
Other comments, commissioners? No, Commissioner Rosshead? Commissioner Rice? Okay, so this item is for possible action, so we'll go to public comment and then come back. Do we have public comment in regards to item I?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, fellow commissioners. For the record, Janet Murphy.
Could you please sign in for us? Thank you.
Okay. I just have a few comments as far as Commissioner Hales has put it, as far as having relationships. And I know Mr. Morgan has been filling in as the assistant manager, and I don't know whether he is ready to do it full-time permanently, but I would sincerely recommend Mr. Morgan for the position. He's got great strengths. He's a phenomenal, has phenomenal relationships with everybody, very familiar, and he's an extremely supportive of your newest county manager, which speaks volumes. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional public comments? Mr. Morgan, do you want to call your wife for a rebuttal on that? I know we're local here, so she could run over real quick. So anyways, with that, we'll close public comment, bring it back up here. And I will make the same observation, Ms. Murphy. I too wanted Mr. Morgan to remain for a greater period of time. Hopefully maybe as long as Ms. Davidson was our county manager. But anyways, apparently Mr. Morgan's wife has other desires. So, he's being a smart man and listening to her. So anyways, I compliment you on that, Mr. Morgan, as well. So anyways, I share Commissioner Hale's thoughts and processes here. And I also have to take into consideration what our county manager has said in that regard. And that's, taking a look at our current structure, we're going to have a number of high level positions. We noticed that and early on back in April and May when we received Mr. Cates' retirement and resignation as well. So if I think this will be money well spent, because I think we need to make sure that we don't this is anticipated to be a long-term appointment, and we need to make sure that we get somebody and applicants that Ms. Davidson is comfortable with interviewing and seeing what she might want to go with as her assistant as we go forward. So anyways, those are my comments. Commissioner Rice, it looks like you're ready to push your microphone. Did you have things that you wanted to share with us as well?
I'm ready to make a motion, sir.
Let's find out if the other commissioners have anything more to say. No? Okay, then we'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve fiscal year 2023-24 general fund budget transfer of $50,000 to fund the professional service of a recruitment search firm and interview expenses to fill the vacant assistant county manager position. Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Noasad to approve fiscal year 23-24 general fund budget transfer of $50,000 to fund the professional services of a recruitment search firm and interview expenses to fill the vacant assistant county manager position. So I know that there, before we go to the vote, Ms. Davidson, I know that when we do this interview process and recruitment process, at times we may need to bring people into the county from outside the county for that process. What is our policy and what do we do? And is this $50,000, does this include the costs of perhaps bringing them into the county for the interview process?
Mr. Chairman, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager, for the record. Very good question and astute observation. Yes, sir. We do reimburse applicants for travel expenses related to flying in for interviews. We typically wait until much further along in the process when we have identified finalists and reserve that for just a select number of applicants later on in the process. Additionally, we do reimburse applicants for moving expenses for the the individual successful applicant who may be relocating to this community once they are appointed.
Thank you. With that, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And those opposed?
Nay.
Okay, motion passes 4-1. Thank you very much. We'll go to item 1 on our administrative agenda, which is for possible action, discussion on the adoption of ordinance 2023-1623 and ordinance repealing ordinance number 2009-1284 regarding the Sierra Colina Development Agreement originally recorded on May 21st, 2009, given the fact that all obligations under the development agreement by all parties thereto have been met. And this is the second reading. This came before us as a presentation only item about a month ago. This being presented by our Assistant Community Development Director, Andrea Pulling. I hope I got that title right. Close enough, right? Or
Close enough, sir. All right, good morning. Andrea Pauling, Community Development for the record. I am back, and this is the second reading of ordinance 2023-1623, repealing of Sierra Colina. I'm going to go through a few slides. The first one that I like to go through is just a quick definition of what a development agreement is. I get a lot of questions on, well, what is that? So I'm going to read this. A development agreement is a voluntary contract between a local jurisdiction and a person who owns or controls property within the jurisdiction, detailing the obligation of both parties and specifying the standards and conditions that will govern development of the property. So just a little tidbit. Okay, little overview. You already read this, Commissioner Gardner, so I won't read it again, but this is for possible action. We'd like to repeal the ordinance 2009-1284 as everything has been met in this agreement. Sorry, went a little too far. So a little background. I brought this in June, I think, to you guys on our 24-month reviews for development agreements. So you've heard all this before. But I wanted to give you a little background on the owners. The owners entered into a development agreement with the county on May 21st, 2009. I know that was a long time ago. Regarding the development of the 18-acre parcel located east of US Highway 50 and just south of Lake Village Drive in State Line. The owner recorded the final map in August of 2018. Subdivision improvement agreement was executed in August of 2018. Sierra Colina Drive was constructed and completed in the fall of 2018. Highway 50 improvements were completed and the bond for improvements had been released at that time. A notice of completion was issued on the subdivision site improvement permit in October of 2019, and the bond was released in November of 2019. Right now, of the total 44 lots in Sierra Colina, 23 houses have been completed. There are 12 homes under construction and another 9 lots are graded expecting to be built. I actually put some eyes on this earlier this week because I was up here for a conference and I thought it'd be cool to go look at it. And I'll show you those pictures here in a second. But they are definitely underway and developing more and more as we speak. I spoke to Tahoe Now Ventures earlier this month, and they plan on completing all of that development next year in 2024. So right now, myself and community development, believe that the obligation of the development agreement have been satisfied. And we recommend that ordinance 2023-1623 be repealed to repeal the development agreement. And I have a couple of little slides I wanted to show you. I showed you this one before. I updated a little bit, but this is the GIS map version of the Sierra Colina development. You'll see the 44 lots outlined there. And the development, you'll see that the Sierra Colina street has been completely developed. And I actually drove on that earlier this week, and houses look very nice. And then here's some actual pictures. And yes, I took them this week. So you'll see the first picture there. Sierra Colina has a little, actually a pretty little sign right in front. Kind of going into Sierra Colina's development and then shaping around in kind of a large, I would say, horseshoe pattern. The second one just shows you the developed houses already that have been built. There are duplexes and single family residents kind of scattered throughout that complex. They all look very uniform. All right. And that is my presentation. I was quick today because I know you have 2 other things on the agenda for today that might take a little bit of time. So based on the foregoing considerations, we ask that the Sierra Colina Development Agreement recorded as 2009-1284 and set forth in Exhibit A is no longer necessary and hereby repealed. And any questions?
thank you, Ms. Pauling. Any questions, commissioners?
No, sir.
No? Okay, this is for action. So we'll go to public comment. The only thing I would mention is that I wish all of our development agreements were this clean, okay, and this quick. This is in it's been my observation as a commissioner that most of our development agreements linger for 20 years or better, some of the things that we've had. And so this one is not bad comparatively. So, comparatively, right? That's the key word. So anyways, so I'm liking what happened here. I hope our other developers could look at this and to get a clue. So anyways, we'll go to public comment. Is there public comment available?
Yep.
Okay, the red line means it's on. Okay, Ellie Waller. I lived in Placer County when this was going on, and I was part of a group of people in the Sierra Club that contested this project, and because of the development agreement. So I wouldn't say it was as clean as we would like a development agreement to be. With that said, just for future reference, the word voluntary resonated with me, and I'm hoping in the future, any other development agreement, that the public is more aware and understanding that this is voluntary, and hope they come forward and comment so we don't have as many problems with the current development agreements on the books. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment before we bring it back to the board? Okay, we'll bring this back to the board, and if any other comments, commissioners, questions? Okay, then I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt ordinance 2023-1623 as presented based on staff report and public comment.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian to approve ordinance 2023-1623 as presented. So, no further comments. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. We're going to take what time is it? It's 11. Let's take a 15-minute break to 11:15. Thank you.
Sitting test.
Check.
So I know that I said that I would resume at 11:15, but Mr. Strelo has just arrived. So anyways, we're gonna give him another 5 minutes. So we'll come back at 11:20. We'll come back at 11:20. Okay, it is 11:20. So I'm going to do a mic test here. I've been informed that maybe my voice has been muffled or somehow distorted when I've had the microphone up close to me. So Elizabeth, Ms. Learnhardt, can you hear me okay? I feel like I'm echoing now in the room, okay? But everything is okay now? So I'll try to maintain the microphone back at the
Chairman
distance.
Gardner, a lot of things you say are distorted, okay? That was a joke. You said you wanted some.
Levity. Levity.
Okay. Okay. My sidekick Barney Fife over here, so.
I second the motion.
Okay. Just adding levity.
You got one bullet.
One bullet, yeah. That's true. Okay, we'll go into item number 2 now, for possible action. Presentation and discussion to determine the anticipated financial effect of a local initiative petition related to Douglas County's vacation home rental VHR regulations, which was initiated by 5 registered voters pursuant to NRS 295.095, being presented by our VHR program manager, Ernie Strelo, and his sidekick, Mr. Hames.
Good morning, Commissioners. AJ Hames from the Douglas County DA's office for the record. Before we get into the presentation, I just wanted to discuss for just a moment what we're doing today. As stated in the agenda, this is a voter initiative petition that was commenced pursuant to NRS 295.095. And when a petition is commenced pursuant to that chapter and section of the NRS, there are certain actions that the county has to take as a result. Section 4 of that law states that upon receipt of a petition for initiative or referendum placed on file pursuant to subsection 1, the county clerk shall consult with the board to determine if the initiative or referendum may have any anticipated financial effect on the local government if the initiative or referendum is approved by voters. And so that is the purpose of this meeting today, is that consultation. It's a consultation between the county, specifically the clerk, but the county as a whole and the board. And that is step 1, is to determine, 1, whether there will be a financial impact if this petition were to go forward. The statute goes on to read, if the board determines the initiative or referendum may have an anticipated financial effect on the local government, if the initiative or referendum is approved by voters, the board must prepare a description of the anticipated financial effect, and the county clerk shall post a copy of this information on the county clerk's internet website if the county clerk maintains one. So that's part 2 of our discussion today, and you'll see that set forth in the recommended motion in your packet. First, is there going to be a financial effect? And we'll ask this board to make a motion that either it will or it will not have a financial effect if passed by the voters. And then 2, if it will have an anticipated financial effect, the board must adopt a statement. And so that is what the county staff have attempted to assist the board with today. Is there is a potential statement that can be adopted. It's included in your packet at page 430, and that's what county staff have proposed. That would be ultimately the recommendation, that be adopted, so that it can be posted on the county clerk's website in conformity with the requirements of Nevada law.
Thank you, Mr. Hames.
Is it morning?
Getting feedback.
Yes,
Yeah.
because the microphones are.
Oh,
Good morning. This is Ernie Strelo, VHR program manager for the record. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking a break so I can get here, because you guys went very fast, and I'm not used to that. So, so thank you for that. So to begin with, today we will run through items as it pertains to the proposed initiative to ban VHRs in mostly residential neighborhoods. The data I will show is the county map, which is color-coded red and green for the county. I will show comparative maps from neighboring jurisdictions for informational purposes. Lastly, we will share what we believe will be monetary impacts to the entities that receive the distribution of fees and taxes. And in a moment, we'll introduce Mr. Scott Morgan that will talk through some of the TOT information. And I do have a couple enlarged maps on poster boards in the room here. They're the same maps that are in your packet. They're just easier to see. So I will note in the supplemental packet, there is TOT and distribution number updates. The TOT info we originally had was incorrect, so it was corrected. And there was a TOT distribution table on the county website that we've since taken down and updated the information. And that data is in the supplemental packet. So just to confirm, I have a team with me for questions you may have. Again, I have Mr. Scott Morgan, who's the interim assistant county manager, and he'll discuss TOT when we get to it. I was going to have Tom Delaire here, but he decided to disappear for a few days on vacation, well-needed vacation. So if we have any zoning questions and stuff, AJ, I think, can help us out on that. And then again, we have Deputy District Attorney AJ Hames or any legal questions. And of course, our county manager is here. So, okay. So on the slide here is the proposed ordinance. This is from the first paragraph of the ordinance. And so this outlines the text of the proposed ordinance. It generally outlines the purpose and the zoning. So it's just a heading. And then on page 3 of the slide is the zoning broken out. So there are VHRs that would be allowed, assuming there is a structure available that meets the definition of a dwelling unit on mixed use or commercial properties in the county. And those are on the map. And these are the zones that correspond to the map. So just to give an update on the process, I think I'm a process guy, so I like to kind of just outline the steps that are will be taken with the proposed gathering effort and ordinance change on the process steps. This is the typical process that occurs through the county clerk's office. And right now we're at gathering signatures. And so I think you may have seen some people doing that. So that's where they're doing right now. And then in the next step will be that there'll be verifications of signatures with the county clerk's office. Fancy arrow. Okay, so
Mr. Strelo, I just had a real quick question, and words are important. And you said we are currently in the signature collecting process. To my understanding, the county is not involved in the collection of signatures. Is that a correct statement?
Yes, I misspoke, and it's just nerves. Sorry about that. I can assure you I'm not collecting signatures.
Okay, so this initiative has been brought forward by 5 individuals with our county.
That's right.
And they're the ones and others that they're recruiting are securing the signatures, not the county staff, not the county commissioners. The 5 individuals plus their individuals that are helping them.
That's correct.
So, okay.
My apologies. So this is the county map, and as I mentioned, there's one up here in the front for the county, for the commissioners to see if you can see it. And then there's one over here on the side, and it's also in your packet, but this is it. And so where I colored red is where the VHRs would no longer be allowed, and green or the commercial mixed use areas of the county where they will be allowed. The table at the right is the GID or town count of the allowable zoning with a total listed at the bottom. So if you go into the backup of the presentation, there's also detail. I put some detail slides in there and drove around and took pictures. And so you'll see the dwellings and you'll see the areas just to kind of give you an idea of what kind of dwellings would be allowed to have VHRs.
Can I jump in?
Yeah, so if you don't mind, Mr. Strelo, I think it would be a good idea if the commissioners, as we go through this, rather than trying to come back, could ask questions as we go through it. So
absolutely.
So commissioners, feel free to do that.
So just to slow down a little bit, make sure I'm on the same page. you are. The red is where under the, if the proposed initiative went through and was passed, the red shows areas where VHRs would be banned.
That's correct.
And this table on the right shows the number of residences that would be eligible for a permit under that scenario,
Those are the eligible dwellings, yes.
eligible dwellings. Should the petition go through and
Yes.
pass? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I'm glad you brought that up, Commissioner Hales. So as I understand it here, then, currently, we don't allow any vacation home rentals outside of the Tahoe Township. Yet, if this initiative passes, goes forward and passes, there would then be a total allowable of 166 on the valley floor. Is that how I'm reading this?
That's correct. In the properly zoned areas.
I believe those are mostly commercial, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mixed use and commercial.
And what is P-Town? P-Town.
That's just, that was an abbreviation they had in there. It's, where were you looking at?
Just at the top of that list on the right.
Oh, those are just those are the codes that they use in
Okay.
GIS to
Okay.
help us sort it.
Okay. So looking at this, though, just to make sure I'm 100% accurate, this grand total of 166, that includes a few that would still be allowed in the Tahoe Township.
Yes, that's there is one, there's one active VHR in the Tahoe Township that would continue to be allowed currently. There's a VHR above Dart Liquors, and that's in a mixed commercial area.
How many total VHR? There's 10 of them. How many total are in the Carson Valley? I thought there was 160. If there's 10, 70 total, not the 168.
What? I don't understand your question.
You said there was 10, well, you said there's 168 in the Tahoe Township, but my reading of your notes said there was 170, 17 VHRs, one tenth of them you put in there.
No, that's not what the data indicates. The data indicates 166 total dwellings in Douglas County. And so it's, I think it was 9 or 10 that were, and I have it broken out in one of these slides. It was 9 or 10 dwellings that are eligible in Tahoe Township. There's one that's currently active. That's the question that I was asked.
So, and I can see it here, though. The first category is Tahoe, Douglas County sewer number. I don't know, but I see Tahoe tourist, Tahoe mixed use. There's a few there. And then down in Kingsbury, there's a few there. And then the rest appear to be in the valley.
That's correct.
Okay, thanks. And those are not current permitted VHRs. They're eligible, total eligible dwellings if the petition were to pass.
So the dwellings in in the Tahoe Township right now, they're all allowed, right? So in the future, there would be less allowed, right? That's what Commissioner
I mean,
Turkey-
we'd go from
In the
about
valley, it would be
580 to 1 permits.
presumably.
Yeah.
Right.
But eligible, we'd go from all residences with restrictions, density, et cetera, to about 10.
In Tahoe Township, there would be, that they're unlimited right now, or they're 600 cap out of 55 or 5,600 dwellings that are up there. In the valley, there is none allowed. And those, there would be 166 or 100 and I can't remember now, 157 or whatever that number is, that are be allowed versus 0 today in the valley.
So let me be clear. I'm looking at this and this says the 166 in a mix of Valley Floor and Tahoe Township. But you're saying that the 600 cap, they're still allowed if this measure passes?
No,
But that means what would happen is if they wanted to stay there, we would have to zone them commercial.
AJ Hames, if you wanted more VHRs at the lake after this petition passed, you would have to rezone them commercial. Yes.
You obviously don't know me. How I stand on this issue.
I'm just answering your question.
If this issue passes, the only VHRs that would be left are anything in commercial zones. And
Correct.
that's one.
And as Mr. Strelo indicated, there's approximately 10 possible VHRs now. So here at Tahoe, there are 10 properties that could be a VHR after the passage of the petition. Of all those 10, they're also currently eligible, but none of them are VHRs. It's just one. One of them is currently a VHR.
That's exactly right. Thank you.
Right.
So what I'm saying here is if this initiative passes and doesn't get challenged by every other entity in the world, we will be rid of the VHRs in township, basically. Without getting into the legal part of one of 10. Okay, thank you.
That's true.
Except that then we would be shifting this, the majority of, all of the VHRs are now in the Tahoe Township. We would be down to a 10 available in the Tahoe Township based on the current zoning. And of that, and of the 166, so that it would shift to the valley floor versus the Tahoe Township, the availability.
157 available residences would ship to the valley. That's correct.
Which makes it an appropriate place to have a VHR, since it's zoned correctly.
Ready? Okay. Again, as I mentioned earlier in the backup, I broke down some of the areas to bring detail along with what the houses or structures may look like that are zoned commercial in those areas. And then lastly, we have a website, as I think some folks brought up earlier. There's a VHR website that has the data on it, that has the map link. GIS created a map. This is where this all came from. And so you can actually look up specific addresses, and you want to know something about a VHR where they would be allowed under the new word, the proposed changes, if it's affected or not. So you can look it up by house. Okay. Okay, so I put, because South Lake Tahoe was brought up in Measure T, we made a couple calls to Maureen at South Lake Tahoe, and I actually talked to her this morning. I know Mr. Morgan talked to her a couple weeks ago, I think, or last week, I can't remember, but we were trying to understand a little bit about Measure T. So Measure T, basically, it eliminated VHRs in residential neighborhoods. What Maureen told me is that at one time they had up to 1,500 VHRs. They didn't have really a cap, right? They had a lot in a small space of South Lake Tahoe. As of today, they have a little over 435 VHRs that are in the commercial core. Their commercial core is a little different than our commercial. So if you look at the map, which might be a little bit of an eye chart, but I think I have a link somewhere. You can go look at the green area of their map, and you can see that they have a much larger commercial mixed use area. So they have a total of 542 VHRs. They're not banned there. The regular VHRs and the regular VHRs are in commercial areas. Now they have some other classifications of qualified VHRs, and which is a homeowner which identifies a property as their primary residence, and they can rent it out up to 30 days or 30 nights a year total, right? What Maureen says, they have a hard time tracking that, but it's because they don't have enforcement anymore. So that's been kind of a challenge for her and her team. They do have 83 hosted, which is like a tier 1 in our county, that they currently have, that you can have in residential areas and so forth. There's no caps on the first two. I didn't ask her about the hosted one. But it's kind of interesting. So I just wanted to make sure, what I kept hearing is that VHRs are banned in South Lake Tahoe, and they're not banned. And so I also did a 13-year look at TOT through July of this year. And they used to collect on TOT about $2.5 million on VHRs, and it kind of ranges up and down a little bit, and depending on the year of collection. Right now, for the last rolling 12 months, they've been going about 1.8 million, 1.7, 1.8 million. So there's been a difference of about, $800,000, $700,000, $800,000.
I need to get you to clarify that. So your contention is for this past year, they normally get 2.5 million. Now they're 1.8 million.
It seems like on a rolling basis, that's about where they're at right now.
Yeah, that's not accurate. It's in my stats that I submitted supplementary. You may be talking the full year. They haven't gone the full year. They've only got 9 months or
You
8
didn't
months.
submit stats for 2023.
I did for Salt Lake Tahoe. Yes, I did.
Okay, well, I'll look again, but I didn't see them in the stats. But we did a 12-month rolling, and that's what it showed.
Okay.
And I'd be happy to share it with you after the meeting.
I'll share it with the whole public what it is.
Okay, we can do that. Okay.
Can I ask? Okay, I just want to make sure you referred to 3 different categories in South Lake Tahoe. The first, there's 435,
Yes.
and the second, there's 542.
No.
Okay.
No, that's the total.
That's the total. Okay, so 435 in the commercial zone and 83 hosted.
83 hosted and 20
Okay.
qualified. So they have
And-
the data on the chart is 439 regular VHRs, 20 qualified VHRs, and 83 hosted VHRs for 542.
Just go over that one more time. 435.
439, I'll just go off the slide. So
Where is it? Oh, it's not on this.
Where
It's
did you-
not on here.
Where did you get this information from?
Maureen at South Lake Tahoe, she's the one that runs the VHR program there. This is the same number we gave you last week.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
a little bit
so-
off from what I got from the financial person.
Okay, so let me ask for comparison's sakes. So in the city of South Lake Tahoe, they have 435 that are non-hosted.
Yeah, it's
And
right
then,
right behind you.
right, and so their total program in South Lake Tahoe is 542.
Yes.
Okay, and we have currently
582 as of this morning.
582. So we have 40 more. And what is our footprint versus theirs?
Well,
Okay, I'm looking at page 483. It looks to me like South Lake Tahoe is 16.6 square miles. But you have Douglas County here at 438 square miles. Is that the Tahoe Township or is that a total of Douglas County?
So Ernie Strela for the record, behind you on page,
Yep,
I don't know what page that is.
it's 483.
So that's the footprint, right? So the El Dorado County is 1,786 square miles. South Lake Tahoe is 16 and a half square miles, and Douglas County is 738 square miles. That's the footprint. I don't know about Tahoe Basin itself.
Okay, and I'm just trying to compare, make it look apples to apples somehow. So
And if I can just follow up, I just think I pinpointed the confusion back to the South Lake Tahoe. Yeah, we don't have that information on the left on our slide, in our packet. So I was like, where's this? Okay, so I get it now. So what are the 20? I can't read that.
So the 20, they call them qualified VHRs. It's a homeowner which identifies their property as their primary residence, but can't rent it out over 30 nights per year.
Do they track those?
They try to.
Oh, but they acknowledge that there may be more than they track.
That's Marine does, yes.
Okay. And then the 83 and that gets us to the 542. Okay, I'm with you. Thanks.
I mean, yeah, wow. That's all I can say to this side is wow. I mean, I think not only myself, but I think all of our residents in Douglas County think that vacation home rentals have been outlawed based on Measure T in South Lake Tahoe. And what you're telling me is that they have 40 less than we have total in that small of a footprint. Okay.
And I guess you can state that they have only 103 total that are in residential.
Okay, on to El Dorado County. So for those of you not familiar with South Lake Tahoe Basin, there's when you get on Pioneer Trail, when you start going down Pioneer Trail, it turns into county. Or if you go to the Y and you make a left and you go about a mile left or right or straight, it becomes county. So what El Dorado County has is they have 900 currently. And what these little blobs are, it bears explanation. They have a 500-foot barrier between houses, right? So that's how their map looks. So they have it was grandfathered in, so the barriers are on top of each other right now. So, but there's 8 in the Tahoe Basin. So Christmas Valley, Highway 88 and so forth, and Tahoe Paradise, Myers, and then going towards Camp Richardson. VHRs are 900 at the cap. So, it's a small area. You have 900 plus 542 or whatever number we just talked about. Right. And so, just want to make you aware of that there's quite a few there. So that's the county part, right? That's the and Placer County does the same thing. Placer County has a 3,900 VHR cap that does not include Truckee. Truckee has their own program, right? So, and it's only on the east side of the mountain there that goes into Donner Lake and all that. So there's just want to have, that's kind of why I wanted to show you what's going on around the lake, in some sense. So any questions on that? Okay, so I think we just talked to this. I had this up here for comparative, but you asked me the question a couple slides ago, so I think we have no questions on that one. So on slide 9 through 14, I'm going to hand this off to our interim assistant county manager, Scott Morgan. He is our TOT guy.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may, Jennifer Davidson, Douglas County Manager. For those who are following along, we're on packet page 484.
Scott Morgan, interim acting temporary assistant county manager. Thank you, Janet Murphy, previously for that. And thank you for allowing me to come up and speak. I want to talk a little bit about, before I kind of jump into the slides and the data, about how we came to some of the conclusions. And my role in this project has been just to talk about the TOT. On the theory side and how we applied theory. I'm going to turn that back over to AJ and Ernie to answer questions about that. But I'm here just to talk about the TOT. I've been working in the TOT tax for almost 30 years, and it can make your head swim a little bit. And this project has certainly challenged us as well. With me today, I have Jeff Bonner, my senior budget manager in the community services department. He has a master's degree in accounting and is a CPA. And we spent hours grinding through this, because what I will tell you about the TOT fund is we have it in Fund 234, but that's not where all the TOT resides. It resides in the it resides in the road budget. It resides in the Tahoe Transportation District, administered under the county budget. It resides in the State Department of Taxation budget, as well. And so tracking down all those sources to make sure we can present an accurate picture and present an accurate impact was a challenging project. Also, I also want to let you know that the room tax fund is by far the most volatile fund in Douglas County. And in the 30 years I've been dealing in the room tax fund and administering the room tax fund, there are lots of things that affect the room tax fund, from room rate to occupancy to weather, whether we get good snow, too much snow, no snow, road closures, road construction, room remodels, hotel remodels, all have added great volatility to the room tax fund. And since my department is primarily funded by the room tax fund, we pay really close attention to the room tax fund almost on a daily basis. We plug into our visitors authorities and our property managers just to see what's happening, because we need to plan accordingly and be good fiscal stewards of the dollars that we have. So when we looked at this proposal coming forward and to try to get an accurate picture, we looked at what we budgeted this current year and determined that that is not a good source. That would be an inflated number. We looked at prior years and we landed on using the last year, fiscal year 22-23, which ended in July of this year, June 30th this year. And even though it's unaudited, we are about to go under audit, we felt we had good enough numbers to use that as actual real-time data. And that's important that I explain that. And I'm referring to on page 471, just some data that we used in assessing room tax VHR impacts. And what you see in that, and that does not include the full package. And you're going to see that there's not a slide that necessarily represents that, but that is in your packet starting on 471. I will be referencing it many times, as well as some of the staff report information as I go through some of these slides. But that is where we got the data, and we dated it because it has changed. We probably changed from October 3rd, 2023 to yesterday about $4,000 to $5,000, where they redistributed some more interest as they're allocating, preparing for audit. But we had to choose a spot in time, because getting a consistent dollar amount by the various sources is important, and it affects the data that we are presenting today. And the dollars we are talking about are real dollars, just in an unaudited report. And so we chose that methodology, and we chose that approach as the most consistent way to measure the impact, and then apply the theory of some of the various theories that we're going to talk about here as well, using those dollars. So I wanted to start out with that. This slide, which is on 484 in your packet, just talks about distribution, where room tax dollars go, and whether they're room tax dollars from commercial or hotel properties, or whether in the Tahoe Basin, or whether they're room tax dollars from a VHR. These are the percentages where they get applied. And so that's also important. So those percentages where they get spent when a dollar is generated, this is where that dollar that gets generated gets applied to or gets distributed to. And so these are the percentages. You'll also see the percentages are somewhat different. We are using by whole for the TOT generation by VHRs and the $5 surcharge, a $4,499,000 dollar amount for that particular year. I also want to let you know that when you add that to the Carson Valley, and you add that, or the East Fork, and you add that to the commercial and hotel properties at the lake, the room tax fund is $22 million. So we are talking about $4.5 million out of the $22 million generated in TOT and surcharge in Douglas County. In the next slide.
Mr. Morgan, wait a minute. I have some questions in regards to this slide. I think it's important, number one, even though it's on a side note there, that the Tahoe Township, that's pretty much regulated by Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority. And the East Fork Township is basically, when it says Valley Promotion and Lake Promotion, those entities are the Carson Valley Visitors Authority in regards to the Valley Promotions, and Lake Promotion is Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority. Is that correct?
Partially, it is the Carson Valley Visitors Authority exclusively in the East Fork, and it is the TDVA, the Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority, the LTVA, and there's a $75,000 allocation to the South Shore Chamber of Commerce that comes out of the 3/8 of 1 cent.
Okay, where did we, my question here is, that 65.14% that goes to lake promotion goes to Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority. Is that correct?
Partly,
And-
they are not separated. They Tahoe Douglas, LTVA and 75 for the chamber.
Okay, so
Yes.
I need Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority / LTVA.
Yes.
Okay. Very good. Okay. The 65%, how is that mandated? Is that something that this board or anybody, who has control of what that percentage is?
Well, part of it, 10 cents is set by the state legislature under the Douglas County lodgers tax. There's the 4 cents additional that are set by the County Board of Commissioners under the transient lodgers license tax.
Okay, and the same thing is true of the 43% down on the East Fork Township. That
is correct.
Okay, that's so that those were set. The 10 cents, the 10% was set by state legislature.
That is correct.
Okay, and as I understand it, also, so we have a 14% tax that's assessed on properties, rented properties in the Tahoe Township, 13% on the valley floor. And so 1% of that additional 1% that's in the Tahoe Township, that is the road fund. That 1% is the road fund, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Not that one additional, because
transportation.
we have 1 cent under the TLT that goes to the road fund in the Carson Valley of the 13%, and 1 cent that goes to the under Douglas County's jurisdiction, the Tahoe Transportation District. That 1 additional cents of the 14 is set up to go to the convention center to the LTVA.
Right, but I guess there was some questions earlier in the year in regards to that. Because we had, quite frankly, that's where we're pulling that 1% in the Tahoe Township is where we're pulling the funds to fund, and we're by resolution required to 1/2 of 1% of that was designated for microtransit. And so those are the funds where that microtransit fund comes out of, not out of the general fund, but out of these funds.
That is correct. It's coming from the 1%. And here's, sorry, the terminology can get a little crazy here. When we talk about the Tahoe Transportation District, that is a fund in Douglas County. We also have a Tahoe Transportation District, of which Commissioner Vice Chair Wes Rice sits on as well. That is not exclusively for them. They are eligible to receive it, but that is the fund which is funded by 1 cent of room tax, where you have decided to fund part of the microtransit program in the Tahoe Basin. You've also, in the past, out of that Tahoe Transportation District Fund, built the parking structure below Kell Park and right below the juvenile detention facility, courthouse up here at Lake Tahoe. You've also funded some road improvements. You do snow removal with that money on the Loop Road and some other properties in the Tahoe Basin. And you fund a portion of transportation in the Tahoe Basin for DART transportation to do medical transportation and trips out of that fund. You also fund Ski Club, the Saturday, Sunday program in the Carson Valley, as well as the Zephyr Cove Ski Club, get their transportation funded from the Tahoe Transportation District Fund administered by Douglas County.
Okay, I guess that 10%, we can't move that around. That's mandated by the state legislature. Is that right? We can't.
That is correct. It has been moved, and that's why the percentages were different. There was a time before AB 616 went into play where the Douglas Lodgers license, or the Douglas Lodgers transient occupancy tax was the same in the Carson Valley as it was in the Tahoe Basin. But AB 616 changed that, and it distributed a greater portion of the room tax to promotion.
My apologies to my fellow commissioners. I didn't see your lights on. I apologize. So Commissioner Hales, or
you can go first.
Here, Commissioner Noah.
Okay. We're here to decide, not decide, but understand what the effect of this resolution is going to be. I'm looking at Tahoe Township State Promotion. What is that? What does that promotion consist of? And how is it spent?
Well, first, I don't know really how it's spent, but I can tell you what state promotion is, which is 3/8 of 1%. I'm sorry, 5/8 of 1% goes to the state of Nevada for promotion. I have no idea how they spend it, but it is a statutory requirement that we fund a portion of our room tax, and it's just a direct pass through. That's the portion of the fund that doesn't reside in the TOT fund. So when we collect it, it goes right to the state of Nevada for the purposes of promotion. When we talk about lake promotion, that goes to the LTVA and the TDVA, and they allocate those funds to promote, also pay for convention center debt service as part of that. And we have representatives on those boards. Okay. I do not know specifically how it is spent.
All right. So do you think we should know?
That probably not a question for me.
I think we should know. I mean, that's been a TDVA especially, since they get the lion's share of all of this. So I don't know what they're doing with the money, but it will warm my heart to know that it's being spent well.
Thank you.
So I'm sorry to be the new one and ask questions over and over, but I'm missing something. I'm looking at page 484. So, but I didn't follow 4.5 million of 22 million. What's that?
Okay. Well, the 22 million doesn't reside anywhere in your presentation. That was just general information of the whole room tax pot. If I take East Fork or the Carson Valley total room tax generated, I take which does not have VHR, so it's only commercial and hotel properties are being assessed TOT. There is no surcharge also in the Carson Valley or East Fork. I add the total generated room tax from the Valley plus the room tax generated from VHRs and surcharge in the Tahoe Township and the commercial and hotel properties.
Got it. So
And
4.5 million is the VHRs, 22 million is the total.
That is correct.
Okay.
And I just gave that as a point of context, and I didn't mean to confuse anyone with that.
Okay. And then on page 484, you said 5/8 of 1% for state promotion, but on this chart it's 2.68. So I'm just trying to make sure I fully understand.
Well,
this.
I'm talking, when we talk about penny, that is how, but the actual percentage that is the correct percent when you apply in proportion 3/8 of 1 cent versus 5/8 of 1 cent. 5/8 of 1 cent comes out to 2.68 of the 14 cents. If I could get my CPA to come up here and explain that.
I should be a better mathematician. I would know that. All right. Thanks.
So I want to go back to what Commissioner Noasad was asking in regards to the lake promotion. So 22-23 actual distribution of $2.7 million. And the TDVA, LTVA has control of those funds by statute or by county ordinance, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And are those public entities?
But I defer that question.
Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. The short answer is yes. I can break it down for you if you would like.
Well, no, I guess my point is that the method in which they gain their funds and they expend their funds are public records. And so if a commissioner has an interest in finding that out, all they have to do is make a request to that organization, that operation, for a copy of their budget. Would that be true?
I believe that would be true. I've never submitted a public records request to TDVA.
I mean, I sit on the Carson Valley Visitors Authority as appointment by this board. Commissioner Rice sits on Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority and LTVA as an assignment of this board. I know that on an annual basis, the Carson Valley Visitors Authority approves a budget. We know exactly the money that comes in and exactly the money comes out. And I'm provided with a copy of that as a commissioner assigned to that. And I would assume, Commissioner Rice, you get the same spreadsheets from those two other organizations. Is that, am I speaking correctly?
You are speaking correctly, and we get audited yearly, and we use the same people that the county gets audited by. And they account for every penny that they receive from Douglas County.
So Commissioner Noah said, going back to your question, I'd be glad to get you a copy of the budget for Carson Valley Visitors Authority. I think that Commissioner Rice would be certainly able to get you copies of the budget for TDVA, LTVA. Okay.
Can I just note here that in the recent past, I requested an agenda item to help explain to all of us the difference between the two and what they do. So that'll be helpful when it gets to us.
Good. Okay. But I suppose, in backing up just a second here, and I suppose that the state promotion, of course, that's controlled by, and that goes directly into, I believe, the Lieutenant Governor's office, who can basically is the in charge of state promotions. I think tourism is in his portfolio. So that's a public, that would seem to be a public record as well. We could get, commissioners could ask the state to give them copies of that as well, right?
Yeah, I believe so. Scott Morgan, I believe so.
Sorry.
No, this is all good. It's a good exercise. It's a lot of information, and I'm impressed with the amount of comprehension that this body has. So what I'm talking about today in this specific slide is going to talk about room tax, and I will also further always add in the $5 surcharge, which was added by the state legislature as a room charge to support the convention center in Tahoe. So when we talk about room taxes, it is also, unless we're talking about Carson Valley or East Fork, it includes $5 surcharge. And so what this slide represents is information that's contained in your packet regarding the fiscal impact staff report on page 430 and 431. You're going to see this information in greater detail in those portions of the staff report, again, contained on page 430 and 431. And what this is a breakdown of where the money is going to be distributed. So on the revenue side, we generated $4,499,098 in room tax and surcharge. This is how it got distributed by those various entities. And those are, again, in greater detail. So we are talking about if the VHR program went away, this is what the loss would be in room tax. Then we're going to talk about the theory later about, can it be made up in other areas? Can it be made up by the additional VHRs in the Carson Valley? But if the VHR program went away today, this would be the loss of revenue based on October 3rd, 2023. And so that's where we're kind of setting that as our base map. And these are the various entities that would lose money. Douglas County is not losing the full $4.5 million. Particularly.
Mr. Morgan, that's what I wanted you to clarify for the public. The NRS statute that our good legal counsel here quoted deals only with the loss of revenue to the government agency. And that would be Douglas County.
That is also, and we're going to get into that a little bit on the staff report, but in order to see the portion of the picture, we're trying to paint the whole picture as well. And I understand that, I think it's important to see where, if we have $4.5 million, where does that go? And then we'll specifically break out what are the impacts to Douglas County.
Evan, does, on this slide, do any of these go to support the event center debt?
Yes. There's a portion that goes to support the event center debt under lake promotion and the surcharge. And I don't have that broken out.
It's a great question. Is it okay to follow up on that?
Oh, I was going to. So if this were to be drastically reduced, what would the impact be to the event center?
That would be a question I would have to defer to those organizations. If they have obligated those funds for debt, I'm not sure what impact that would have.
You don't know of any alternative source of funding that would replace this?
I would defer that question.
So my question is, are you you're gonna state here today that you know part of this TOT money pays down the debt?
I'm not confident, but I know that money by the NRS that is an allowed use. For
It's
the
an
event
allowed
center.
use.
Yes.
Now, right now, we've been told by Mr. Feldman, who's a legal counsel for TDVA, and I believe by our county board county manager, which I think it was the previous one, that the county was not responsible for any debt to the event center. But now you're saying these TOT taxes are paying down the debt. We've been told, since I've been on the board, that the money being paid on the debt is the redistribute RDA2, the increase in property taxes, that's almost $1 million a year, that is paying for it along with a fee on each ticket purchase. Nowhere have we been told that the TOT money goes to that. Now, what you're referring to is the Nevada revised statute that deals, I'm going to finish, the Nevada revised statute that deals with the creation of the TDVA, and it says some of the money can be used for that. And you're right, it can. But I've seen no evidence that this TOT money has been used to pay down the debt, nor was it stated in Mr. Lou Feldman's letter to us before. He said it was used as collateral. You know, what would be a wonderful thing to see is where all the money from the TDVA is going, and maybe we can take some of the $11 million that they're getting each year and pay down the debt, and then we won't have to pay this interest on it. But at this point, I wanted to make very clear, you don't know for sure that this TOT money is paying down the debt, do you?
I do not, and I am not representing that. I am only representing that it is an eligible expense, either for operations of the event center. I don't even know if it could be used for debt, maybe for transportation, for a variety of reasons, but it is an eligible expense. And if I've represented that it is being obligated by debt, that would be inaccurate on my part.
Well, before we go any further, I want to, you know, the funding of the bonds for the event center has many sources. This possible, and I don't know this because I haven't seen their budget and I haven't seen their expenses of TDVA and LTVA, but it's possible that they are using some of those funds to pay down the bonds. I do know that we obligated as not we obligated, but previous board obligated up to $1.3 million to help pay down that bond also out of the previous RDA2. I do know that the state legislature passed the $5 per night surcharge on not only hotel rooms, but also on vacational rentals to also assist in paying down that bond. So there's a number of sources, but I think the questions that Commissioner Tarkanian is asking are probably more appropriately addressed to TDVA and LTVA, not our people. That would be my observation. Okay. So I would invite my commissioners who have questions about them to go visit them.
I only brought it up because my understanding of your response to Commissioner Hales is yes, money was being used. I just want to make it clear money could be used, correct, but there's no evidence that this part of the money has been used. And TDVA, and I'm sure Mr. Commissioner Rice can provide us, and I'd like to get copies of them too, of the financial reports, will tell us if it's being used.
The people keep saying that Douglas County is on the hook for the money for the event center. And we have had our CFO state publicly that we are not on the hook for any of it because it is totally the responsibility of the TDVA to pay down that debt, and that this county has no responsibility for that debt. Now, the $5 a night room tax that is being paid, in my understanding, goes directly for paying down the debt for the event center. And there is no reason to believe that any of that money is going elsewhere. And we see that brought before us at every meeting, what's being brought in, what's being spent, and where it's going and who's responsible for it. I would suggest that you get a Freedom of Information Act request to the LTVA as well as the TDVA, and satisfy yourself that this is money that is being well spent. Thank you.
Okay. I think I think Deputy District Attorney Doug Ritchie has some precautionary words for us.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. Just to kind of focus the discussion, this agenda item is not to discuss how the money is being used or whether it's appropriate use of the funds. It's to discuss the fiscal impact if the petition goes through. This agenda item is not to discuss either the effectiveness of the county's current VHR regulations or to discuss the merits of the citizen petition. The board's action today is neither an endorsement or opposition to the citizen petition. It is a required act by the board, required by NRS, regarding a fiscal impact if there is one. So again, to focus on what the agenda is, it's not to discuss how the money is being used, the effectiveness of the VHR program as it currently exists, or the merits of the citizen petition.
Thank you, Mr. Ritchie.
Mr. Chairman. No, okay. Okay. Gonna ask the question, and it's a real simple question. If you've got a home budget of $20,000 or say $200,000 a year, and you only make $150,000, what do you got to do?
I got to make some more money, or I got to cut my spending.
The obvious, if you want to get the other 50,000, you probably rob a bank.
We could have gotten 50,000 if we stayed in the assistant county manager position. We wouldn't need to hire an outside.
I would say
that was a previous agenda item that we've already discussed. So we need to move off of that one.
So it's important. It's important to us to know with the TDVA, LTVA, or any other alphabet organization, how they spend the money. So if we know that they will cut some spending if this thing gets passed, that's good information for us to know.
Okay, we ready to proceed?
Okay.
Okay.
This next slide also is backup information to your packet, page 430. And these are the specific impacts using that information of that $4.5 million. What specifically are the impacts to Douglas County? And the biggest one is in the Community Services Department under Parks and Recreation, $1,020,000. General fund, which is an administrative fee on certain portions of the room tax. We're allowed to collect an administrative fee that goes to Douglas County, and the Tahoe Transportation District fund, not the Tahoe Transportation District, because the Tahoe Transportation District fund is administered by the County Board of Commissioners under your discretion to fund things like the microtransit. Those funds, along with the fines and penalties which were cured this particular season, come to Douglas County as well. And so we have identified a total impact of $1,381,380.
Quick question. Sorry. Just that Tahoe Transportation District, that also funds snow removal. Is that right?
That is correct.
I should say the TTD fund, not the TTD. That's a helpful distinction.
Okay, moving forward.
I guess my concern here before you go on off of that slide is that $1.342 million. Forgetting about the general fund, because the general fund is our basically our administrative costs, right?
That is correct. And
Okay.
over the years, it used to go to the general fund. Right now, it really pays for like HDL, our compliance company, and our collection company, those administrative costs. So they are offset administrative costs.
Okay, so obviously my main concern as a commissioner is that $1.3 million that we would lose as a county to our Parks and Recreations Commission, a board, Parks and Recreation Department, which as Commissioner Noasat is saying, when you have a shortfall of money, you either have to find other revenue sources or you have to cut services. And I'm not really happy about losing $1.3 million to our Parks and Recreation Department, because that would cut services dramatically to our senior citizens and our residents. That troubles me tremendously as a commissioner.
Well, I'm going to ease your troubling, because once I go through my report, you're going to see there isn't going to be any financial loss to the county in Parks and Rec. So if we're just patient, we'll see what it's done when it's all over.
And I think those points are debatable, Mr. Commissioner.
It'd be nice after you heard them, then you can tell me.
Okay, moving forward. Now we're jumping into ground that I'm going to, if there are specific questions, I'll defer over to Mr. Strelo. There are two components to the actual impact on Douglas County. We talked extensively so far about the TOT and the $5 surcharge. The other one is the impact on the revenue generated from permits and fees from community development under code enforcement, the operation of the VHR program. And what this slide represents is the dollar amounts generated in permit fees, fines and penalties, not TOT fines and penalties, but these are fines and penalties administered under code enforcement, a technology revenue, and a draw fee, which for a total revenue amount of $854,365. If you subtract the expenses on this slide, we have an operating surplus. And this is, again, a shot in time, a current shot in time based on an October pulling of expenses and revenues to date, and not using phantom numbers. These are actual real numbers that were either spent or collected in Douglas County administering these programs. Okay. The next slide represents a side-by-side comparison, and we'll talk a little bit in greater detail what would happen if we lost the revenue. And you're going to see for the first time a new revenue source on a predicted outcome. And if you have questions regarding the theory behind that, you're going to see that revenue fees will go from $854,000 to $42,000, and what that impact looks like on code enforcement. And I think Mr. Strelo can further elaborate on, does a code enforcement program still have to exist if we lose VHRs in Douglas County? And to what extent do those expenses go? Because that would leave under this predicted theory that we would have a net negative impact of $754,000 to Douglas County as a result of the loss of the VHR program in community development under the code enforcement program. I am on slide 488, but when we talk about that theory, go to please 431 in the staff report, and that's where you're going to see where the $42,000 in new revenue generated, assuming that we are going to have some VHRs remaining in Douglas County, Carson Valley, as well as the Tahoe Township. And right in the middle of the page is where that $42,500 comes into play.
Is this a good time to ask about what would happen if these dollars went away? What would happen to enforcement? Or is that coming later?
I would think it's an appropriate time.
So, and I don't know, our county manager is actually an expert in this VHR field, having led the advisory board and done a lot of research on VHRs in the years leading up to today. And so I guess my questions are, should our implementation team be removed? Would we still have concerns with VHRs? Would VHRs go away? Would they operate underground? What would happen?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Jennifer Davidson, Douglas County Manager. I think the best indication of what would happen in the future is what has previously happened in the past. When we started our journey examining the VHR ordinance and amending it to address concerns raised by the public and members of the commission, at that time, back in 2018, we had one code enforcement officer, period, for all of Douglas County to do all things code enforcement related, besides just VHR enforcement and regulation. That individual had an incredibly difficult time keeping up. And what we were finding is we had at that time approximately 200 permitted VHRs. And she was not able to adequately enforce the rules for those 200, let alone keep up with what we observed during peak season through compliance in partnership with host compliance. We, at its worst, were observing somewhere between 800 to 1,100 unpermitted VHRs operating illegally in Douglas County, which required 50 plus violation letters for us to be administering. I don't think that's
I'm sorry, I need to go back. I just need to have you just back the bus up just a second there. Run that 800 number by me. Was that 800 you said?
Yes, at peak, the worst we ever saw was hovering during the summer season. And I believe that was the summer of 2018 or 2019, 800 to 1,100 unpermitted VHRs in Douglas County. We quickly ramped up enforcement, and based on the regulations that we put in place, I would not recommend that we dissolve the enforcement team regardless of the outcome of this petition. I think enforcement is key. And whether they are a permitted use or not in Douglas County, there will always be people who will take advantage. And so I think our enforcement efforts will need to stay in place, and we will need to scale them accordingly based on what we are observing. And that is a difficult situation to predict what that may be. I'm just letting you know what it was in 2018, 2019.
I had one question. Ms. Davidson, how much was the fine if you caught somebody operating a VHR illegally during that time period?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Tarkanian. It was $500. Yes.
Now it's 20,000, up to 20,000?
Yes, Commissioner Tarkanian, it is up to 20,000 now.
Okay, my final question is, how many people did this code enforcement fine? That would, you said there was up to 1,100, I believe you said, at peak time. How many people did you fine in a given year that was operating VHRs illegally?
That I don't know off the top of my head. I know we issued several warning letters before fining individuals. So I would say ultimate fines, we got most people into compliance before we actually had to fine them.
Yeah, so I guess my point would be, as you can see from this, if you don't pay a higher price than the benefit you're receiving, you're going to continue to violate the law. For example, if it doesn't cost as much to drive fast and you can pay for it, you're going to continue to drive fast. It's a violation of the law. $500 probably wouldn't cover a dinner out tonight, let alone discourage a VHR permittee not to do it illegal, VHR illegal permittee not to do it illegally. The reason we put a $20,000 fine up was to discourage people from doing so. And if you don't find somebody the first time they're doing it, then what is the deterrence going to be?
Did that answer your question, Commissioner Hales? I know that we were, okay.
Now we get into slide on page 489, which really is summarized on page 431 of the staff report, where we talk about the estimated future of room tax generated and also surcharge in the Tahoe Township. And you'll also see the basis and the theory behind what is estimated to go from $4.5 million down to $7,016 in TOT revenue. And so there's a further breakdown and better laid out than this slide can do on page 431 of your package. There also talks about where that money would be distributed. So we would go from on Parks and Recreation, the $1,020,000 down to $1,600. Now, it also on page 431, it talks about the increased revenue from VHRs in East Fork Township or the Carson Valley. And they talk about 16 units and that there'd be an increase or an offset of additional $112,000. And it talks about where that money gets distributed. And this is what this slide displays. It also carries on then onto page 432 of the staff report as well. We did address in the shadow box area that there would be only an increase in the surcharge because the surcharge cannot be collected in the Carson Valley or East Fork Township. So the JIC talks about those numbers a little bit. We would take the surcharge from $289,000 down to $482. And that is outlined on page 482 of your report, where we get those dollars, and 471, where those dollars come from.
And could you please explain to the public, because you're not when you're commingling these. The only thing we're supposed to be discussing right now is NRS statute 395-04, which deals with the loss to the government agencies. The $5 surcharge, 99% of it does not go to Douglas County. If you could just make it clear, I know you want to show the impact, and that's fine, but make it clear which is actually being affected by and what we as a board need to put into our numbers that is going to go on the website.
Thank you, Commissioner Tarkanian. Scott Morgan. So what Commissioner Tarkanian is talking about is the $5 surcharge set by the state legislature that goes to the LTVA, or the Lake Tahoe Visitors Authority, to support the convention center. That money and the effect generated by the $5 surcharge for VHRs, the effect of that during the 2022-2023, that VHRs only, it generated $289,453. Of that money, Douglas County received a 1% administrative fee of $2,895. That $2,895 is the only effect on Douglas County itself. The remaining portion of that is affecting another agency. Did that clarify that point? Thank you.
It does, although I would indicate that we would have less administrative fees, so that, that would have less impact, really.
It's significantly because what we see is an additional $112,000 being generated in the Carson Valley in room tax. We would not be collecting any surcharge. We'd only be collecting it under this theory, only $5 surcharge on one unit in the Tahoe Basin.
Mr. Chairman.
Multiple. Commissioner Nosek.
Okay. Looking at page 477. I think that's right. Right. That's the let's go on the assumption that what we're really complaining about is that the VHRs are in residential zoning. That's the key. So if we got rid of the VHRs and the Tahoe area, what zoning can they be in? And you're making an assumption there that we can get 166 between Lake Tahoe and the Valley Floor. But we don't want that. So what you've done is, okay, on this one hand, you don't want them here, but how about we put them there? I'm going to vote no on that action. I don't think that would be the way to go.
Well,
Commissioner Noah said-
so what you're saying, what you're saying is true, Mr. Noah said, and what I would suggest is that what we're doing is we're shifting the area from the Tahoe Basin down to the Valley Floor by the passage of the initiative, okay? Yes, you are. You're making available 160 units down there. Yes, you are.
No, what you're saying is that if we change it to commercial and allow VHRs there, that's what we do. I would suggest that we amend Title 20 to say, no, you can't do that.
But
So-
that's not what the initiative does, Mr. Commissioner.
The only thing on this agenda is the financial effect of this initiative. So you have to look at what this initiative does. This initiative does not have a complete ban in Lake Tahoe. It's a ban on residential neighborhoods, which most of them are in. There's 10 potential ones. It also has a complete ban for VHRs in the Carson Valley. However, there's 157, according to Mr. Strelo, that are in commercial areas. You have to go by what the initiative says, and that's what they're going through right now.
And that's what this financial report is showing us, is that in Tahoe, this on page 489, future programs effect on TOT, Tahoe Township, 1 unit, and East Fork, potentially 16 units. So the majority of the funds would be raised on the East Fork, on the Valley Floor. That's where the shift would be. That's what the initiative does, Mr. Noah said.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. Seems to me that we are really getting off point here. And I think that what we're trying to do is see what the actual fiscal impact would be on both the county of Douglas as well as our subsidiary
entities,
LTVA, TDVA,
No,
PTD.
that's not
and
what
all
was,
the rest
that's
of
not
it.
what was counted.
I'd like to jump in
So
here.
I even think, and I said this to the district attorney, to get into the other entities, we're violating the open meeting laws because that's not what this agenda item was. It was to go over the financial impact based upon NRS 494.5, which is exactly what our legal counsel said when he started. That's a financial impact only to Douglas County.
Mr. Ritchie. Thank you so much. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. Deputy DA AJ Haynes read from NRS 295.0954. It's the anticipated financial effect not on Douglas County alone, but on local government. Douglas County is one, but so is TDVA. And I can, if the board wishes, go through the history of how it was created and its taxing authority. But when the statute speaks of local government, it's not just Douglas County. It's any other local government.
I disagree, and we're going to discuss this one further.
That's fine.
Okay. Commissioner Hill,
That was going to be my comment is it would be very hard to put Douglas County in a vacuum and for us just to talk about Douglas County without the other financial impacts that spill over, because there's a lot of them. And in fact, I think we would not be fulfilling our responsibility as leaders if we didn't talk about the impact to our residents who are employed. That is probably out of the scope of today's agenda item, but we may need another agenda item because I feel like I would not be fulfilling my responsibility to this community if I didn't call that out.
Yeah, that's the, I think the human interest side of this has been purposely ignored. But I think I agree with you. Another agenda item, it should be brought up as to whether or not we will allow VHRs in either municipality.
That will be determined by the voters should the initiative get submitted to the clerk treasurer's office, and whether or not the voters choose to pass the initiative or not. Mr. Noah Sad.
And when's the initiative going to go up for vote?
As I understand it, maybe I will accede to our clerk treasurer. That's her bailiwick, right?
Thank you, Chairman Gardner. Commissioner Noah said the petition has until February 13th, I believe, to collect signatures. And then they will submit it to my office for signature verification. When signature verification is done, if the petition has enough signatures that have been verified by my office to move forward, it will be put on the November 5th general election. I believe it's November 5th, 2024. It's the first Tuesday in November next year. It will go on the ballot.
I think we're doing a disservice to the local the people who are most affected by this from a social point of view. And if we're pushed up against the date and you're saying that the petition is going to allow VHRs all over the place, 166 instead of 600, I guess that's the lesser of two evils, and we can address that later by amending Title 20.
Okay. I guess you need to proceed. I know we may be getting antsy and need to take a quick break before we go too much further. Go ahead, please.
Okay. So here's a narrative on impacts based on those assumptions. And rather than focusing on the slide, if you have a packet in front of you, it really is highlighted on page 433 of the packet, which talks about the total effect based on those estimated new potential room tax revenues, as well as permit charges, and what the effect is on the cumulative whole of the room tax, and also the code enforcement program administered under community development. And so you'll see the two numbers there on page 433 of your packet, the $4,379,000 TOT loss as a result based on those assumptions, and the $811,000 loss on page 432 of your packet from fees from administering the code enforcement problem. Breaking that down specifically to a Douglas County impact, you will see on page 433 a $1,294,678 impact or cost to Douglas County. And if you add in the loss of revenue from the fees and charges from the code enforcement program of $811,000, you get a total impact to Douglas County of $2,106,543. Go ahead. What you'll see on this slide is an assumption where we take increase in TOT, and you're going to see that broken down on page 430 or 432 and 434 of the staff report, where we apply a theory and make a assumption of a potential revenue offset. And I need to have AJ or Ernie expand on that theory more regarding why they chose the numbers they did. But the assumption in general, as I understand it, is if you lose VHRs, it may have an impact on rate or occupancy. People would then presumably stay in a hotel, and if I am botching that, Ernie, please let me know. And so we ran some numbers based on that theory, applied the current room tax dollars that we have already agreed on the report of existing dollars, what kind of effect that would have on Douglas County. And you will see that breakdown again on page 434. And the net effect of that then on page 435, if you apply all those assumptions, is a estimated loss of room tax revenue of $2,608,474. And if you go then to the next, well, that is the last slide, but the effect on Douglas County itself would be, by assuming those factors, that Douglas County in room tax dollars alone would lose $788,719. You add in the $811,000 lost in permits and fees, you have a net impact on Douglas County based on that assumption of $1,600,584.
So, Mr. Strelo, a question for you then on this. You're making an assumption here that we will see a 9% increase in hotel room usage. Is that what I'm reading on page 434?
Yes, and I actually had a couple paragraphs that talk to how we got to that.
Okay, but when I look at the hotel, use rate, okay, occupancy rate, the vacation home rentals are primarily a summer and winter process, not so much in the shoulder seasons, and that's kind of why the event center has been designated as basically a shoulder season thing. But when I look at occupancy rates in the hotels, I'm not convinced that 9% is going to be available. So you're making a huge assumption here. Have you talked with STAR, the South Tahoe Association of Resorts, in regards to what their anticipated increases in hotel rooms would be based on this?
Ernie Strelo, for the record, I actually did call them and they referred me back to us. And looking at TOT. So I didn't have enough time to gather that particular information a couple of days ago. But I can kind of walk through the thinking when we came up with the 9%. It's an educated guess, right? So yeah. So we looked at a couple of different things, and one of them was we looked at 5 scholarly studies and research articles pertaining to rental bans, rental regulations, and proposed changes to rental programs. And the data seem to confirm in certain instances that there is penetration of hotel stock when rental controls come into play. So meaning if you do get rid of VHRs, there is evidence that there is, some people go to hotels. That happens, right? Arguably, the reduction of VHRs could lead to an increase in local hotel occupancy, and I don't know what the current occupancy rate is, which would offset some of the lost revenue from TOT. However, it is difficult to calculate what that offset amount might be. The Tahoe region is not limited to Douglas County, so removing VHRs from Douglas County would not necessarily cause those visitors to seek accommodations in Douglas County hotels. Also, some visitors who utilize VHRs do so specifically because VHRs offers amenities that hotels do not, such as multiple bedrooms, common gathering areas, and cooking spaces. Removing VHRs from Douglas County might simply divert those visitors to other VHRs in neighboring Tahoe communities. So what is known as the hotel occupancy in gaming establishments in Douglas County has declined approximately 9% since the 90s. Hotel occupancy rates are tracked by the Gaming Control Board from 1990 to 99, which is predates the Airbnb and VRBO in other VHR sites. The average hotel occupancy rate in Douglas County was 76.81%. From 2010 to 2019, the average hotel occupancy rate had fallen to 68%. So the 9% decrease in hotel occupancy is likely attributable to many factors and not solely to the increase in the availability of VHRs. However, for the sake of argument, if the 9% decrease were entirely attributable to VHRs, then eliminating VHRs could potentially lead to an increase in hotel occupancy as much as 9%. So that's where the 9% came from, right? So we've already went through the TOT, how it's derived for non-VHRs and such, and how the differences are in the calculations. It's a guess, right? I mean, it's an educated guess based on what we know and don't know. You know, like I said at the beginning, I spent a couple of days looking through research databases for this type of situation, and there was only a couple of scholarly articles I can find in ProQuest, right? And so, and I kind of looked at what the themes were, and you know, some of these were the only, you know, there were themes that related to a lot of things, you know, with taxes and so forth. There is you know, I looked in Arizona. Arizona has, the whole state has the state has a municipal ban on any VHR regulations. So I couldn't use Arizona. And the only other one was La Quinta in Southern California that's looking at rental reduction, right? And so, they did a study, and it looked like it was kind of, it had a bend more to, you know, keeping VHRs and keeping them at a higher number. So I'm not sure of the study fairness, you know, the middle of the line. So that's back to you. That's what we have.
Thank you. I appreciate the explanation. We had it in the packet, but I just wanted to make sure it was articulated to the public as well.
I have a question on this before we move. When you looked at this, did you calculate hotel capacity?
AJ Hames from the DA's office for the record. We looked at just occupancy rates over time. So it wasn't specific to capacity. And that's how the data is tracked by the Nevada Gaming Control Board. They track occupancy and they track it by county. They track it statewide. They have a number of ways of tracking it. But our historic occupancy was slightly higher than it is currently.
So I'll just note, and I'll speak more to this later, I'm sure, because it will come up later, that looking at hotel occupancy rates between 80 and 90% is not uncommon in the summer months, in the busier months, some winter months. And you don't really get 100%, right? And so whether there would even be capacity to increase by 9% during some of those months is questionable. So I appreciate this, though. I think it is a very good effort to try and put a number on something that is very, very difficult to quantify. So I accept this as a guess and appreciate your work.
I have a follow-up question. When you went through those numbers in 1990 to 2000, did they include the summer months?
Yeah, they are a average for the entire fiscal year.
From 2010 to 2020, did they include summer months?
Yes.
So you're basically going, including the time period where it's extremely busy here, and then the time period when it's extremely empty, and you saw a 9% decrease from that time period.
Between those decades, yes.
And I would say that I think Commissioner Hales did a much better job of making that observation than I did. And it's all about capacity and whether or not that capacity is going to be available. That's where my question is. So, you know, we may see occasionally the increase, but overall, I don't believe we have the capacity. That's my concerns. And so without the capacity, we're going to drive those visitors out of Douglas County. And it's going to have a tremendous impact on other factors outside of just the county entity itself. So, thank you. Where are we now? I think are we into questions by commissioners? I think we've done all that.
Yes, I think you can move that next slide along. Yeah.
Chairman Gardner, before we go to the questions, and I mean, mine's going to take a good 40 minutes. Can we take a break?
You're going to ask additional questions that we haven't asked
Oh,
yet?
I haven't asked any questions. I've only asked questions based upon your guys' questions. I got a whole list of questions. Can I take a break before I
We
go
need
through
to
my
take a
whole list
break,
of
but
questions?
just remember, we have public comment as well.
I understand, but I also know that this matter has been said by at least two members of the public that this financial effect is going to be challenged in court. So I discussed this with our district attorney. There needs to be a clear record, and I'm going to ask very clear questions, and we're going to have a clear record.
Very good. Okay, then I would.
I
Commissioner
would,
Hales?
it's almost 1 o'clock. If we're gonna break for lunch, it should be pretty soon, I think.
Okay, well, I want to ask my fellow commissioners, you want to go ahead and take a break for lunch now, and then we come back and Commissioner Tarkanian can ask his questions, then we can go to public comment. Would that be appropriate?
Mr. Chairman, I think
Yeah.
if we forego lunch now, we're gonna do
We're
what
gonna
we've done
lose it for the
before.
rest
We're
of the
gonna
day.
lose it altogether.
Okay, so why don't we do that then? Why don't we take a lunch and we'll resume at 2 o'clock? Is that good for everybody? Okay, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take a recess until 2 o'clock. We'll be back at 2. Thank you. Okay, my computer is indicating it's 2:00, so we'll resume the October 19th meeting of the 2023 meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. We left off with, I believe that we still had some commissioners who had questions. So hopefully we can conclude that fairly quickly. And then we can go into public comment, and after which we'll bring it back to the board for an anticipated motion. So Commissioner Tarkanian, you indicated you had some additional questions.
Sure. Thank you, Chairman. And just like I mentioned before the meeting broke, a lot of these questions are just maybe rhetorical and quick answers, because I'm asking them because at least two of the public have mentioned that this issue will be challenged in court. So we need to have a clear record. So that being said, and this could be for, is Scott here? Okay, Scott, I mean, I want, and Jennifer and our county chairwoman, county manager, any of you guys can answer these. So I'm just going to run out the questions. The analysis by the staff is that VHRs in Lake Tahoe have a lucrative financial impact. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Jennifer Davidson, Douglas County Manager. For the record, the analysis by staff is that that VHRs, the petition as it is proposed, will have a financial impact.
So the question is, you said that but if it has a negative financial impact, then I guess the opposite would be true, is that it has a positive financial impact as it is currently being operated. I mean, it's a simple answer. You just show numbers up there that show that the county's going to lose $2.4 million if it's stopped. So $2.4 million is significant, right?
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Jennifer Davidson, Douglas County Manager, and I won't introduce myself every single time. I apologize to the clerks in advance so that we could move this along. Yes, $2.4 million is a lot of money. Yes, the VHR program, the way it exists today, has both a positive and negative impact on our budget.
Okay, so I guess the question is, if there's such a big positive financial impact with the VHRs and both the TOT tax and its permitting fees, why don't we allow it in Douglas County? I mean, in the Carson Valley.
That is a policy consideration for the Board of County Commissioners, and the Board of County Commissioners has chosen not to allow VHRs in the valley at this time.
Well, I understand that, but yesterday I was listening to Chairman Garner at the Chamber of Commerce meeting talking about how big of an impact it has for the businesses in Lake Tahoe. And I'm listening here about how much we're going to lose if we don't have it. It would seem if the financial impact of VHRs is so important, then we should have them in the valley. And maybe the board should rethink that or give an answer to the constituents. So why it doesn't.
I'd like to jump in.
Well, since you mentioned me in that comment, I think I should probably respond first. And I would indicate that as Jennifer, as Ms. Davidson has indicated, the poly decision that was made by this board over the last 3 years was that we had a program that we wanted to, we've had vacation home rentals in the Tahoe Township for just about since the Tahoe Lake was discovered. A long time, in other words. I'm overemphasizing there. It may be appropriate sometime down the line for the Board of Commissioners to possibly consider that. It was considered by the, and I know we have several members of the public that are here today that were on the VHR task force that did identify a possibility and actually proposed that perhaps vacation home rentals should be added to the valley floor. We haven't come to that conclusion yet, and this board has not made that decision yet, and we've isolated it to the Douglas County Tahoe Township as of this date. But that doesn't mean that the Board of Commissioners won't, in some future date, take a look at, should this program go forward, expanding the program beyond the Tahoe Township boundaries.
Okay.
I'd like to talk.
Well, I don't want to get interrupted in my line of questioning. I did mention the Chairman Garner's name. You can have an opportunity to speak when it's
I'd
your
like
turn
to speak right now to that point.
I think it's appropriate that we speak to
Okay.
each point.
And I'm going
So-
to ask for the same consideration on her comments.
I think it's a good question. Why are there VHRs allowed at the lake and not in the valley? And this is a question that I discussed with our county manager. And I would like her to respond to that, but I'll make this point first. There's a big difference between hurting existing businesses and employment. And if we banned VHRs at the lake, we would hurt existing businesses and employment, as opposed to creating new ones in the valley. That's a difference. But I would like County Manager Davidson to address, why do we have VHRs at the lake and not in the valley?
I think she already did.
Well, there's more to say.
I know that you want to egg it on.
Commissioner Hales, I think what you're alluding to is the history of the ordinance that establishes VHR vacation home renting as a permitted use in Douglas County. This VHR ordinance has existed, not the way it exists today, but the permit has existed since 2005. Specifically cited in the ordinance and in the justification for the thinking of the board of the county commission at the time they created this as a permit. The board recognized that vacation home renting existed as part of a tourist economy type use of properties up at the lake, and that there were a significant number of both residential full-time individuals living here, but also a significant number of individuals who own second homes, who were, as part of a shoulder season type or alternating, would come when they wanted to use their second home with their family, and then sublease it during other times of the year. So the Board of County Commissioners recognized that it was a type of use that was existing specifically at the lake, that was part of the history of the lake for our residents here, and believed that there was a need to establish regulations associated with that, and therefore set up the permit and those regulations in 2005. I believe the intent of the commission at the time those regulations was put into place recognized that there was that specific use going on at the lake. And they discussed that there was not a similar type as significant of a proportion in the valley. But this still is a policy consideration for the Board of County Commissioners and subject to change.
So basically, the people who bought property here had the expectation that they would be able to sublease it or rent it for short periods of time. And that the whole economy built up around that thought and that practice. And there are many more tourists here than there are in the valley. And those distinctions, in my mind, do justify. And it's wise to see the distinctions between the two, because they are fundamentally very different communities because of those factors.
Okay, so basically you haven't given a reason why the financial benefit to the valley isn't being used, but you have said two things. One is Commissioner Hales, and I believe a county manager, has said there hasn't been VHRs here in the valley. But there was a lady who spoke at our last VHR meeting, the last public comment person, who said that she rented the last VHR that was allowed in the valley. And I wasn't here at the time. Has VHRs been allowed in the valley in the past?
That is an interesting question. I would say that VHRs existed as a permitted use, specifically established in 2005. I don't know if legal counsel would say whether or not someone was short-term renting prior to 2005, if that was legal or not in the valley.
Okay, so the second one that Commissioner Hale says, which to me is so easily disproved, is she's saying that because VHRs were allowed, people were buying their homes thinking they can have that. And we're taking that right from them. Well, if that's the case, then when we limited VHRs to 600, didn't we take the right away from what is it, 2,700 other people, homes up there that don't want to have it? In addition, when we limited it to 15%, aren't we taking that right away from everybody who's under 15%? And by the way, now that we've only give it to one person, the people who sued us, who had 4 or 5, one permit per person. The people who sued us that have 4 or 5 permits, didn't we take away their right? Sometimes you have to take away rights to do what's best for the people of Douglas County. Sometimes there's mistakes that are made that you have to correct. Sometimes, and in this case, a permitted use in 2005, when there were very few of them, might have been okay. But with the advent of Airbnb and all this stuff from 2018, 19, and South Lake Tahoe banning over 1,200 of them, there are so many more VHRs here now that the problems are existing here. I would think it'd be wonderful if you guys really believe that the financial impact is so great, is to spread out those VHRs, send them into the valley, have some in the valley, have some at Lake Tahoe. Let me get you to my next.
Commissioner Tarkanian, that's not what we're discussing today.
Well,
We're discussing the financial impact of this
answering the
particular
question
ordinance.
that
And this,
Commissioner
what
Hale
we're
stated.
doing is we're discussing the potential fiscal impact of the petition. And it has nothing to do with where they're located.
Chairman Gardner, you allowed Commissioner Hales to give reasons of why they're in the lake and not the valley.
You
I
have a
every
question
right-
here, or
I
are
have
you
every right-
pontificating?
I have every right to respond and give that answer, and I'm going to. And if you want to keep interrupting me, you can. And we can
I'm
make
going
this
to, as
contentious.
long as you don't
Well, we
stay
can
on the
make this
subject.
contentious. Then you better stop everybody else who's going outside the strict portion of this agenda.
Do you have another question?
I have a
Mr.
lot of
Tarkanian?
questions.
Okay, let's hear it.
Staff in your report, it sets forth your recommended motion, I believe. The attached presentation and proposed description of financial effect, the expected financial impact of the petition, Douglas County, will be as follows. Net loss revenue from VHRs permitted, $811,865. Net loss revenue from transient occupancy tax collections, $1,294,678. Total loss revenue, $2,106,543. That's your recommended motion, correct? I mean, it's in the packet. You can say yes.
Ernie Strela for the record, that is the recommended financial.
That's right. Okay. Well, then I wanted to ask you, you don't believe there's going to be any increase in revenue from TOT tax from casinos and motels if the initiative is passed?
I think he did indicate that there was a potential 9% increase in use of the hotels.
No, Mr. Gardner, I appreciate you jumping in, but you're not answering. That's not the question I asked. I asked him the recommended motion. He does not have that 9% in the recommended motion. That's the whole point of it. If you're trying to get the county to come up, the county staff, county managers to come, I'm sorry, what?
Mr. Chairman, if I may clarify, there is 2 parts to the financial impact that's outlined. For those who are following along, we're on packet page 428. The first part of the financial impact does not take into account an offset of TOT for hotels. The second part does.
Yeah.
And we bring both to the attention of the county commission. It's up to the county commission to determine what the actual financial impact is and whether or not the county commission desires to see that TOT offset included.
So-
That's why both of those dollars are
We
listed
can
there.
go around and we're going to spend a lot of time here, and I don't want to hear Commissioner Gardner tell me I got to stop asking questions if you're not going to answer the questions that I asked. It isn't that you didn't bring out that there could possibly be a 9%, and we're going to get to that next. It's the recommended motion that concerns me. You're recommending that the board make this motion. You're not that you hid it or didn't disclose it. You're recommending to the board that we do not deduct any of the financial impact, but with an increase of hotel room rates. And I'm asking you why. And are you making it even more? No, I'm not done yet.
I just don't know where the recommended motion is.
It's on the page 428 of our
But
packet.
The one I see doesn't have any
Okay, I'm
numbers in
sorry.
it.
It's 428 of the packet they gave us.
That's right. And County Manager, County Manager Jennifer Davidson has something to add to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Sorry, I apologize for that. The recommended motion is for the board to find whether or not the VHR petition, as it is proposed, has an anticipated impact.
Right here.
And then if the board determines that it does have an anticipated impact, to move to adopt the description of anticipated financial impact that has been prepared by staff. The section that you are referring to, Commissioner Tarkanian, is the financial impact section, not the recommended motion section. The financial impact section highlights both the financial impact with a TOT offset and without. It is up to the board to determine what the anticipated financial impact, if any, there is.
Okay, so let's go to the next one. Isn't it true that Douglas County's TOT revenue has been going down steadily for the past couple of years?
That would be not true.
Well, the numbers from 2020 to 21 compared to 2021 to 22 has gone down 6.5%.
Excuse me, Commissioner Tarkanian, that wasn't your question. I didn't know how broad you were. If you want to compare year to year, then I have that data here, but we've seen significant increases generally over the years in room tax, significant, especially our record year in 2020, 2021 was substantially larger than the prior years than that. So I guess I didn't understand the context of your question.
I guess my observation in that regard, Mr. Tarkanian, is my observation is that you're also needing to compare years where we had COVID, okay? And COVID had a significant impact on the drawdown of TOT tax.
No, actually, you had an increase in it in most places. In Lake Tahoe, more people were coming to Lake Tahoe. In fact, the casinos had their best years during the early part of COVID. But I'm going to get to that, to the years before. I'm saying the last 3 years, it's gone down from 6.5% the first year, 7% the next year. It's gone down 13.1% in the last 2 years. That's the TOT from VHRs. That's not the same with the TOT from the hotels. Okay, so we'll get to those next. So if the TOT tax from VHRs are going down, shouldn't there have been something reduced in the amount of financial impact than what this past year was?
Well, when I did the fiscal impact, I used a point in time, October 3rd, 2023, and I compared the analysis based on that, which was the most relevant data at the time. And when I started my presentation, I explained how volatile the room tax fund is for a variety of reasons: occupancy rate, room rate, snow, weather, room remodels, floor remodels, additional hotels. We saw those increases come into play when Edgewood opened up its hotel. We saw some decline initially when the Lakeside went down. So there are a number of factors that relate to that. So the best data I could provide were actual numbers, which we believe are the best way to analyze that. Looking back over the last 10 years of room tax, you can see the volatility in that. You see road closures of Highway 50, whether it's snow, flood, or avalanche. There are a number of factors that contribute to the room tax and room tax generation.
Okay. While the TOT room taxes have gone down over the last 3 years, the hotel room taxes have gone up by $200,000. So a lot of those factors you're talking about, closure of a hotel, which, I mean, the hotel went up, snow still went up, same time period. Hotel TOT tax went up, VHR room tax went down. I'm not going to beat a dead horse. As I said, I don't think I'm going to convince my fellow commissioners, except maybe one to the left of me, but I'm going to make a clear record of it. The TOT taxes have gone down the last 2 years by 13.1%. Okay, on page 431 of your packet, we talked about this earlier, Ernie, and I'll give you a chance and you can answer, you can tell the public this. When you determined the revenue that would be generated by a VHR permit if the initiative passed, you took the TOT revenue and you divide it by 600. But at this time, there's only 582. So that difference is $126,288. That's not small. Now, you said that when you did this, it was 594, and that's why, or 596, correct? And that's why you did it?
Ernie Strelo for the record. Yeah, this, like the TOT taxes that are volatile, so is the rental.
Yeah, so have you had 600 at all since you've been here?
Yeah.
Okay. the difference from the 600 to 582 for the permit fees is 45,000. So the total difference would be 171,288 if you used 582. Well, in June, you texted me and told me that, you get the number, I should have it written here, that there was only 542 VHRs at that time. So you go from 542 to 582 and you use 600, which is the highest number. Seems to me that now you're reducing the amount of every TOT tax a permit would get.
Ernie Strelo for the record, as I said like 30 seconds ago, I had 596 when I did the calculation. I've been as high as 600. It goes down to 582. 6 months ago, 4 months ago, it goes up and down based on the time of year.
Okay. And a lot of those permits, as you just mentioned, you put 600, which is a maximum, goes up and down, but you're rounding off of what it makes per year, because that's what you're trying to figure out. What would a permit make for a full year in Lake Tahoe, the one that you estimate, in the 17 in Douglas County, and you use 600. However, if the average isn't close to 600, it's more like 550, you're reducing it significantly. Well, it was 545 in June. It's 596 now.
Ernie Strelo for the record, I have no idea what you're asking me.
Okay.
You're just making numbers up now and you're just tossing them out.
Are you?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll try to be more clear for you. A permit that was just taken away 4 days ago. It wasn't a full year's permit, was it? I mean, what was it, a month ago? You said you went from actually it's more than that, 596 to 582. There's 14 that are gone, right? I'm sorry, 596 minus 582, 14.
I don't know. I didn't bring all my permit data here to this meeting. I didn't know that we were.
Well,
gonna
you
talk
said I'm
about
making up
permits.
numbers. I'm trying to make it easy for you. So the fact is,
Well, you're
my
not.
my point is that you can't take 600 permits that are operating out throughout the entire year and divide that by the TOT tax and get an accurate number. They're not, you don't have 600 full year ones. You have less than that. What that number is, that should have been up to you guys to find out, not us. Page 431, you added $39,260 as fines and penalties in the current revenue used to determine the financial impact. However, on page 432, there was no amount added in for fines and penalties with the additional 17 VHRs.
Scott Morgan, Community Services, as well as County Manager's Office, Assistant County Manager. When we ran the numbers on the theoretical, I guess some of the approaches, we only used what we could think is relative data. There's no way to predict what the fines are going to be or what interest rates are going to be. So
Completely. The only thing I'm saying is, then you shouldn't have added it in to the full TOT tax currently, because you can't add it in one and not add it into the projection. It's either one or the other.
Mr. Tarkanian, my observation here is, and I don't mean to interrupt you, but my
Sure you do.
observation here is you're questioning their numbers. What we're questioning here is whether or not it's going to have an anticipated financial impact on the county. And so whether or not it's 900,000 or 800,000 or 700,000 or $2 million, to me, the specific number that they may have come up with really, you're quibbling with them over numbers, and maybe you could take that discussion with them in their office. But that, I don't know that relates to exactly what we're trying to discuss here.
Sure.
In regards to this.
Sure it does. Part of our requirement is to give the amount of financial impact or the financial effect it's going to have. There's a certain amount, so you have to come up with that number. That's why the county staff has given us the numbers they have.
Go ahead, Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with Douglas County District Attorney's Office. Commissioner Tarkanian is correct. The numbers, first, the board will need to decide if there's a fiscal impact and then how much that is. And I think what Commissioner Tarkanian is trying to do is elicit kind of the assumptions that were made and the basis for those assumptions. What might be helpful is if there's a particular number that Commissioner Tarkanian or any other commissioner questions, they can elicit how that assumption was derived. And then a commissioner is free to present or suggest another assumption, a different number that they feel might be more appropriate. As staff has, I think, tried to explain, these are all assumptions and it is a moving target. The numbers do change. And so if any commissioner wants to suggest a different number on any of these variables, they're free to do that. And to be honest, it would be great for the record if each commissioner could explain what assumptions they want.
Well, Mr. Ritchie, that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm questioning some of these assumptions. And I'm suggesting that they should have reduced it or added in certain areas. And that's exactly what I'm doing, but I keep getting interrupted by the board members. I'm going to skip the next one because which isn't that important, just so I can appease Mr. Chairman Gardner. So the next one I was going to say is the VHR Advisory Board stated in their packet today that there is a concern that if you reduce or eliminate VHRs in one area, they're going different. More of them will move to different areas. Correct? In fact, haven't they mentioned that several times in their meetings?
What packet are you referring to?
The packet today for today's meeting.
The second meeting we're doing?
Well, it's it's
the one after
the
this,
third
or-
item. Yes.
Yeah, I can't remember what I put in there. But yeah.
So let me say it a little more clear. The VHR Advisory Board did not want to get into density. And one of the reasons their recommendations was because if you take VHRs from one area, you're going to push them into another area.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Simply, I said some are rhetorical questions. Then my question would be, right, you're using an assumption to determine the financial effect by saying there's only one VHR out of the 10 in the commercial area. Well, if you're pushing them out of the residential, why wouldn't you then think that they would be pushed into the commercial area? You just stated that the advisory board and yourself have stated this as a concern, but you only used one instead of maybe more realistic one, like maybe 7 or 8 or something there. Certainly, it's not going to stay the same.
Ernie Strelo, for the record, it's an assumption.
Yeah. Okay. And the same thing goes for the Valley. You did 1/10 the VHRs in the commercial area in the Valley. And it seems to me if you're taking away 581 from the lake, there may be more than 10% that are going into the Valley, particularly if the statements of the advisory board stated where you're pushing from one area to the next works true.
Ernie Strelo, yeah, for the record, it's an assumption.
Okay, next thing is going to be very boring. I apologize. I'm going to go through it as quick as I can. Then I'm going to get into the good stuff. VHR expenses. You didn't deduct any VHR expenses in either of your suggested financial impact. You didn't deduct any of the revenue that was being spent on VHR that you got from VHR permits and fines. So my question is, okay, I don't think anybody wants to reduce the code enforcement people. People are going out there improving the code. So that's $143,000. I think you would definitely want that. Although if you do reduce the permits to 17, probably don't need quite as much code enforcement, particularly if all they're doing is checking out people that are using it as a VHR instead of when they're not permitted to. But let's throw that out there. I guess the bigger questions are all these other salaries. The salaries make up 700 some thousand of the 800,000. Instead of going through each specific one, I'm just going to make my statement, and you can say if you disagree, that all of these salaries, if you're going to reduce a program from 582 or 600 that you've used to 17, you're not going to need the same salaries. For example, why would you need an advisory board if there's only 17 VHRs? I'm sorry, I don't want to take your position from you, but I don't think it would be necessary with 17. You're not going to have to determine tier 3s and this and that. So you can get rid of the advisory board. If you get rid of the advisory board, you probably don't need an attorney to sit through those advisory board meetings and pay the full attorney salaries. Now, I know you are a very special employee. I was told this by the county manager, and you're going to get a job doing something with code enforcement, but maybe you won't have to spend all your time in doing VHRs if there's only 17, because that's the numbers you guys have used. Let's throw a few others out there. The office specialist, what does she do?
Ernie Strelo, for the record. So the office specialist processes VHR permits.
Okay, so if there's only 17, good chance she's not going to spend $57,000, is there?
It's an assumption.
Okay. Well, I know, but that's, we're going to get to the best assumption. The assistant district attorney, the whole amount is billed from, even though you do other work for the county, but you certainly don't have to spend full time on 17 permits and or the ones that are violating the permit deal. Sheriff's deputies.
Sir, before you get off that subject, one thing I would like to add that is not being considered. When we moved here 32 years ago, VHRs were totally unregulated. We had them all over the place. We had a whole lot more than we have today. And when we outlaw VHRs here at the lake, it's going to return to the same way it used to be, and you're still going to need this personnel to track down all of the illegal VHRs that are now operating at the lake, and we will have nobody to enforce the rules that we have imposed. Thank you.
So let me repeat what I stated earlier that Mr. Rice apparently didn't listen to. I did not advocate taking away the salaries of the code enforcement people. There's 5 of them listed at $142,961. Those people, I would think, not only do we want to keep that, they're going to generate more revenue for the state. You know, when Commissioner Rice and County Manager Davison tells you that how crazy it was and people were renting out VHRs off the charts before these new ordinances were done. You heard from the county manager that it was only a $500 fine, and they hardly ever fined anybody. They gave them second and third chances. Well, if you fine them $20,000, which is what you can fine them now in our ordinance, there's a lot less chance people are going to take that risk of running a VHR permit when they got to pay $20,000 fine. And I believe it goes up when you catch them over and over again. Okay. Sheriff's deputies, you're paying $178,000 for 17 VHRs. Obviously, that's going to be reduced. County technician, and I was told that's VHR permitting. Is that what VHR permitting too?
Ernie Strela, for the record, a counter technician. They work down on the second floor at the counter.
But it's for permitting, right?
Yeah.
So you won't need $36,000 for 17 permits. Now, obviously, if there's more permits, you probably are going to want to do that. But if they do, then up comes the revenue from the permits. Okay, last one, you had my favorite of them all, Tom Delaire, who does such great work here. He won't have to mess around with VHRs, and we won't have to spend $7,000 for him to oversee that. So some of the additional expenses I mentioned, the advisory board, you save $9,600 there. Professional services, $40,531. Maybe some of that you're going to need if you have 17 permits. That's part of what the processing of the payments is, what I've been told, and some other things. But if you're only processing 17 payments instead of 582, they're going to be reduced. So the reason I went through this whole thing, I don't know how much it'll be reduced or not, but I think it's disingenuous to present to the public that it won't be reduced at all. It's going to be reduced some. I mean, and if you want to make an assumption, make an educated guess that's reasonable, and I think you'd have more credibility doing so. Okay, accounting for new casino patrons. The packet states there's no clear evidence that a substantial reduction of VHRs will lead to an increase in Douglas County hotel use. That's what was written. But today you stated that there definitely is some increase, correct? You said the statistical evidence was that there is going to be some increase. Well, you stated that on the record before lunch. And if that's not the case, I'll ask you the question, what is the clear evidence that there won't be an increase in hotel use with Douglas County?
Ernie Strela, for the record, increases and decreases are assumptions. Okay. I have no idea.
But I know, but when you wrote in here, you wrote only the fact there's no clear evidence that a substantial reduction will lead to an increase. You didn't use the opposite. Hey, you know, there's no evidence the other way either, so it could be either one of them, but we're going to make an assumption and we're going to go with 9%. Okay, let's go with the 9%. And this is where I think is going to start getting interesting. You used historical data and you said the best hotel occupancy rates may have gone up by 9%. And you used the time period from 1990 to 1999, where 76.81%. And then it went to 68.06, and that's a 9%. And you use that based upon the fact that VHRs were first licensed. I've been told now this has been going on for hundreds of years. I mean, I think the Indians and Cowboys were probably having VHRs at the time in their tents and stuff. But okay, since it's been permitted and allowed 2004 or 5, you say at that point, a good analysis would say, what was a hotel drop in occupancy to find the correct amount? Well, VHRs weren't all that popular in 2004 and 5, were they? VHRs have gone up substantially since Airbnb and all these other national companies started promoting those. That was in 2018, 19, 20. In fact, I got some numbers I'm going to share with you, which will show that. So why wouldn't you look at, if you really want to see what the decrease in hotel occupancy is, why wouldn't you look at what has it done over the last 4 or 5 years since Airbnbs and all those other companies have taken over? Why wouldn't you look at that? And if you looked at it, you would see an incredibly drop in numbers, not a small amount, an incredible amount. So let's go through that. From 2020 to the present, casino occupancy rate has been 41.6%. That's also about the same time Measure T took over, it took effect, and also with Airbnbs. 41.6 compared to 76.81. You're looking at a 35.2% drop in hotel occupancy since VHRs took off. And if that's the case, and you can, oh, no, that doesn't happen in Douglas County. That's not the facts. Well, Douglas County's VHR revenue, we only started calculating them from 2019 and 20. 2019 and 20, the revenue was $1,172,188. After that, it went up to $4,894,000. Then it went to $4,014,000, then $3,800,000, and then the average is $4,246,000. That's a 362% increase in TOT tax from 2019-20 to 2022-23. 362% increase. At the same time, hotels are losing 43%. You don't think that's a correlation? Isn't that much stronger evidence than just coming out of the blue and saying it's 9%? And then I've heard you say that you wanted to compare TOT taxes when they got rid of VHRs, compare when they did, and you looked at places like Arizona. Why wouldn't you look at South Lake Tahoe instead? South Lake Tahoe has the same type of things that you mentioned. I'm going to finish my questions.
I want to say this. Your questions are more advocacy than questions.
Okay,
Mr.
Chairman, I'm going to
I
ask
would
my
just
questions, and I
appreciate-
don't like her interrupting.
But you're not
questioning.
asking
I am
questions.
asking
You're
questions.
pontificating.
No,
You're not asking
I don't
questions.
have to just
Then
ask
can you make
questions.
your
I
questions a little
don't
bit
have to
shorter so we
just
can
ask
understand them?
questions. I can, as a district attorney stated, state my assumptions and what I base my assumptions on, exactly what the assistant district attorney. Now, you guys don't like it. I know you love VHRs. You'll do anything for them. Just give them a little more money and everything will be fine. You have an opportunity to talk and you can talk. I'm not going to interrupt you because everything you say, I'm not going to listen to. All right. I'm going to tell you, I want to get my points out, and my points are this. Very clear. TOT tax has gone up 362% in the past 4 years, and hotel occupancy has gone down 42%. Okay. To me, there's a correlation there. All right. So let's get to why didn't you compare South Lake Tahoe to Arizona? You stated something to the effect in why you were thought there wouldn't be a clear changeover from VHRs to hotels was because you're up at the lake, you're on a border, they could be staying in other places. Well, South Lake Tahoe is about as similar as you can get. So I've heard some people argue that, hey, there's still VHRs in South Lake Tahoe. There's 500 and some that you stated, 542. But there was 1,400 residential VHRs before Measure T passed, 1,400. After Measure T passed, there was 103 in residential neighborhoods. They lost 1,297 VHRs. They lost 1,297 VHRs, and we're talking about losing 582. You would think their financial effect would be much worse than ours. But contrary to what you stated, that's not the case. And if you look on page 63, you're going to see that the supplement that I did put in there, what the TOT tax was for South Lake Tahoe in 2023. But if you go from 2019 to 2020, the increase in TOT tax was 15.9% in South Lake Tahoe, an increase of 15.9%. 2021 to 22, I'm sorry, the increase from 2019, 2020, From there to 2020 to 21 was 15.9. And then when you go up to 21 to 22, it's 35.2. And then it decreased 3.8%. And then it went, I'm screwing this whole thing up. I apologize. My numbers are wrong. I want to get them straight, but they're in the packet on that page I told you about. I am sorry. From 2019 to 20 to 2020, 21, the TOT tax increased 15.9%. At the same time, hotel occupancy went up 35.2%. It went up 35.2%. From 2021 to 2022, the TOT tax went down 3.8%, but the motel occupancy went up 19%. You see a correlation of more hotel spending. In 2022, 23, this is through July, it only has through July, the TOT tax has gone up 2.6%, not less than you said, Mr. Strelo, 2.6%. And the total motel occupancy has gone up 6.8%. So the total increase in TOT taxes from 2019 to 20 to 2021, 22 is a 10.5% increase since Measure T has taken effect. 10.5% more TOT taxes in Salt Lake City after Measure T than before Measure T. After South Lake Tahoe, after they lost 1,297. The total increase in motel tax, the increase in TOT tax for motels has gone up 27.7%. It's gone up 27.7%.
If we're making points, I would like to counter that one.
I'm actually done, so you can go. Did I take 40 minutes, Mr.? Yeah, I did actually. Well, I was pretty accurate.
South Lake Tahoe is not similarly situated. Because they're
I would
able.
ask the public, please, keep your comments to yourself, okay? If you want to talk, take it outside, okay? Please.
They have new hotels, motels, non-casino. From what I understand, we don't have the capacity in the land to be able to do that.
I'm done, Mr. Chairman. You can take over if anybody else wants to ask questions.
Commissioner Noset.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking at the item number 2, and we're to determine the anticipated financial effect. To me, that means up or down. Given some of the figures we've gotten, we can't tell. If we do go up, how much? Well, if we don't go up very much, can we save that money in other places in the budget? And number 2 that I need to say is one thing that doesn't enter into this thing, and that's the human content. The people who live in those areas who are not VHR owners are bearing the brunt of the VHRs taking effect. No clapping, please. So that needs to be taken into consideration. Now, 2005, this whole thing went into effect, and at that time, there was rampant VHRs. We clamped down on that apparently from the institution of Title 20, 6.22. Over the years, we've watched the number of pages in that 622 go from minuscule to very much. I've got them in my desk at home. We haven't learned from our errors, I don't think. We made some assumptions. We put this thing into place in 2005, and I think the only thing that was considered was how much money can we make on this, or how much money can somebody else who is in charge of this make on this? So, a little quote that I had, and I think I said it yesterday. If you ignore the lessons of history, you're condemned to repeat them. So learn from your mistakes. The big mistake, I think, was getting this thing in place, getting it in the first place, and then snowballing it to its unrecognizable position right now. And you all know where I stand on the VHRs, period. I'm not going to say it again.
Is there any additional questions, comments, concerns of the financials of this proposed initiative by the commissioners to the presenters?
I probably have some, but I need a moment to organize my thoughts. I mean, you can go to
Well,
public comment now.
I guess that's, yeah, because
discussion.
once we have public comment, then we'll come back to us for additional questions and anticipate a motion, right? So we're ready to go to public comment? Okay. Now, when we go to public comment on this is regarding the anticipated financial effect of the local initiative position. It is not about the program. What else did you suggest that we make sure that we stick to?
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District
Oh, I
Attorney's
know what it
Office.
was. Also, whether or not you're in favor or against the initiative, that has nothing to do with this. It's just strictly the financials and anticipated financial impact of the county, not whether or not you're for or against the initiative or
Any comment on it?
or any comment on it, or the item number 3 coming before us in regards to code.
Yeah. Item number 3 is an appropriate time to discuss the VHR regulations and whether it's a good idea or if corrections need to be made. This agenda item is solely on the fiscal, if there's a fiscal impact, and how much it will be if the petition is approved.
Okay. Members of the public understand that, please? Okay, because we'll have that opportunity on item number 3. So at this time, we'll open public comment for item number 2, please.
This is the Airbnb
Okay.
item that were the fiscal impacts items. Is that correct?
Yes, and what we'll do,
Thank you.
once again, is we want you, please silence your electronic devices so we don't interrupt anybody. State your name for the record. Print your name on the thing there, and then your time will begin when you begin to speak. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Scott Robbins. I'm a resident and community organizer next door in the city of South Lake Tahoe, and I have a side job as an elected city councilman there. Notably absent from this discussion here has been the actual lived experience of your neighbors in the city of South Lake Tahoe. My first entry into community organizing was in 2018, helping with Measure T, and we faced relentless opposition from an industry determined to turn residential neighborhoods into party hotels. The opposition to Measure T then made all of the same claims I've heard here today. In the Airbnb industry and then their city council allies claimed that we would lose $3 million in TOT revenue, that we would lose thousands of jobs, that tourists would stop coming, and that the city would face immediate bankruptcy. The one thing these claims all had in common is that none of them were true. In 2018, the last full year prior to the enactment of Measure T, total TOT revenues for the city of South Lake Tahoe were $16.6 million. Last year, total TOT revenue was $18 million. We banned Airbnb and TOT revenue went up. I'll say that more slowly. We banned Airbnb and TOT revenue went up. The tourists still came. They came in numbers. And without Airbnbs, the demands for hotels skyrocketed. The room rates increased, and TOT revenue, which is a percentage of the room rate, saw a net increase. We are your neighbors across the street. We share the same economy, the same tourists, the same mountains, and the same lake. Why has the experience of Measure T been excluded from this conversation? Why has the data and analysis from the city of South Lake Tahoe been largely excluded from this conversation? Why are the same disproven arguments being made here after they were made all those years ago? In so many ways, this meeting is deja vu. So I'll ask this commission the same question I asked our city council those years ago. To whom do your loyalties lie? To Airbnb? To the tourism exploitation industry? Or to the residents? To the people who live here? consider that. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Steve Palmieri. I own a VHR across from Stagecoach Lift. I also live in the Tahoe Keys, which gives me some insight to what Mr. Robbins was just talking about. We're talking about numbers. I'm pretty confident in my numbers. I don't really make assumptions about it. I look at my bank account every day. And Mr. Morgan's presentation pretty much jives with my occupancy rate and what I paid in TOT, and it comes up to right about his number. So I really have a lot of confidence in that, certainly more than $500 dinners. In the Keys, they're banned. My life hasn't changed at all. My roads don't get paved as much. I don't think that it was such a big deal. It wasn't a big problem to me before, and it wasn't after. But if we're talking about finances, which is what this is today, Mr. Morgan's numbers seem correct. If you cherry pick stuff off of them, you can come up with other assumptions, I'm sure. But my bank account, my experience says those are right. If we extrapolate my cleaning and maintenance budget out, that's 100 40-hour-a-week jobs based on 582 permits that you'll be getting rid of. I look around this room and I don't see one young person in it. This is like a war on the young people in this community. We're going to bat for all of our old folks that already have their stuff. I think it's wrong. I think our assumptions are right. Run the program, run it effectively, let people have their rights to live next door to one and let them have their rights to rent out. Regulate it, get rid of the problems. It's simple in my mind. Thank you.
Hey.
Once again, I would ask that the public restrain from any outbursts. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Natalie Yanish. I'm a resident here in Douglas County. I also have previously served on the VHR task force when it was first initiated, and Ms. Davidson spent a lot of time with us in that stakeholder group, ironing out a lot of the questions that were coming up about the Douglas County ordinances. I know today at this agenda item, you're specifically addressing the financial impacts that it would have to Douglas County. I can tell you, when I looked at the 9% increase in hotel occupancy that is projected, that really blew my mind. I've worked in the tourism and hospitality industry since I moved here in 2002, 2003. I now work in the community in a lot of different capacities, but I could tell you when I worked at Harrah's and Harvey's, there was a sheet that was posted every day on the wall, and it would say we're at 103% occupancy today or 104. That was Saturday nights. So the idea that we are going to have that 9% increase, there is just not the capacity at the casinos with the hotels to make up the TOT that would be lost through the vacation home rental revenue that comes into you for the TOT tax. The rest of the week, you'd see it in the 60s. And basically, the entire point of having the convention center or the events, well, convention center back in the day, and now the event center, was that we were looking for shoulder season revenue. Well, vacation home rentals provide the breadth and depth of accommodation that is required for that. You'll see longer stays at vacation home rentals than hotel rooms. And that is an exponential increase to our community and the money that comes into the county directly. So I would like you to not just look at the TOT tax that's coming in and the calculations that have been done here. I do think that the 9% is very, very optimistic in what you're going to be pushing to a casino. If you've got a family who's coming up here who wants to have their grandkids sit out on the deck and barbecue, they're not going to be renting 4 or 5 hotel rooms at Harvey's or Harrah's. They will just go elsewhere. And that's just the demand for the tourism industry these days, and that's pretty nationwide. So we are a resort community. That was my number one problem with the information. The other thing I'd like to say, I'll wrap it up real quick, is that there's other loss to the county that will happen. That's going to be in business licenses that you're going to see that are not going to be renewed, as well as sales tax for everything from restaurants to construction industry, all those people who work here in the community and local businesses, small businesses. They're just not going to be able to put that reinvestment into county tax dollars. And I would like to see that reflected in the numbers as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Heidi Gunter. I'm a full-time resident at the lake, and my husband and I own and operate world-class property management. So we heard about TOT. That was a great presentation. Thank you. So now let's talk about the most important part, local jobs. Each vacation house creates at least 4 or more local jobs. We have cleaners, hot tub service people, snow removal, maintenance, carpet cleaners, and local offices like the one I manage. Let me make this very clear. The owner of the VHR is not doing this as a business. They are not making a living from renting their house. But what they have done is create job opportunities for locals. This supports more than 600 jobs in our area. And how are those employees not important to you? I sent out a survey to past renters at the beginning of the month. 270 past renters completed my survey. I was not surprised to see that if VHRs were banned, renters would find another resort town to stay in because renters do not want to stay in a hotel. Renters shop at our local grocery stores, they eat at our local restaurants, and the roughly $14 million a year brought into our town from tourists is supporting our local restaurants, our grocery stores, plus all the local shops in town like bike rentals, ski rentals, etc. If all of these tourists go to another vacation town, that money will also leave our economy. So key points, they will find another destination town to stay in. The money they spend in our town will also leave. We will see a huge loss in local jobs. So yes, there will be a financial loss. Now, when you're looking at numbers of an increase during 20, 21, and 22, those are false increase in numbers because that's when COVID hit. That's when everyone flocked to Tahoe. You guys are not realizing this. We will never hit those numbers again. That was an anomaly. We're not going to see it. So when you saw increase in city of South Lake Tahoe, that's because Measure T happened and then COVID hit. Everybody came to Tahoe. You really cannot look at those numbers as true numbers. And Commissioner Tarkanian, out of all of the commissioners, I thought you would be the one to stop this initiative, not start it. Aren't you the one that sends out local emails supporting jobs in our community? These are local jobs that we're talking about taking away. Thank you.
My name is Robert Hodson. I came here with a set of remarks that I was going to roll out, but the way the conversation has gone, I'm going to change those a little bit. So it's a little bit, first off, if I'm voting on a measure on a ballot and it says financial impact, it's financial impact in its entirety, not just on Douglas County and not just how much TOT or any other single unit. All we've talked about here is TOT. There's all the sales tax revenue and the other business revenue that other people have talked about. But what I'm hearing is there's going to be an initiative or a measure, what do you call it? It's going to say something like 2-point-something million is the revenue loss. I submit to you that it's a lot larger than the revenue loss. And then there was the ability to have people go stay in hotels. Well, in my VHR, I can tell you that the 16 or so $1,000 my VHR pays for TOT, those folks are not going to hotels. Permit me to introduce Jody S. Has stayed with her grandchildren at my place every year since 2007. She ain't going to no hotel with those grandchildren. Jody S. also hosts 4 of her friends from college and their husbands, and they ain't going to go to no hotel. Nor will Lisa M., who stays at our place for an early Thanksgiving with her parents and her siblings. They've done that since 2007, every year. Or Cookie B, who comes twice a year, once with her scrapbooking group and once with her quilting group. They ain't going to no hotel. Or Johnny C, in his group that comes every MLK weekend. They've done that since as long as I can remember. Or Trisha V, or Mary M, or Pat D, or Bill R, or dozens of other families who stay in my place year after year. They are family groups or affinity groups that come to be together, prepare meals together, sit around, play games, and make memories. They ain't going to hotels, and their absence will indeed have a financial impact on the community. And as you're adjusting your resolution, I just suggest that there's a hell of a lot more to the financial impact than the loss of TOT. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jaron Gunter. I'm going to do a little math for you. So you have 600 vacation rentals. During the peak season, let's say they're 90% full. That would bring you down to 40 vacation rentals with an average occupancy of, let's say, 9. That's 4,860 people that are now in our town. And if each one of those people just spends $100 in our local economy during their stay, that's $486,000 on a given weekend in our peak season. The reason I'm saying peak season, because we have about 6 months out of the year where there's very little people here. So when you see these numbers that they're using for occupancy at 60%, that's because it's 5% in October or November or May. So if we take 6 months and 4 weekends per year, that's 24 weekends. So let's do the math again. That puts $11,664,000 into our local economy to people shopping at our grocery stores, eating at our restaurants. The people that are staying in a hotel are not shopping at our grocery stores. I know Mr. Tarkanian mentioned that everyone comes up here, they just stop at Costco on the way up. He's obviously never been to the Zephyr Cove Safeway on a Friday afternoon at 4 o'clock in July. I have talked to the owners or Safeway corporate, and they can't give me their numbers physically, but they have given me, and they follow exactly what our peak and shoal seasons do in this town. I don't know if you, real quick, I don't want to take up too much, my time didn't start. So, at least I called it out, okay? I am an honest guy. Anyways, and I want to look around the room. What you don't see in here are our line cooks, our bartenders, our dishwashers. A lot of the people in our community don't even know how our local government works. There's people in our community that have no idea that if this goes through, that their jobs might be gone because there's not going to be the people to be able to come to their restaurants. With 600 vacation rentals, there's a wide amount of people that it takes to run them. So I would have to put a number on. There's at least one full-time job per vacation rental. So if you get rid of these, now we're talking about 600 jobs plus the jobs that you're talking about getting rid of. So the county doesn't have, so well, there's another 10. So 610 jobs gone. That's may not be a financial impact to Douglas County directly, but it is a financial impact to the residents that work in the tourism industry in Douglas County. So that's all I have to say. I didn't take my full 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Nancy Gilbert. I had a couple of comments. There was discussion by Mr. Morgan about, questions about alternatives. I believe that Douglas County is the only county that I'm aware of that doesn't have a business license fee. So that's an alternative that could be explored. But if you do the math, supposedly if there's 2.4 million in supposedly lost to Douglas County, and you consider that there's a hypothetically 50,000 people, you divide that loss and it's about $26 per person. I can tell you from walking your neighborhoods, everyone that we're signing up, they don't want it in their neighborhoods. I'm sure they would pay $26 a year to not have vacation rentals in their neighborhood. It's not hard to get the signatures, people. It's your neighbor, it's your constituents, and they don't want them, whether it's in the valley or in Lake Tahoe. They don't want them. The other thing is that I didn't hear anybody in terms of put a value on, in terms of financial impact on neighborhoods. In terms of what residential neighborhoods quiet enjoyment, there should be a value on that. Meaning people that have to live next to vacation rentals take on an additional hit to subsidize additional taxes garnered from Douglas County. Meaning we all pay property taxes, right? But if you're across from a vacation rental that's going and it's interfering with your quiet enjoyment, you know, just for Douglas County to gain another TOT tax, you're putting an excess burden on the neighbors. And that's not even put into the matrix here. It should be, there should be a value to that, to your neighbors in Douglas County. The other thing is that if you look at the ordinance 20.622 in terms of section 10, it says the intent of Lake Tahoe Vacation Rental Ordinance is to make the transitory lodging activity permitted by this chapter resemble existing residential uses made by the resident owners. That's not happening. And so we need to take a step back here and saying it isn't working. And that's why people are signing and people are angry. They're angry because it's out of control here and it's on the backs of your constituents. Thank you.
For the record, David Nelson, and I'm speaking only as my personal self. I'm not speaking for any group or organization I may belong to. During part of my career, I was an appraiser. And one of the things you learn as an appraiser is that location is all important. And as in real estate, we learn location are the three most important things. So I don't know why you dismiss South Lake Tahoe's numbers. They are the closest to you. That is a firm rule in real estate, location. If I do an appraisal and I go across town to get a comp, I'm going to be questioned about that comp because it is not close to where I'm appraising my property. Another issue I'd like to bring up is the issue of enforcement of the code. Once you set aside having only vacation home rentals in commercial areas, your code enforcement will go down 90% because 90% of those complaints are noise and parking. Once you limit them to commercial areas, the noise doesn't matter. People that live next to commercial areas expect noise. They aren't being forced to have noise next to them, which is what our code currently does. Those people are paying for the use of the house next to them to be commercial. It is commercial. If you go to your insurance company, if you don't have an insurance, a commercial policy on your house and you're running it as a VHR, you don't have insurance. They're going to turn down any claim you put in for any damage or a lawsuit that happens because you don't have a commercial policy on your property. There's a reason why the insurance companies do that. There's so many more people entering that house and their risk goes up exponentially. It is a commercial use. So take these things into consideration. Think about South Lake Tahoe, please. It is the closest. It gives you a good example of where you're going to be. That's one reason why this initiative said zero impact, because as you've heard, South Lake Tahoe actually increased their TOT taxes, didn't increase. So what you should vote on is a zero impact, because that's closer to the truth. Thank you.
Hello, Allie Giordano. I own a small vacation rental property management company here in town, and I'm just wanted to point out a couple of things that I think have been a little bit overlooked. One of them, Danny, is the infrastructure here on the Douglas County side is much different than it is in the city of South Lake Tahoe. I just don't even understand how we can possibly compare what happened in the city of South Lake Tahoe when Measure T passed to what is going to happen if this initiative passes. Reason being, when Measure T was on the ballot, we were going from, what was it, 1,500 or so vacation rentals all over the place down to 400. And that's what it stated on the ballot. In the tourist core is already cut out. There were 400 left in that tourist core. Now there's 500 and something, I guess. But now you're saying that we are going to bring it down to 10 eligible and the TOT tax from VHR is going to be the same. That's just doesn't make any sense math wise in my brain. So, but the other thing too, as other people have said, this is more than just about the TOT tax dollars. This is about the fact that we are not manufacturing anything here in Lake Tahoe other than tourism. It is the only industry. It doesn't matter what you do for a living, that tourism is the only industry here in Lake Tahoe. It's not like the rest of Douglas County. It's different up here. And, you know, we have a lot of jobs at stake, a lot. It's a lot. So I'm not going to get into anything about, you know, anything other than the money, but just think about the number of people that are going to be out of jobs. This is the only thing that we do up here. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
For the record, Jeannie Chizuru. First, I want to thank Danny for doing such a complete job of asking questions. I especially like the part about the cost of law of enforcement going down if we get rid of almost all of our VHRs, because I think it defies logic that you would say we're currently spending $805,000 and there's not going to be a single change to that. So Danny spelled it out by each employee and everything. I thought that was spectacular. The next thing I want to say is the South Lake Tahoe example. You may not know this, but South Lake Tahoe is contemplating right now passing ordinances to make it a violation to advertise on Airbnb or VRBO, a unpermitted short-term rental. You have to, if you advertise, you better have a permit and you better put that permit on the advertisement. I want to tell you something. Do you know that it will cost less money to enforce a false short-term rental permit than whatever you might do, catching them in the act or something? Catching them in the act, they're still doing that and they should still get people. But you can get a clerk. You don't need a sheriff to scan the advertisements for rentals in Douglas County at the lake and pull in money. And our penalties are $20,000. I think that the benefit, the net financial impact will go through the roof, especially how desirable South Lake Tahoe is. So I would consider that there are alternatives that you haven't even thought about that won't even make enforcement a very difficult job. The other thing that I want to say is, I don't know about the rest of you, but the word guess, educated guess, scholarly works,
that came up a lot in their so-called presentation. And here we are, 6 months away? Actually, we're like a month away from the general election. You don't have to do this financial impact number today. You have a long time until then, and yet you're basing it on guesses and assumptions. And you should be looking up all the information that you said you couldn't get your hands on. You should be researching that information so that when you really are ready to present something that's more current and realistic, that the ballot will actually not be a guess, an educated guess, excuse me. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lisa Hochholt and I live in Zephyr Cove. Zephyr Heights. I don't necessarily have a dog in the fight. As far as ownership of VRBOs and their fiscal impacts and employment opportunities, but as a neighborhood fire adapted communities volunteer, I'm concerned about road access. We live near several VRBOs, or evidently they're VRBOs, and the parking in our narrow neighborhood is extremely impacted, especially in the wintertime. And we are very concerned about emergency vehicle access. And the roads.
Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we're only talking about the anticipated financial income. On the next presentation will be the code itself and talking about chances of improving the code.
Well, I have a couple of ideas that maybe impact that. With our GID, I know our snowplow operator gets slowed down when VRBO vehicles are blocking the road.
I understand. Could you come back on item 3 and provide this input, please?
Yeah, financial to our GID, financial to our water supplies services. Okay. Am I totally off the mark with these?
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Am I off the mark? I'm just saying, and another fiscal impact to us personally as homeowners is we've had property damage with vehicles not properly equipped in snow and ice. We've had crashes in front of our vehicle in front of our property. We've had numerous people slide into our driveway and leave their vehicles there. Sometimes we have to help them move their vehicles so we can exit our driveway. And we're worried about liability issues with people sliding on our driveways. And being good Samaritans, we usually help people with that, but I don't think that the VRBO owners are taking some of these items into consideration. And I'll come back with the other items as well. Thank you for that information.
Thank you, and I'm sorry I interrupted.
That's quite all right.
Okay. Do we have any additional? Okay.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Susan Wilson. I'm the owner, broker, property manager with Sierra Tahoe Real Estate. I have lived here at the lake since 1980. I moved to the Nevada side in 2002. The Sierra Nevada Association of Realtors endorsed Danny Tarkanian, mainly because he was a supporter of property rights and realized the impact of eliminating vacation rentals would have on our economy. It affects not only the locals here, but it also affects property owners that don't have a voice or a dog in the fight to vote. I've spoken with Casey Tierney, who's Air National Guard and a second-generation real estate appraiser. My grandmother knew him, who was in real estate. He lives down in the valley. We've discussed the highest and best use for real estate economic concept is applied by appraisers to condominiums and homes in close proximity to our ski area. At the elimination of VHRs, the city of South Lake Tahoe has had obvious tax revenue loss. One of the council members recently is proposing radical reforms, quote, $23 minimum wage, tourist tax of 18%, vacancy tax on 7,300 empty homes at $6,000 each per year, second home ownership capped at 25%, hotel overnight parking $20, defund the Lake Tahoe Visitors Authority. I am pleading with all of the commissioners to continue the program of VHRs. I think that it has to be refined as we cross bridges of problems. And I think, and I commend the staff for understanding and addressing the issues. I live on top of Kingsbury amongst 600 condominium units. Many of them are vacation rentals. It's a ghost town in the off season. So I don't have an issue with the garbage, parking, and noise, but I just wanted to say thank you. You do a great job with the program as it is right now. Thank you.
Is there any additional public comment on item number 2? We're still on number 2.
Together, yeah.
Okay, I'm Shirley Batten. I am a permanent resident of, live up at Zephyr Heights, but part of Zephyr Knolls. Financials, I would say nobody has addressed that we do not have enough accommodation for workers who work in this area. And perhaps if there were some of the rental homes, would they rent out to locals for housing? Because that's a key issue. A lot of the staff that work at the hotel in the hotel industry or in our restaurants, which I'm sure you've been to, are still severely short-staffed. And it's purely because there's no affordable housing in this area. And they travel from Minden, from Gardnerville, from Reno. They travel all over to come here to work. If you take their salary or their wages into concern, that's a lot of travel. So if we could have more residents here, more rooms or houses available for them. So I'm talking on behalf of, in general here in Douglas County. I've worked at 2 hotels and have experienced and spoken to staff about the reason for having to travel. And some have to leave home extremely early to get to work. As a resident, I have maybe the advantage of a VHR that's very well managed, and we have no problems. On the other hand, there's more negatives than there are positives on our hill. One being, you say financially, I'm also on the GID. GID spend majority of their money on road and snow removal. Our roads are shocking. All our roads need to basically be redone at an enormous cost. Our GID funding does not substantiate or give us the ability to repair our roads in the way they should be done. We get no funding for snow removal. We then have the disadvantage in the winter because our roads, and I'll tell you, my house, it's 18 foot wide. So it becomes barely a single in the winter, especially last year. If you have an emergency, an ambulance, a fire truck will not get past any cars that are parked on the street. The rule says, talk it out. Try talking it out with some of the people who rent homes. Not very amiable, rude, obnoxious. And here's my suggestion. If you're going to rent out your home or a VHR, is there no way you can have a telephone number presented on the outside of the house or the home so that residents can call that number? Because half the time we don't know who to call. You go online and you search Airbnb, or normally you could find if they're on there, but they're not always listed on Airbnb. So to use Airbnb as a sole whipping boy or whatever you want to call it is kind of, because there are many. As a resident.
Thank you, but you have
Okay.
exceeded your 3 minutes. And we appreciate it.
GID would appreciate more of that money coming to us.
Thank you. I understand. Additional public comment?
Hello, Board of Commissioners. My name is Frances Carandi, and I am a homeowner in Douglas County and a VHR permit holder. Today, you heard about the estimated financial impact of banning VHRs in Douglas County, including the revenue and cost analysis from an operating perspective. These numbers show a substantial net loss of tax revenues to the county if VHRs were to be banned. But there's another grave and significant loss impact not covered in these reports that I worry about, which will have ripple economic effects. That is the loss of entire income sources for individuals, families, and the small businesses that make a living in this county. The housekeepers, carpenters, electricians, and handy persons are your neighbors too, who also have a right to make a living and support their families in Douglas counties and surrounding areas. Take my housekeeper, for example. She's a single mother who has lived in this area for years, supporting her only son on a single income from VHR housekeeping. She makes about $6,000 annually from me. If she's lucky enough to have at least 5 steady clients, maybe she earns $30,000, but hopefully she earns more than that. But for many mature working parents like my housekeeper, learning a new trade or going back to school to start the game all over again is difficult, perhaps even impossible for some. Take an illustration in aggregate. If we were to assume that an average $200 cleaning fee for 582 VHRs in Douglas County that may each get rented 30 times a year, that would amount to $3,492,000 in total annual income for housekeepers alone, instantly gone if a ban on VHRs is enacted. What will the county do for her and the dozens of earnest, hardworking persons like her whose means and livelihood depend on VHR servicing? Have you considered the loss of that income or those tax contributions to the economic impact on Douglas County? And as others have mentioned today, how will the increased demand for accommodations be met due to having a Tahoe event center? Do you think that everyone wants to stay in a smoke-filled casino hotel room or a small motel in the area? Would you be the first to bring your own children, grandchildren, or parents to stay in an all-night gambling hotel for a restful vacation? Maybe you would, but for some of you, I think not. More than ever, we need to keep a diverse array of accommodations and price points that VHRs offer. And to the full-time residents who started or signed the petition, remember that you purchased in an area that has attracted transient visitors and tourists for generations. If you don't like the implications of having tourists in your neighborhood, I'm sure there are many other quiet suburbs or rural locations that would welcome you. Tahoe and the rights of all taxpaying citizens and homeowners do not belong to you and you only. Thank you.
Thank you.
Afternoon, my name's Rick Smith. The only thing I want to say about the financial impact that I've not heard anybody talk about is the value of the homes that are in a close proximity to VHRs or less, which means if they're less, you get to tax them less, which means Douglas County gets less revenue. Thank you.
Is there any additional public comment on item number 2? Okay, so we'll bring it back to the board. You sure you haven't spoken on this already?
No, I did not, sir. I spoke about Scott Morgan, Assistant Management. For the record, do I need to write my name down here again? I already did earlier. No? Okay.
Apparently she says you're okay.
Okay. For the record, Janet Murphy. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner and Mr. Chairman and fellow commissioners. And I'm here on behalf of myself and the district. And since I'm third generation here, so I can probably give you some insight because I've been listening to all of the dialogue that's been ongoing. And as far as my district, it encompasses all the way from Spooner Summit all the way down to Round Hill. 31 years that I've been working there. And I can tell you, no, we haven't had VHRs in that area, which consumes a majority of the Tahoe Township. I also represented the Tahoe Township, the entire township, all the way up to the top of Kingsbury, all the way down for 12 years at the state legislature for 12 years. So I'm very familiar with as far as what commercial businesses, residential, industrial, everything that we had there. And we didn't have very many VHRs at all in Tahoe Township over the years until just recently. And as our former senator put it so eloquently, that how he feels, I feel the same way. We are over recreating Tahoe. People had come there because of good reason, but we're going to regress to be going backwards because we're over recreating. They're not going to want to go there anymore. Also, I wanted to find out, as far as your statistics that you were saying, you have to compare apples to apples and oranges to oranges. I know earlier fiscally, you were saying how if you compare us to Tahoe, South Lake Tahoe has 21,000 people versus the Tahoe Township has around 4,500, 5,000. They have 10,000 homes and we have approximately 5,000 homes. So if they're having 400 over there and we have 600, there's a huge inequity. So keep that in mind. As far as budgets and audits that you are talking about, as far as visitors authority, it doesn't matter what they come up with. All they're supposed to be looking at is whether there's fraud and that their balance sheets are balanced. That's all they look at. Code enforcers. It's hard to get code enforcement, just like in Incline. I would ask, how many do we have today on staff? I mean, you guys are always looking for code enforcers. And so we are always short usually code enforcers to do that job. Also, the other inequity that you're not looking at, as far as you're looking at revenues, but you're not looking at expenses. There's far other agencies like myself that are in dire straits of the expenses because of VHRs of what they create, as well as the GIDs, fire departments. There's many other entities that we don't gain from as far as their revenue resource that's supposed to come into the Tahoe Township. I'm trying to go over all the finance here. I don't understand why you rely on it. We never had them before as much as we do now, and you never needed it. We never needed the revenue then. We don't need it today. And keep in mind, just remember, it's a residential area. We're zone residents. Think about those people too, please. Thank you. And let the process work. Just let the process work.
Thank you. Are we done with public comment? Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. Additional comments, questions, observations by the board members? Commissioner Hills.
I'll just have a couple of comments, but I'd prefer like a 5-minute break to gather my thoughts so I can be efficient in what I say, or whatever kind of break you want.
I would suggest we take a break.
Once I could talk for 5 more minutes.
Can we take a break until 3:45? 3:45, come back and then we'll okay, thank you. We're in recess until 3:45. It's 3:45, so I'd ask everybody to please resume their seats so we can get this item hopefully finished. Thank you. So Commissioner Hales, were you able to wrap your mind around what you need to say?
It's a challenge. It's a challenge. I am ready with some thoughts. And they're not as somewhat organized, somewhat shotgun. If our resources were infinite and our capacity to sit in meetings and our staff time, I would say, let's not make this decision today. But even to say those words makes me want to fall out of my chair. So I think we should push forward and make the decision today. To me, the question one is easy. Yes, there is a financial impact. Question two, in terms of directing staff on what, if any, changes to make on the calculations that they've done. I'll just go through my thoughts. I'm concerned with the 9% increase for a number of reasons. One is it doesn't seem likely that people who stay at VHRs in Douglas County at Lake Tahoe are going to want to stay in a casino. And that's their only other option. It's not am I right about that? There aren't hotels other than the casinos.
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. There are a number of hotels on our side. I'll give you an example. Edgewood has some not attached, but there are. I don't know, Scott, if you want to add to the conversation. It's a handful.
Scott Morgan, Assistant County Manager. There are a handful like the Pinecone Lodge. You know, there are those smatterings. There are some, but they are not significant.
Yeah, not a significant number. And especially when you consider that the hotels are at 80 to 90% capacity in peak season. I don't know that there's 9%. And I have conflicting thoughts on that 9% number. One is, as a fiscal conservative, we ought to calculate the biggest loss, because that's how fiscal conservatives budget. If you're anticipating a loss and you have a guess, you go on the larger range of the guess so that you don't overestimate how much money you're going to have. And so to say that 9% would be made up in hotels from a fiscally conservative budgeting approach, it seems too high. On the other hand, I want our numbers to be very, very defensible. If someone who is in support of the petition were to bring legal action challenging the numbers that we came up with. So I'm torn on that 9%. I think it's certainly as good an educated guess as we could come up with. I do not poke holes in the methodology. I think it's as good as we could have. So maybe I'm okay leaving it, although I'm uncomfortable because I think it's in actuality too high. My next point is implementation of the rules. There would still be a need for resources, and it would not be insignificant, because we know from the past that there were hundreds that operated without permits. And I appreciate Commissioner Tarkanian's point that now the fine is so much more that there would be less. There would be less enforcement. We would need to spend less money on staff to enforce our rules, because once the county levies a few $10,000 fines for operating without a permit, there wouldn't be 800 unlicensed VHRs. So on that point, I'd probably be willing to cut some of the $811,000 that we left in for implementation. And I would be willing to listen to what my other commissioners have to say about that, but maybe we cut out in the range of 2 or so full-time equivalents, maybe 2.5. So that our implementation costs after, if this were to go in effect, would probably are not 811. Another observation I have is that TDVA and LTVA are they're local government entities. And
I'm going to interrupt you. You interrupted me so many times. They are not government agencies. I just told them it was a 501c6 nonprofit, plus they're a public agency. A public agency doesn't make them a government agency.
That's a good point. So I guess I don't really know, but my point is they're somewhere in the range of somehow kind of sort of governmental or public. So should their losses be highlighted in more depth? Should we list some of the things that they do that benefit the golf tournament, the fireworks, some of the other things that running the event center, that's certainly a benefit to many residents who enjoy what they bring. Should we list with more specificity some of the things that would be lost if they took millions of dollars of annual hit, potentially? Another point I want to make is, in this calculation, East Fork Township VHRs are calculated at the same rate as Tahoe Township VHRs. I'm pretty sure of renting rental property and property is less expensive in the valley. So I have to think that East Fork Township VHRs would rent for significantly less than Tahoe Township VHRs. So I might suggest a reduction of something like 20% on that number. Finally, I understand that the statute speaks to local government agencies and not the financial impact of the county. So I don't think we can spell out what the financial impact to the county would be, but I feel that we should do a footnote that says the above numbers don't take into account a reduction in sales tax, a reduction in jobs that are needed to support 600 VHRs, loss to restaurants and other businesses from losing the guests that stay in 600 VHRs. I think that to the Tahoe Township economy, I think that we can't spell that out, but we can call attention, I believe, to the people who read this, that those things are not enumerated, and and allow them to figure out how much impact and to bring to their attention that they can figure out if there's going to be an impact, and we know there's going to be an impact. Those are my thoughts.
For other people, you want me to go in order?
Do I want you to wait until what?
Do you want to go down in order?
Oh, yeah, no, that's fine. Go ahead.
Okay, I just had a couple responses to some of the public comments. First of all, when they're saying that people won't come to Lake Tahoe if there isn't VHRs, I think you really underestimate the beauty and the attractiveness of Lake Tahoe. It is one of the world's greatest spots, and people will continue to come here. I think you see that when you see them still coming to South Lake Tahoe with their increase. Second of all, I keep hearing all this stuff about occupancy rates and that you can't get to 9%. One of the public speakers said that, and Commissioner Hales just said that. The current occupancy rate for hotels right now is 35.21%. There would have to be 100% occupancy for 3 months and 0%, almost 0% occupancy on 9 months to get to that level. The occupancy rates are used over a 12-month period. So to say that you can't get 9% is when you only have 35% for the whole year is sort of ridiculous. While Lake, and then when you're talking about, is there a difference between South Lake Tahoe and here, and could the hotels rates that are going down here be because of the type of weather? Was a VHR time periods because of the weather or because of the different events? Well, while the hotel rates, occupancy has gone down 32.85% over the last 4 or 5 years, the TOT tax for motels in South Lake Tahoe has gone up almost 28%. So while South Lake Tahoe is going up during the same time period, we're going down at the same time period. I think that shows that people are moving over to the motels instead of leaving and going somewhere else. Okay, and this is the only, it's sort of, you don't like to respond personally when people make public statements, but some of them that are just completely wrong have to be called out on it. The lady who gets up and says the realtors endorsed me and supported me in my 2020 race for commissioner because I was in favor of property rights and knew the importance of VHRs, wouldn't get rid of them, is completely not being true. That isn't true. I've never said I was in favor of VHRs. And in fact, I've been very publicly against them, always have been, ever since I lived next to one in Las Vegas before I moved here. And in fact, the realtors group was only in favor for me because they hated Dave Nelson so much. And they didn't want Dave to get reelected, so they supported me. And why do I say that's true? Because they didn't support me in my race in 2018, and they didn't support me in my race in 2022. The only one they did was with Dave Nelson. And I believe in property rights, but you don't have a property right to a VHR. You look at the preamble of the VHR statute, and it states right there, clearly, it's a privilege, not a right. And there's all kinds of restrictions you could put on property rights. That's all I had to say. Thank you. Commissioner Noah.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be brief. I cannot determine what the effect is of this petition, either up or down, or how much. But Commissioner Tarkanian presented enough evidence that the numbers presented aren't enough to determine the effect, up or down, or how much. Therefore, I must vote no on this agenda item.
Commissioner Rice. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to get into the arguments about whether VHR is a good thing or a bad thing. It's a thing. I've lived here for over 32 years. They were unregulated VHRs all over the place when we moved here. We have put rules in place. We have started to corral them, and I do not want to see that stop. And if the fiscal impact of this is going to be so great that I can't tell you what my fears are. I'm on the board of LTVA, TDVA, TTD, and a myriad of others, and I can see financial disaster if we do away with VHRs here at the lake. So I am very confident that the best guess that our staff was able to come up with is going to be the best guess. And therefore, I'm going to be in favor of this. Thank you.
Okay, so Commissioner Hales, I share your concern, and I thought I expressed that when I looked at the notes in regards to the potential 9% increase in hotels. You would think that the general managers of STAR, the South Tahoe Association of Resorts, you would think that if they were concerned about vacation home rentals being a negative impact on their hotels, that they would be against vacation home rentals. And yet it's just the opposite. They're very much in favor of vacation home rentals because they understand that families have a desire to rent a property that will not take up 4 hotel rooms or 5 hotel rooms, but rather enjoy their restaurants and also lure the gamblers into that while the children can stay in the vacation home rental. So I do know, in talking with John McLaughlin, the chairman of TDVA and STAR and the others, that STAR is very much in favor of vacation home rentals. Now, the occupancy rates are very misleading because the occupancy rates are based on 365 days of the year. And those occupancy rates are very, very low during the week. However, they're very at capacity on the weekends. And so I'm not even sure that there is 9% capacity during the weekend times when most of those vacation home rentals are actually being utilized. So that's my concern, is that they won't have the capacity of going to a hotel room, whether any other hotel rooms we have here in Douglas County, whether that be up here or on the valley floor. So the other factor that we need to weigh in here also is the opening of the event center. And I can tell you that last Sunday night, I attended the first full capacity, 5,100 guests, 5,100 participants at the Billy Strings concert. And I watched 5,100 people pour out of the event center at 11 o'clock at night. And most of them were going to those 4 hotels, walking. And so, and I know that the lines to check in during that day on Sunday were expansive. And so I don't know that there were any hotel rooms available at those hotels whatsoever. So I struggle with that 9%. That's a very subjective number in my mind. The other aspect of here is the net loss revenue from VHR permitting fees of $811 and $811,865. Our program pays for itself. We don't take any funds currently out of the general fund. We support a deputy district attorney in Mr. Hames. We support a program manager in Mr. Strelo. We employ, I believe, 4 code enforcement officers. 2 dedicated to vacation home rentals. We also employ 2 sheriff's deputies based on the income of that. And so if we had a need for keeping some of that staff in place, we wouldn't have those permitting fees to supplement those incomes. And so that would have to come out of the general fund. And anytime we go into the general fund, what does that do to you folks? It depletes your goods and services that the county can deliver to you, or we need to find other revenue sources. So we're going to have a program, a semi-program that we're going to have to somehow enforce without the financial dollars to do so. And that concerns me as well. So while I understand there's a lot of debate that can take place in regards to how Mr. Strelo came up with his numbers on trying to mitigate the losses of revenue that we are going to incur, I think the TOT and the loss to our Parks and Recreation Commission and our committee department and other things, those are some pretty hard numbers. And so once again, while it can be debated what the net income or net bottom line would be on this thing, I have to lean on what our staff has come up with and respect that. So I think that's the questions here will need to be, the validity of those numbers, in my opinion, needs to be debated amongst the supporters or the opponents to the initiative on the street, and let the individual consumer, the individual voter of this county, make their own minds up as to whether or not they feel that these numbers are correct or incorrect. But I'm not inclined at this point in time to dispute them. So anyways, so that's where I stand. So are we ready for a motion, or is
I'm
there
ready
any
to make one.
Okay.
I move to find that the initiative may have an anticipated financial effect on Douglas County if passed.
Okay. So we have a motion by Commissioner Hales, seconded by Commissioner Rice, that item number one moved a motion to say that the initiative may have an anticipated financial effect on Douglas County if passed. Any discussions on that? Okay. All those in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And those opposed?
No.
Okay, so that's a 3-2 vote. Thank you. Is there any additional motions here? What about the anticipated financial effect prepared by county staff as required by NRS 295094?
I want to ask one question first.
Okay.
Of legal counsel. So the NRS says we are to determine if the first question used the word may have. Is that strong enough? Because I think we feel it will definitely have. I don't know. I guess that's just what the statute asks. So maybe that's why we use that language.
Commissioner, if I may. AJ Hames from the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. That is language that's taken from the statute. So again, the first part of that asks the board to determine, quote, if the initiative or referendum may have an anticipated financial effect. And so that is the part that the board has just voted on. The second part asks if the board determines that it may have a financial effect. The board must prepare a description of the anticipated financial effect, and the county clerk shall post a copy of the information on the clerk's website. So that we've got through the first part, which was it may. And now the second part is to adopt a description. Now that there's no specificity within the statute regarding how detailed the description needs to be. I think what county staff have presented is relatively detailed. If you disagree with the methodology that county staff have used, you could simplify the statement in various ways, but you are obligated to, as a board, the statute says that you must now create a statement.
I think that the statute contemplates that there's going to be a lot of unknowns using may have and anticipated.
And it doesn't recommend an accounting or a ledger or it doesn't use words like that. It just says a statement.
Right. And so therefore I'm led to believe that we have really worked at coming up with something that's as good as could be accurate. So the things that I listed, my concerns, I think that it's not worth it to fine tune to those points. There's not certain enough data. So I would move to adopt the description of the anticipated financial effect prepared by county staff as required by NRS 295.095 sub 4 with the following changes. Add that this is an annual cost. Add that a footnote that explains that these calculations do not take into account loss of sales tax, loss of jobs, losses to businesses, and any other losses to the economy.
So are you making another motion?
Yeah.
So what do we do with the last one?
It passed.
Yes.
But there's two parts to it.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman.
does that conclude your motion?
Yes.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'm second it with the caveat that the projected lost revenue will be $2,106,000, $543.
Financial impact is from VHR loss, as well as currently occupancy tax.
Your microphone's off. Wes, I'm sorry.
All right, net loss from VHR permitting fees, $8,111, $865. I'm sorry, $65. And the loss of transient occupancy tax of $1,294, $678, with a total loss of $2,106,543.
Got to clarify that it was 1,100,000, not the 100,000. You're right. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, for those following along, we're on packet page 428. My understanding is that the vice chairman has proposed adopting a fiscal impact that does not reflect an offset from TOT revenue. If I just want to make sure that that is brought to your attention.
Okay, I see where you're talking about. So you're talking about this line just under item 2, right? Okay. So anyways, we have a motion and a second. Discussion?
Just a minute. We have a second part of that. In addition, certain public agencies are expected to be impacted as follows. Tahoe Douglas, et cetera, 2,700,000 and another one at 112,000. So we got to add all that in there, don't we?
Was Wes's?
I'm totally confused. I'd love to hear those numbers.
Right. Did Wes second my motion?
Yes, right.
And he
But-
proposed an amendment. Okay.
Yes. Okay. So if I understand the proposed, so we have a motion and a second, now we have an amendment. And the amendment is to also add in the financial impact statement here on the bottom. If I'm not mistaken here, of as set forth in attached presentation proposed net loss revenue.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Chairman Gardner, I don't know what you mean by the bottom. Are you on a page or can you tell us?
Page 428. Yes, the last statement regarding financial impact and page 428, if I'm understanding Mr. Rice correctly. You're talking about this?
Yes.
This. What about this?
I omitted that part.
Okay. So, Commissioner Hales, Commissioner Rice has indicated a desire to amend your motion to add that financial impact statement down to the total lost revenue of 2,106,543. Are you good with that amendment? Well, I need a second on the amendment.
So that would not take into account the 9% offset at all.
Right. Yes.
Given that.
I'm sorry, if you want to discuss it, we need to have a second.
I'll second for discussion.
Okay, now we can discuss it. Okay, so Commissioner Rice is suggesting an amendment to add the words as set forth in the attached presentation proposed description of financial impact effect, the expected financial impact of the petition to Douglas County will be as follows. Net loss revenue from VHR permitting fees, $811,865. Net loss revenue from transient occupancy tax, TOT collections, $1.2 million to $1,294,678, and total loss revenue, $2,106,543. Period. Discussion on that amendment.
Page 429, first third.
Mr. Rice's amendment did not include that particular language. Commissioner Noset.
I will offer a friendly amendment to add this, the figures in page 429, first paragraph.
Okay, that is not really a friendly amendment because it reduces the amount significantly. But if there's a second to that, then I will entertain a second to that. But I get,
Isn't lost revenue a minus?
What's that? Okay. Okay. You're right. Okay. Okay. So the first thing we do is we before we can entertain your amendment, we need to vote on the other amendment, and then you can offer another amendment should you wish to before we go to the main motion.
I withdraw my request.
Well, we didn't get a second on it, so. Okay, so we're on Commissioner Hale's amendment that adds the language of the financial impact down to the and then by Commissioner Rice to add the amendment down to the line total loss revenue of $2,106,543. Do we have any discussion on that particular amendment?
Yes. Question for legal counsel. And I don't know if you can do this in open meeting because it seems like it should be confidential, but I want to know, is it a defensible position not to take any offset?
Chairman, if I may. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. Again, the question is the petition. The only thing that the board knows for certain is if the petition passes, all but one VHR permits will be lost. That's if the petition is successful. Therefore, all of the revenue associated with those permits, except for one, will be lost. Any offset is an assumption that the board may or may not accept. So to answer your question, yes, it's legally defensible to not include that offset. After having heard all the evidence, public comment.
There was a second, yes, on the amendment. Okay, we're in discussion.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Noset.
I would again refer you to the top of page 829 or 429. And the verbiage goes, TOT revenue losses, there's no clear evidence. The substantial reduction in VHRs will lead to an increased blah, blah, blah. But the three bullets there, lost revenue from VHR permitting fees, $881,865. Lost revenue from TOT collections, $788,719. Total lost revenue, which I think is a minus, $1,600,584. I think that should be included if we're gonna be true about it.
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie. For the record again. Again, the amended motion for consideration is just through that total loss revenue of $2,106,543. The language that Commissioner Noset is referring to states TOT revenue losses. Regarding TOT revenue losses, there is no clear evidence that a substantial reduction in VHRs will lead to an increase in Douglas County hotel use, period.
And that's right. It's not an increase, is it? It's a loss. And under this category, it's a loss. Now, however, it's misplaced. AJ, Mr. AJ there, said that we had to give them specific numbers.
Okay. So we have a motion and we have an amendment on the floor. Is there any other discussion on the amendment? Okay.
Oh, I question.
Okay.
So does that mean that this statement, which is pages 430 through 435, will be revised so that the 9% offset is not included? But will this document still be approved?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. The statement that will be posted online will reflect the direction from the board in your motion. So we will revise the statement of financial impact to reflect your direction from your motion.
Okay, good. Okay. All those in favor of the amendment, Commissioner Rice's amendment, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, and against?
No, definitely no.
Okay, so, initially we had 4, but Commissioner Knows had changed. So we are at a 3-2 vote on that amendment. So now the main motion. All those in favor of the main motion as amended signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Nay.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner
I'd
Noah.
like to hear the verbiage of the original amendment or original motion.
Okay, so as I understand the motion that has been passed, is that we will adopt the description of the anticipated financial effect prepared by county staff as required by NRS 295-095 subparagraph 4, with the financial impact as set forth in the attached presentation and proposed description of financial effect. The expected financial impact of the petition to Douglas County will be as follows. Net loss revenue from VHR permitting fees, $811,865. Net loss revenue from transient occupancy tax, TOT collections, $1,294,678, for a total lost revenue of $2,106,543, period.
That's the amendment.
That's the motion that we just passed 3-2. Which has the amendment in there. And based on that, county staff will then prepare the statement to indicate those positions.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Also included in Commissioner Hill's motion was to include a footnote stating, I'm sorry, just for clarification, to include in the statement of financial impact a footnote noting that this is an anticipated annual cost, and that also sales tax and impacts losses to business and the economy were not included in this information.
And it seems that annual may or may not be the right word. The idea is it's a one-time and an ongoing loss.
Commissioner Knows said
whatever concept wording you want for that, you don't have to use the word annual.
I think Commissioner Knows said you still had a question on what we did.
I don't follow it because you're not adding in the lost revenue from TOT collections at $2,000,007.
They don't want to do that. That's what his amendment was, and they voted on it.
So we're not, then fine.
Okay, are we done with item
No.
2? No. Okay, Commissioner.
So the language right below that on page 428 regarding TDVA, LTVA losses and Carson Valley Visitors Authority potential increased revenue, will those be included? Because they need to be. If they're not, then I'll make a motion.
So you're suggesting to add into that, in addition, certain public agencies are expected to be impacted as follows, with Douglas County, Tahoe Douglas and Lake Tahoe Visitors Authority lost revenue from TOT collections, $2,737,593, and Carson Valley Visitors Authority increased revenue from TOT collections, $112,256. Is that right?
Well, those things I think are included in the description. So I don't think we need a motion to do that. I just wanted to clarify for staff that they'll still be included.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Commissioners, let's move to item number 3. You're not getting off the hook yet. Okay. Okay. Item number 3 for possible action, discussion on possible changes to chapter 20.622 of the Douglas County Code relative to vacation home rentals in the Lake Tahoe Township. This is being presented by Vacation Home Rental Program Manager Ernie Strelo with assistance from Deputy District Attorney AJ Hames, right? Okay.
Good evening, Commissioners. This is Ernie Strelo for the record. Time for fun with density. Let's move on to something more fun here. Before I start, I just want to let you know that the first few slides you've seen before, so they may be familiar to you. And the VHR Advisory Board's recommendation on the density request that you asked me to go to them about and have it presented to you in October is listed in here. And so that's what I'll walk through. You've seen this a few times, I think, but this is just like a continuation of my code changes. So my little arrow, I don't know, I'm gonna have to do something different here next time, but there's been quite a few changes. So in 2023, we're on our 4th item here for density. This is a reminder for those that are not familiar with the density heat map. This is kind of indicates where the hotter it looks on the chart, that's where the VHRs are right now, and higher volume, right? And so along Kingsbury grade, there's probably about 70% of the VHRs exist. And then as you go up the Lincoln Highway or Highway 50 towards Brown Hill and Cave, Elks Point, it kind of, that's where the density stops, is right after that. And it gets a little lighter after that. And I'll show some detail. This is a little bit of a detail check here, just to kind of show you in a little bit more detail what it looks like in the southern part of the county, in the Tahoe Township. And you can see that there's a lot of VHRs concentrated closer to the tourist core in this particular idea. And so up on the right side of the map, that's Tramway. That's where Stagecoach is, and that's currently at 40%. That's your limit that you set last time we met about density. Currently, I'm going off my memory, which may not be good in this meeting today, but we're about 18 or 19%. So we never even hit 20%, but last time you approved 40%. The rest of the Kingsbury GID area is 15% cap, and a lot of those neighborhoods are full right now. And I'll kind of indicate that I have a little table on that. This next slide, this actually I put in here last fall, I think. This is kind of a distance from state line. that goes in, and I think it cut off at what did I do? Zephyr Cove to Harris, 4 miles. Yeah. So I think it went to Zephyr Cove, but I think I did this at the time because Commissioner Tarkanian was asking me questions about distance. And so I left this slide in here. I thought it was a good representation of, kind of distance. And so that when you get past Zephyr Cove, of course, when you get to Cave Rock, Glenbrook, it's about twice as far, right? Give you or close to twice as far. So that'll give you kind of representation of the scale of the map. This is the current information. And as I said in the last meeting, the numbers are dynamic. So if I make the slide next week, it'll be a different number. But this is generally where we're at right now. And the trend is it's been in the last couple months, it's been dropping a little bit more quickly just because we have some permits that we've been pulling. I think that's part of the reason. And then some of them are because there's been fire code issues where we've suspended permits, but that won't show on that. This is kind of an update on enforcement. This is a summary only, but I just want to give you an update on enforcement because it keeps coming up. And so just to make you aware, I have one code enforcement officer of the two that I'm budgeted that are doing VHR code enforcement right now. I just hired a new person that starts next week. So that person will be at Dorla Court over by Elks Point in the fire administration building up here. But over the last 6 months, my one code enforcement officer has taken in 92 calls. And this is kind of how it's broken down. With the illegal VHRs, we get calls about people that are renting illegally or have false advertisement, and we find out that they're illegal, or we investigate and we find out that they're actually not illegal. So we have others with noise, trash, and so forth. On the little shaded box, I don't know if you can read that real well. I should have brought my glasses. But we've recently revoked 5 permits, and as I mentioned recently, I don't know if it was today anymore. It might have been this morning. We have 2 that are under appeal with the VHR advisory board next month. And some of the faces that you're going to, that if it goes to you guys, you've seen one of the faces before. We have 11 permits on suspension. Usually, most of that's for structural reasons that we pull permits. We have an enormous amount of red tagging because of last winter. There was a lot of railings and roofs that are not structurally sound, so the fire department notified us, and so we suspended the permits. And then we have some illegal VHRs, of which about half of them are legal VHRs, as it turns out, but another bunch of them we're starting to pull permits on based on investigation. And I will stop for a second because it looks like Commissioner Nosa had oh, okay. This is just a little,
Can I interject your question?
Oh,
Ask a question. I was hoping for some information on the last slide, only over time. In other words, how are we doing over time?
Ernie Strela for the record. I can talk to that. That's actually fairly easy. So it's what we call it is on call. And so what code enforcement does is they're on 4-10 shifts, 4-day, 10 hours a day during the weekdays. And they alternate, like some work Monday through Thursday, some work Tuesday through Friday. Each code officer is on call after hours, right? So they're all every week, every night, every weekend, there's somebody on call in code enforcement. So when we talk about overtime, they get on call pay. It's a different scale. It's not an overtime. In Nevada, I think it's $3 or $4 per hour that they're on call. And so they after hours, they'll respond to emergencies or work with the homeowner if it gets to that point, or the complainant to try to solve a problem. And on weekends, If it comes like in the middle of the night, they'll go up the next morning and drive by these residences and check on them. And that's when they do get paid for overtime. So it's a few hours every weekend on overtime for the drive-through.
So 96 code calls for 4/1 through 9/30.
Yes.
If you took the same number of months before that, how many calls would it have been?
It would have been a lot less because it was winter. So the calls that we get in the summer are a lot different than the winter. And,
so if you took this past year compared to the year before, are we going down?
Oh, okay. So you're
working?
talking about trend data. Well, the amount of calls we get is going up because we have more people to take calls, right? So a year ago, we had less calls but we may have had less people to enforce stuff too. But it's not really going down from the calls standpoint, but the amount of complaints that are substantiated have gone up on illegal renting. So legal renting has gone up quite a bit where we've been able to, find out about that stuff using new software.
I guess what surprises me, Mr. Strelo, if you don't mind, is, we have this program has been in effect a full year now. And we have imposed up to a $20,000 fine for illegal renting of property as a vacation home rental. And yet we're still having people attempt to get around our system and rent illegally. That is disturbing. It's alarming to me. And without a code enforcement team and without a program and without somebody monitoring that, that could become a tremendous issue for the county, in my mind. It's almost like you're turning a blind eye to the idea that, we don't want people drinking anymore, so we're going to impose prohibition of alcohol. We don't want people renting anymore, so we're going to impose ban. So it's unfathomable that people will risk that $20,000 and still do this activity. And of course, that poses tremendous safety concerns to our visitors, right? So just an observation by me.
Yeah, Ernie Strela for the record. I don't know what the effect is beyond that, but from what our current information is that we also have experienced code enforcement officers on staff now. So a year and a half ago they were all new. Now they're more experienced. They're starting to learn. They know the trends. The one person that catches a lot of these does a lot of investigations. She's becoming very, very good at sniffing out some of the problems, right, when it comes to that stuff. Plus it's the tools. We did switch over our tools last fall to host compliance, and so that particular tool, we can actually see the clicks when somebody goes in on a weekend and changes occupancy or stuff like that, where we couldn't see that previously. So if, everybody thinks we went home on Friday night at 5 and they thought they can change their occupancy to 16 from 10, we get those kind of people too. So, so those come up a few times a month, these problems.
Is that one that would going from 10 to 16, was that eligible for a $20,000 fine?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes, we find them. Yeah. Okay. Does that help?
Okay, I'm sorry. That raises the question of illegality also. So you're saying they were permitted for maybe 10, but when they go to 16 or they change then that becomes an illegal VHR?
Well, there's two different things. So one is illegal occupancy and one is illegal renting, right? So illegal occupancy is where if you're a VHR owner, there's specifications in the 060 in the back of that particular code that prescribes a fine for the occupancy problem. If they do it, you guys impose a 2 strikes you're out rule. So if they do it a second time, they lose their permit. And then the illegal is we find those through the tool that I was talking about. We get notified. We have a map of all the rentals in the county that are assumed to be short-term rentals. And if we find them up there, or somebody points it out to us, we can look up the address and then look at the data and see if they're advertising. And the easiest way to get people with illegal renting is to catch them with the advertising, because then I have proof and I can bring it here. Because everything's appealable here, so I got to make sure I have data, right?
Now that you seem to have an investigative arm, perhaps every time you find somebody doing 16 from 10, it ought to be on your 6-month code enforcement. That's a whistle to blow.
Yes.
For me, I just really want to know are our efforts catching the bad actors?
Well,
and I don't have a sense of that yet.
Okay.
I think she was asking, do you feel if it is?
Oh, Ernie Strela for the record. I think that we're seeing more numerous calls and complaints because, it could be people know how to get hold of us now and complain, or we have better investigative techniques and tools, right, to go after some of these things. So I think that it's just more awareness. And I think it's having more action, more things to do related to calls and action of the calls, is not necessarily meaning that it's getting worse. It just could be getting better at, trying to find these things, find the illegal stuff. Okay. Okay. So I just wanted to update on this particular slide. This is how it's staffed. I think we talked a lot about that in the previous meeting, but this is the staffing. The sheriff's office, I mustn't forgot to put it in there, but I believe that they were looking at hiring people back 2 years ago. We do have a lot of reports that we get from the sheriff's department. I call it full-time equivalents because if there's 2 sheriff up there and they have to get called to a VHR, they're working, they're charging to the VHR dime. So I don't have data that says they're not doing it. We get a lot of reports from them every week especially during the busy season. So as far as the recommendations from the VHR board on density, so you came back and you asked, again, I repeat from the beginning of the meeting, for the VHR board to go back and review the density piece, because there were some people uncomfortable. Some of the commissioners were uncomfortable. And so the VHR board met a couple times, and I put the excerpts of their comments. At this point, this is the consensus outcome from that meeting. I think they met 3 times. And what they said is that we're going to stick with the 15% recommendations that are in the neighborhoods today, as well as the 40% that's in Tahoe or in Summit, and left open the concept that that the board needs more data and time for the current code to work. So there was a lot of talk about they wanted to let it go for a year and then come back to it and just kind of gather data and kind of take a look at it that way. Furthermore, they didn't want you to think, actually they specifically asked me to make sure you understand they're not kicking the can down the road. All right. So I'm telling you that it's in writing. They are not kicking the can down the road. They want more time to understand how it's working today based on the parameters. And then I added a few comments. I pulled this out of the minutes of what they talked about that was important to them, that they wanted to look at in the future. They wanted to look at additional data, neighborhood and complaint correlations. And that's Keith Beyer. And I have a lot of data. And so I told him I would sit with him at Beach Club and go through all that stuff. But it's a good ask. And the ask is, are there certain, if you have Elks Point or if you have Upper Kingsbury, is there a certain street or a certain area where all the calls are coming from or the problems are? So try to figure out the correlation by neighborhood, street by street density. And what they mean by that is that if you're in Upaway or, so any neighborhood that has a multitude of VHRs, there may be 5 on one street and none on another street. And so we're dumping them into one street because we don't really haven't in the past paid attention to that. Snow and driving hazards on neighborhood egresses. And kind of what that means is there's tight neighborhoods. And, you heard me talk last year about losing mirrors on cars. Some of these neighborhoods during snow season, especially, it's very tight, as well as people going up a hill. I heard somebody talk about it today where they drive up a hill and they don't have the proper snow equipment or chains, and they just skid out and they end up in somebody's driveway and people have to help them. And so those are things that I don't know what they're going to do with that, but they were trying to think about ways of how to do better messaging or better controls related to cars and streets and hazards and maybe even seasonal density. Fire safety comes up a lot. I did have the fire department, Tahoe Douglas, come to one of the VHR meetings in July to talk about wildfire safety and to understand international fire codes to see how that applies. I think I sent it to one commissioner. I can send it line copy to you guys or put it in the a supplemental that talks to the fire safety response from Tahoe Douglas, what they spoke to and how they address the international fire code. So I see that in your backup, your packet sometimes. And then lastly, transportation came up, and we know that's a problem everywhere up there. There's a lot of cars, no buses, no transportation. So these are some of the areas they wanted to talk about.
So, Mr. Strelo, I appreciate this. I know that, I want to see how I want to say this. Okay. Last year, Commissioner Tarkanian was very, very concerned about the density levels in a number of neighborhoods. And I shared that concern. However, I was trying to respect the process of the Vacation Home Rental Advisory Board doing their job in looking at the entire code. And I was hopeful that they were going to take a deeper dive. And I think I said that in April and again in June when we finally passed the changes to the code. I was hoping that we would take a deeper dive into the density levels on a neighborhood by neighborhood basis. And I think you had actually taken some time to put some efforts into taking a look at that. So at that time, I was somewhat disappointed that we came down to the 15% recommendation, which only really adjusted multifamily neighborhoods from the 20 down to the 15, and then bumped Tahoe Summit to 40. And that I didn't, I felt uncomfortable with that, but I felt even more uncomfortable with that as we had residents up there saying, why is this all being lumped into our neighborhood? So I asked the advisory board, as you know, and we have our chairman here, Mickey Hempler. I appreciate your attendance today and listening to this. I appreciate your desire to and perhaps not want to spend a whole lot of time, and maybe that wasn't have to do with time, but anyways, so we didn't get that work done, and I'm not, please, I've talked to almost every member of your board, so I don't want you to take it personal, and I understand you folks were not necessarily kicking it down the road, but we still need to. I still feel like the board needs to take a look at that. Okay, and so that's why I asked for this this meeting really to address taking a look at the density levels of our neighborhoods, so that our board can wrap our heads around that a little bit better. And you and I, along with Ms. Hempler, did drive several months ago, I guess it was, through all these neighborhoods that I certainly had concerns about, and taking a look at them. And so when we talked that day, that instigated, I think, what you've come up with here in this report to us. And so hopefully we can delve into that this afternoon and take a look at that and see if we can come to some consensus of this board to take a look at your recommendations. Understanding that just because if we make some recommendations today, of course, we don't have the code in front of us. So our recommendations will still have to go back through the writing of the code processes. So I'm questioning if we make some recommendations today, Mr. Ritchie, and ask for code to come back to us with those recommendations. Is it necessary do we then bring that code directly to us in a presentation form and then a possible passage form, or does it have to go through and then we make an advisory vote or advisory comments back to the Vacation Home Advisory Board and to the Planning Commission, or does it have to, the revision of the code has to go to them first? That's my question.
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. That's a great question. The board could work on a draft ordinance, in other words, go beyond just a policy discussion and actual language, and then submit that to the VHR Advisory Board and the Planning Commission for their input, which would then come back to this board, and you may or may not adopt any revisions that they may suggest.
Okay, but we can't bring it back directly to this board.
Well, again, Doug Ritchie, for the record, you can adopt it. You cannot adopt changes to Title 20 without going through at least the Planning Commission. And because it involves the VHR regulations, it's advisable to go through the VHR Advisory Committee to get their input. But what I'm saying is that you could, as a board, work on the ordinance, get it crafted to a level that you find acceptable or preferable, then send it through the process for their review and comment. And then it would come back, and then you would have to have an introduction and public hearing for actual adoption.
Okay, so I think what we should do now then is go through this
Well,
suggestion.
I have some overarching comments, and Commissioner Noah Sad may also.
And Mr. I forget your name. Okay, never mind. Ernie, I understand you have developed some form of assessing a neighborhood to determine what percentage it should have. Now, I know there's various factors involved in that, I'm led to believe. I would like to see what those factors are. With respect to the Title 20, if you're going to change a paragraph, I would like to see something like 7 or 8 words. This is what we're doing, and then put the change in. So we understand the logic behind the change.
Ernie Strelo for the record. So when we change the code, you want to understand how we.
Can I answer that for him? Ernie has provided us with the reasoning for each of the different density determinations based upon a number of factors. And you gave that to us, I don't know how long ago, but it was over a year and a half ago. So we have that information.
Ernie Strela for the record. I might even have some in this packet. I can resend you some of the parameters. I can put it in the supplemental and push it out so you can see it.
That'll work.
I'd like to share my thoughts on this, which are when I first heard that the VHR board did not do the neighborhood specific density that we requested, I was disappointed. But upon reflection, I'm not sure that's the best way to go anyway. And here's why. I'm looking at a few of these that are over the 15%. They were over the 15% 6 months ago and before that. They could be over the 15% for years. And this is some of these neighborhoods, that's not okay. And so then I heard our county manager say, we've taken a lot of work to get the ordinance in place. We've got the framework. We have got the body of the thing all set. Now let's use a scalpel and not a bludgeon. And to me, having looked at what the VHR board came up with as alternative suggestions, I think their scalpels are better than our scalpels. I think doing a street by street density is a great idea because some of the most compelling comments I've gotten are from people on a street surrounded. So the next street over might not have any. So the more I thought about this, the more I thought the body closest to the work is generally the body best to do the work. So to me, I do feel a sense of urgency. There are some homes that are severely impacted because there are too many right around them in too tight of a space in an inappropriate neighborhood. So I like these on page 539, these ideas, street by street density, and some other real specific. Let me add this thought. I don't think we can wait by attrition. I think we need to start getting more aggressive on the most impacted places. And I think we need to do either a lottery or we reduce by complaints, number of complaints. We reduce somehow and we don't wait 6 months to do it. We do it right away. And I think the body best in position to grapple with how to do that is the VHR board if we can light a fire under them. And those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Okay. So how do we want to tackle this? Do we want to go down this staff recommendation working document? No, you don't.
I want to tell the VHR board, I would do two things today. I would direct staff to find a way to bring us real data over time that will inform us how well our implementation is doing. And the second thing is I would direct the VHR board, advisory board, to urgently work on reducing the most impacted places and come back to us, to the Planning Commission, I guess, and then us on how to do that. And it can be somewhat piecemeal, but the most impacted places have to get help soon. Those are the two directions I would give staff and then bring it back a different day. But that's just me.
Commissioner Hales, I appreciate your comments. However, I'll use that word, however, okay? I'm tired and I'm exhausted with the VHR issue. Okay, the VHR task force worked for 2 solid years to make proposals that then came before this board, and we did not accept all of their proposals. Three of us took office January 1st, 2021. In February of 2021, we passed a moratorium and limited vacation rentals to 600 until we could get our ordinance in place. We have exhausted an extremely exorbitant amount of time as this board on this issue. And I appreciate the fact that you've been with us now for 10 months. And so I don't know that you understand the frustrations or the exhaustion that other members of this board have. And I'm exhausted. I think there is a sense of urgency. I agree with you. And I think we need to act sooner than later. And I'm not convinced that the Vacation Home Advisory Board is tremendous of people we have on that board and the amount of time they put into it. And by no means do I, have any bad things to say. I know that they put in a lot of extra time on this. I'm not convinced that they really want to tackle the density levels beyond what we already have. And that's why I asked, when I know that Commissioner Tarkanian is extremely frustrated over this issue. Am I using that term correctly, Mr. Tarkanian?
I just think you see the passion I have for it.
And I've taken, in the public eye, I've taken a lot of beatings regarding really from Commissioner Tarkanian on the density levels. And I'm tired. I'm exhausted. And so I like what he presented today. I have met with him this week to talk about this and get a better understanding of this working document. I have some recommendations. And if we want to ask the Vacation Advisory Board to look at the density levels on the street but the street levels, that's one thing, that's certainly that's something that we really hadn't considered yet. Okay. But there are some neighborhoods that I really feel that we've identified in the 15% range. As I drive through those are extremely concerning. Ms. Hempler knows that from me, and Mr. Strelo knows that from me. And I think that we need to do something on those neighborhoods. So I would like to cherry pick this and if we want to direct the advisory board to go back and look at some other things, but that's kind of where I am. I mean, when I look at especially I share the concerns of the Glenbrook area. I share the concerns of Lincoln Park. I share the concerns of Elk Point. Those three, those are where I have really struggled with this. And, I think we need to, I personally feel like we need to move on those sooner rather than later. But that's my take on it.
I haven't said anything for a long time. My mouth is getting anxious. No, I thought we were going to see Ernie's proposal, at least whatever new updated proposal he had. He did a lot of work going through neighborhood by neighborhood, gave us a proposal. We've never taken a vote on that. I thought that was going to be what we were going to discuss today until I saw the agenda. I don't see why we can't have his proposal before us and either take a vote on it or make changes and then take a vote on it. That would be my suggestion.
Commissioner Rice.
Thank you, sir. I have lived with this since I moved here 32 years ago. I hate to sound like a certain president that I dislike a lot, but I feel your pain. And I've seen how the program is now working. The number of complaints that I get on a daily basis have gone down to a weekly basis. Excuse me. And I, for one, would like to see us give this a chance to work and have the refining come from within and not from without. We have a tendency sometimes to do knee-jerk reactions depending upon which phone call we got when. I personally think that the program is working, and I think that it needs to be modified, but I think that the people to modify it are not those on this board. They're the people that are doing the work and the people that have put their volunteer time into trying to make this work. Thank you.
Mr. Strelo, got it right that time. The questions I asked you earlier are contained in this supplemental. What I'm going to ask, though, I'm just going to look at Manzanita Heights has a 20% active density, and they should have 15%. And somebody in this room suggested that we have some kind of a way of trimming. Now, without calling out the guillotine, which wouldn't, but I think that the lottery is probably the next best thing. And I would like to see that happen to get these figures, these delta figures, down to what they're supposed to be. That'll be a good way to go, and base it on, well, maybe we'll do say, you've gotten 4 complaints in 2 years, and you're going to be in the lottery. So you select them. Okay, and thank you for your diligence on this project. Thank you very much.
I want to just ask Commissioner Gardner, if you want to change the densities today, how do you propose getting to those densities?
That's the conundrum, is how do we get to those densities? I'd like a better explanation, though, as we're looking at this chart. And area 3 and 4, Mr. Strelo, are indicated as low, but you say the low levels are 0 to 5, but you haven't identified which ones you would suggest are 0 and which ones are 5, or somewhere in between. So can you tell me what your thoughts are? I mean, my thought was, and when we took that tour, my thoughts were, especially in the Lincoln Park and the Elk Point neighborhoods, I would prefer to see those at 5% versus versus what it is 15% now. I just think that they're
Lincoln Park's 20% now.
It's 15%. It's by the new code, it's 15%, Mr. Commissioner.
Isn't there 20% in there now?
It's 17.9. Now.
Okay, so 18%.
Yeah, so I don't know how, I mean, I'm not sure how we get there. But I mean, that's what I'm suggesting. Commissioner Tarkanian, you've expressed in the past a desire to not have vacation home rentals above Cave Rock. Is that still your position?
Yes, I think the best position, the most logical position is that you'd have more VHRs up in the Upper Kingsbury, which we voted on in the last meeting or last time. I believe that we should limit the VHRs in areas that are near tourist attractions, but limit them based upon the things that Mr. Strelo has spent hours upon doing. And I think once you get past Cave Rock, you're far enough away from the tourist area that there's no reason to have VHRs there. And it's my understanding there's only about 11 VHRs past Cave Rock. So it has a very little impact to the revenue that would come into the county. It's only going to hurt one person, the property manager of Glenbrook. That's the only person it's going to hurt, besides the handful of people that own the VHRs and are making tons of money from it.
I'd like to ask, what is the rational government interest? You're going to take away a property right. Can you articulate the rational government interest?
Absolutely. It's not a property right. VHRs are stated in the ordinance. It is a privilege. It's not a right. And that privilege has to be renewed each year. So it's not a property right. And nobody has a property right to do whatever they want with the property. That's why we have zoning. That's why we don't allow cannabis places in certain areas, why we don't allow a hotel in a residential neighborhood.
So with Elk Point and Lincoln Park, I can say there's one point of ingress and egress. The roads are narrow. There are dead end roads. The houses are close together. All of these make it clear that it's a problematic neighborhood to ensure the peaceful enjoyment of the property owners there. So the government, the county has a rational basis for saying we're going to have fewer VHRs in there. What is the rational basis north of Cave Rock?
Private gated communities with private golf courses, private beaches, private piers. There is no more tourism going on there than there is out at Wally's, Hot Springs, Genoa, or the east side of Johnson Lane, where everybody's going hot rodding. So you have to have consistent rules across the county. You can't just say, hey, I'm going to pick out something here, and because it's happened for a few years, even if it's not right, we're going to keep it. You don't have to have a more rational basis in saying, hey, what is a rationale to have it in Glenbrook, but not have it in have it in Glenbrook, but not in Genoa? You know, Genoa's building a big, or it's going to come before the board, a big hotel type of resort area out of the golf course. We're going to vote whether we're going to do it or not. If we vote to do it, are we saying, no, we shouldn't have VHRs to compete there as they do with the hotels out here?
So I just want to say I do not accept exclusivity as a rational basis.
So I have a question for you, Commissioner Tarkanian, in regards to Glenbrook. We have 6 identified neighborhoods in Glenbrook. 5 of them are regulated by the HOA. And so are you suggesting that they should not be regulated by the HOA?
And what does the HOA regulate them to do? They can't
to rent by intermember only.
Intermember only. So
are you good with that or not?
I think, first of all, if you're renting intermember only, what's the problem with VHRs? It's common sense. You bring people in that have no tie to the community. They don't care about their neighbors, and they go out and they trash the community so they could have a party one weekend. If you have inter-neighborhood rentals, you have people that have ties to the community. I think that's why they came up with that solution. I don't see a problem at all with that. But I'll tell you what the bigger problem is. We don't follow the ordinances. And then when I say this, you guys won't give me an answer. Nobody has an answer for this. How many VHRs are outside of or in the HOA? Something like 290 or something, 300? And there's like 62 not. Okay, so we're going to say that 300 and some in that neighborhood can't rent outside of that neighborhood to anybody else. but we're going to force the 69 to have 15% in their neighborhood. How does that resemble the existing neighborhood community, which is what our ordinance states? No one has been able to give an answer. I'd love for you as a commission, tell me your answer. I'd love to hear, Charlotte.
My answer is exactly the way we've done it. We have rules, we have code enforcers. And if people follow the rules, they are living exactly like their residents.
No, it's the
other
VHR
residents.
permits have to allocating the VHR permits has to resemble the existing neighborhood community. We're not talking about how somebody handles the permit. That has nothing to do with it. It has to resemble the existing neighborhood community. And if you abandon VHRs in 4/5 of the neighborhood, it doesn't resemble the existing neighborhood community. There is no answer.
To me, resembling the existing neighborhood means the number of residents, the number of cars, the amount of noise you exude. And with our rules, all of those things are compatible with the residential neighborhood. Now, if we have implementation problems, we got to work on those.
So the people who rent there's an average of 1.5 people who live in a home in Lake Tahoe, but the VHRs, when you rent them out, there's up to, there's a minimum 4, then there's 6, 8, 10, upwards to 20 if you want. How does that resemble the number of people who live in their homes? So are you telling me the people in Glenbrook have 6 to 8 people in their homes every weekend? Does that resemble the existing neighborhood community?
I think with the size of homes, considering our rules, we're certainly within what resembles a neighborhood.
Okay. So I guess what I'm asking here, Commissioner Tarkanian, is so you're suggesting that we have zero density in the non-affiliated Glenbrook parcels. Would that be?
I think north of K-Rock, we should not have VHRs. They're not near any tourist activity. They're not, all they're doing is going into purely residential neighborhoods. South of K-Rock, they're close enough to the tourist areas where you would have certain rationale for the VHRs. And I think Ernest put together a good proposal for that. So my proposal would be you would follow Ernest's recommendations and then ban VHRs north of K-Rock.
Except for the HOA controlled ones. Would that be, that's where I'm trying to get the understanding. Yes. Okay. Yes. Except for the except for the intra-member HOAs. Okay. And so can you tell us, Mr. Strelo, what neighborhoods would be affected by that particular type of change to our ordinance? Which neighborhoods would be affected? I take it the non-affiliated Glenbrook parcels in item number 2. Would that include all of neighborhood, your designation here as number 3?
Ernie Strelo for the record. Commissioner, that would, so K-Rock Cove. What else?
Because I still have a problem with, Lincoln Park is above Cape Rock, but Elk Point is not. And I'm concerned about the density level at Elk Point also. That's not above Cape Rock.
Above or north?
It's not north of Cape Rock.
It's south of Cape Rock.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Oh, I know. But his analysis, the roads are horrible. I mean, that's an area that really, if you want to do anything, that's an area that needs immediate attention because of the road.
And that's why I was suggesting 5% there. Okay. And how would you adopt this? I mean, how would you implement this, Mr. Tarkanian?
How would I implement? Okay, I would take Ernie's suggestions, assuming that he has 5% or less at Lincoln Park, and I would have staff create an amended to the ordinance following Ernie's suggestions on the different neighborhoods, and then I would ban VHRs north of Cave Rock. I think you'd have to have an ordinance that was prepared for that, and then the county commission can vote on it, and then you'd have a second hearing where you can have discussion on it.
Do you have an anticipated date when this would occur?
I'm sorry, what's that? When the staff would get done with it and we could vote on it?
No, I mean, obviously there's probably about a 2-month process about a 2-month process of going longer, 3-month process. So if you're gonna say, if you're calling for a ban and then in those neighborhoods, in understanding it's probably going to take a 3-month process, to get this. When would you suggest that these people be required to not be able to have their vacation home rentals any longer?
The first thing, I don't think this would need to go back to the advisory board. They've had over a year, because you didn't mention that they said back in October or November when I requested the meeting that they would do this. So they haven't got it done. So it only have to go in front of the planning commission, and then the planning commission to us. And then, so I don't know how long it takes, but let's say it takes 3 months. Your question is, what grace period would you give people to get rid of their VHRs? I've advocated 1 year. I think 2 years would be acceptable. I think you get much more past that. It's not right.
Okay. So, no matter what happens here, I think we all understand, at least I know I do. And I know that, this probably is probably going to upset members of the public. It's certainly going to upset members of the Vacation Home Advisory Board. I know fellow commissioners, don't agree. And it's probably going to, really upset, Deputy District Attorney Doug Ritchie, because I think this whole thing, regardless of what we do, is going to court. And Mr. Ritchie is going to have to be involved in that. That's the chosen field that you took on. Okay. So, I have, so anyways, but, I just, I just have some feelings that we need to do something here on this.
May I?
That's sure.
Being exhausted is not the basis of good policy. Pandering to the wealthy is not a rational basis for a government decision.
I agree for the first time with Commissioner Hales today. Pandering to the wealthy is not good policy. And we all know that the realtors, we all know that the property managers, and we all know that the casinos want to keep these VHRs. We should not pander to the wealthy.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Rice.
Thank you, sir. I would like to remind this board that there are places north of Cave Rock and south of Glenbrook that cater to people who want a family vacation, not at the big beaches. Some of our big beaches have become nothing but party places. What used to be family resorts are no longer family resorts. They look more like the Colorado River and the sort that frequent there. Many of the people that rent VHRs north of Cave Rock bring their Sea-Doos with them, bring their paddle boards with them, bring their canoes with them, and they want to enjoy the peaceful quiet of the lake. And if we do this, they will have nowhere to go. Thank you.
I tell you what, I agree with Commissioner Rice. This is amazing. Maybe it's because it's getting past 5. So people that want to have a residential family beaches, such as a private beach in Glenbrook, where you can't go, the public is not allowed to go in there. We are forcing them to accept 8, 10, 12, sometimes 20 people in one of those homes that they're not family from that neighborhood, on that private beach. We're forcing them to accept those people. So I guess then the question, the only area I disagree with Mr. Commissioner Rice is, are we going to care more about taking care of out-of-town tourists so we can patronize them better than we are our residents who live and pay taxes here in Douglas County?
I'd like to hear from the chair of our VHR board about whether she thinks they would be able to act act on this in an urgent manner and take care of the most difficult situations expeditiously.
Oh, thank you. Mickey Hempler, Chairman of the Chairperson, I guess, of the VHR Advisory Board. Thank you, Commissioners, for listening to all this today. I can tell you that our board has 5 very independent-minded people on it, which is a good thing. They have a very strong sense of fairness, which is why the 15% across the board went through. I have some personal feelings about some of the neighborhoods, but they're not feelings that are shared by the entire board. If you go with north of Cave Rock, you're looking at 3 neighborhoods. You're looking at the non-affiliated Glenbrook, you're looking at Logan Creek, and you're looking at what we call Pittman Terrace, but what's called Cave Rock Cove. Those are the 3 neighborhoods. Pittman Terrace has a beach. I don't believe it's a community beach. I think it belongs to the owners. There probably would not be a huge effect because there's not a lot of vacation rentals. There are quite a few in Pittman Terrace area, and I'm sorry I keep calling it that. It's Cave Rock Cove on your sheet. But it is a really tight neighborhood, one way in, one way out. Lincoln Park has always been kind of my project because when I met those people for the first time, I didn't understand that they didn't have a GID or an HOA, so they were completely relying on the county for everything. They do have a great deal of vacation rentals in there, and I know that it's a real concern for them for safety, that kind of thing. But as far as this decision, my board was not willing to change their recommendations. They wanted to see how it rolls for about a year. 2 of the board members were willing to keep talking, but because we only had 1 more meeting, I knew we weren't going to get there. So we decided that we would just vote to stick with the 15% for now, let the program run for a year or so, and then revisit it. Tiffany.
So would they actually look at a street by street? Would they actually pay attention to some of these highly, highly impacted small areas?
That really affected
in a time sensitive manner.
That really affected all of us. And I think the best way to handle that, and I think they would agree with me because we talked about doing radiuses. The real problem becomes how do you implement it? That's where it becomes problematic. We could say and give to the board here that there should be a 200-foot radius or some number, but who loses their permit and who keeps their permit? That's where the problem is, and that's what probably would lay at your feet.
Mickey, isn't there a problem to the homeowners that are living in Lincoln Park that have almost 18% VHRs? And why aren't we worrying as much about them as the possible VHR permit holders that they would lose a permit?
Can you repeat the second half of your question?
Don't you think those residents in Lincoln Park that have 18% VHRs in that very tight neighborhood are adversely affected?
Personally, yes, I do think they are.
But why would this board be more concerned about them than somebody who's running a VHR out of their homes in Lincoln Park? You just mentioned you have to be concerned about somebody losing their VHR. I think you have to, somebody's getting hurt here. Who should get hurt here? The homeowners that have 17 or 18% VHRs in that narrow area, or somebody who may lose the opportunity to run a business out of his home in a residential neighborhood?
I have to be pretty careful because our
It's a
board.
rhetorical question. You have to answer.
I like my job.
Okay, so thank you, Ms. Hempler. Lincoln Park, that is, no, hey.
I thought, thank you, meant go
Lincoln
away.
Park that is not above Cave Rock. That is just south of Cave Rock.
Correct.
And almost immediately south.
It is
Okay.
just south of the boat ramp, the Cave Rock boat ramp.
Okay. So you're talking about non-affiliated Glenbrook parcels, Cave Rock Cove, which you're calling, I'm not sure which.
Pittman Terrace, that's what the
Okay.
realtors call it.
That's 4. And then also Logan Creek, which is 1. Okay. So you're talking a total of 11 there in north of Cave Rock. Okay. And I still have, like I say, I have some concerns about Lincoln Park, and I have concerns about Elk Point. So do you think that you could wrap your heads around the idea of eliminating vacation home rentals above Cave Rock, which would eliminate the non-affiliated Glenbrook parcels, the Cave Rock Cove, Pittman Terrace, whatever you call it, and Logan Creek at 0%. Commissioner Tarkanian, have you suggested 2 years?
I suggested 1
basically-
year, but if I can get it through the board, I'll accept 2 years. We'd had some discussions and I would accept 2 years. I would prefer 1 year, but I'm.
Okay. And then I want to, huh?
Is that 2 years as of expiration?
I'm saying, I was looking at December 31st, so 2025, December 21st, 2025.
Yes.
And then also reducing the density level at Elk Point and Lincoln Park down to 5%. Is that something that you think you could go back to your board with and take a look at?
You're asking me to speculate, but knowing my board members, I could certainly take it back to them, but not only the fairness issue, and I do have a board member here with me, Glenn's here, but I don't personally believe it would get any traction. The fairness thing is always a top priority to these, to my members.
I don't know if this is appropriate or not. We've asked the advisory board to look at this for quite a while now, and they haven't. And the reason is because of what Mickey is saying. There's Ms. Hempler is saying is that there's a divergence of opinions on the board, and they want to have a consensus, and they can't all agree to it. And this is, I guess, the county manager, or maybe the chairman, can I request to have an item put on the agenda where the county staff would put together a admitted ordinance following Ernie's proposals and banning VHRs north of Cave Rock, and have that put on the agenda to be discussed? Then I would like to make that request.
We need, we would need, basically, you don't need a vote. You basically need concurrence out of our board to do that.
No, we can walk up to the manager and say, I want to put something on the agenda.
What's that?
I don't think I need anything to have it on the agenda, just a request.
Yeah, okay.
Doesn't need a motion, doesn't need a second.
Well, I concur with Commissioner Tarkanian, and I know that's going to probably shock him. But I concur. Yeah, I'm not, as Ms. Hempler's indicated, I'm just not convinced that all we're gonna do is delay time, because taking it to the advisory board, they're gonna come back with the same recommendation of 15%. And I think we need to do something else. Okay. So I concur with Commissioner Tarkanian's recommendations. Now we do, I don't know if you're done with your report here, and whether or not we still need to go to public comment. If the commissioners are done, Mr. Strelo.
Question. Why did you exclude Elks Point down to 5%?
It's my reasoning behind Elks Point is I've driven it and I was extremely concerned about the narrowness of the roads, the small tightness of everything, the ability to get emergency vehicles in and out of there. The fact that it's a gated community adds into that factor. I mean, there's only really one way in, and then it loops around and comes back out. You can't really turn around. It's a one-way traffic in there. The parking is extremely limited. So those were my factors in that regard. Commissioner knows that. When I said, 5%.
Pick a neighborhood up there and you can find the very same thing. Right now, Elks Point's at 14.7% within the 15%. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 off that list who are over the 15%. And we're talking about anywhere from 3 houses to 60. So you're going to get rid of a lot of VHRs doing that.
No, we only have 11 in Elk Point.
Drop them all to 5%. I'd like that too.
Okay, that's my thought process. Okay.
Can I hear tell me again what it is, what the proposal is?
I think Commissioner Tarkanian is suggesting that we bring back to us a board item that would indicate that we should eliminate vacation rentals above Cave Rock. That would include the non-affiliated Glenbrook parcels, Cave Rock Cove and Logan Creek, and then possibly look at reduction down to 5% in the Lincoln Park and Elk Point areas. Is that what you're looking for, Commissioner Tarkanian?
Yes.
I'd like to ask your rational basis, Chairman Gardner, for eliminating above Cave Rock, Glenbrook in particular.
I follow. I have, after driving it, I've come to the same conclusions.
You want
Tarkanian
them to have exclusive use without non-residents.
I don't want to touch the HOAs. I'm not suggesting that maybe these non-affiliated Glenbrook parcels could perhaps see that as an option.
What, affiliating?
Yeah.
That's how I see it. They have a way to do it.
They have a way to do it. They have a way to do it.
So let's leave it to them.
Let's say 0 there. And if they then decide to join the HOA, then they're in that other group and there's nothing to eliminate.
Vehemently opposed on principle.
Well, I said earlier, I'm not going to make everybody happy here today.
And
I knew
Commissioner
that.
Gardner, I don't even know why we're debating it now. I've asked to have this put on an agenda item. And if Commissioner Hills is vehemently opposed, she's going to have plenty of time to argue against it before a vote is taken. I think,
That's right.
Ms. Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager, for the record. I am not at all trying to belabor this discussion, and I respect that this is a agenda item request. I have a polite suggestion to the commission. If we bring this back as an agenda item, if this is your decision, you are going to have to discuss this 3 more times. I think, and I am hearing, and we're going to go to public comment in a second, that perhaps the agenda item could be a draft ordinance. And that skips one of those 3 times and you only have to hear it twice then.
that was my suggestion.
Okay, I heard an agenda item versus a draft ordinance. And I just want to clarify that if we bring this back as just a general discussion, we will then have to write an ordinance with 2
So
readings.
I'm not good with semantics. Okay. But what I did say was, I said we would direct staff to create an amended ordinance. I use those words with what we discussed, and then it would come back before us.
So that would be an action item then tonight.
No. So there isn't even a discussion on it. In fact, I even think Commissioner Hales was voted for, signed off on our norms and procedures. And in fact, you've asked for several items to be on the agenda and you get them on the agenda. I'm asking this to be on the agenda, and according to our legal counsel, it's appropriate. And that's my request. There's no debate over it. It happens.
It only takes one person to ask for an agenda item.
Right, but I was just asking to clarify if Ms. Davidson was talking about action tonight to direct staff to bring an ordinance. Does that take action, or does that take an agenda item request?
For clarification, a member of the commission can request an agenda item. An agenda item can be bringing back an ordinance. It does not require action tonight.
Thank you.
Okay. I know we have one commissioner that needs a break. I don't anticipate a lot of public comment on this. If we can go to public comment, Mr. Strelo. We'll go ahead and go to public comment, and then after public comment, before we go to where we want to go and finishing this item up, we will go to we'll take a break. Or maybe we won't need to break. I mean, maybe we won't need to. Maybe we can go to break. What are you looking for? Oh, okay. Good observation. Commissioner Millicent.
For the record, Janet Murphy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, fellow commissioners. I only have two comments. First comment, I believe, and I want this for the record, that I think you're doing an injustice as far as not putting in what Mr. Commissioner Wallstad wanted, was the 9% as far as that should be deducted from the total amount of revenues.
That's a different agenda item.
I know, but I'm just making a comment at public comment. My second comment is that I think if you all look back, I think what's good for the goose is good for the gander. I think you get rid of all of them or you spread it throughout the entire county. If you listen to all of the comments and remarks, the hypocrisy that you hear is unreal. So that's all I have to say. Those are my comments. Thank you.
People are saying for the record, so I'll say for the record. My name is Richard Rowe, and I currently serve as president of the Homeowners Association of Elk Point Country Club. Elk Point Country Club has been mentioned numerous times. It was not my intention to rise, but it appears that my experience of over 55, almost 60 years as a family member of Elk Point Country Club, my experience is quite different from the chairs and perhaps others. It is a 100-year-old community founded in 1928 and has been ever since a small community with growing houses. My position was elected in July of 22. And I've served now for almost a year and a half. In the past year, from November to November, I can state that I have not received one complaint about any of the homeowners from complaints about the VHR, the vacation rental units, of which we now have 11 according to this. Which divided by 95 residential units is 11 point something %. With no complaints, I don't see the value of needing to drop that down to 5 any more than any other narrow streeted community. I have walked with the fire department numerous times in the past 2 years. I have ridden with them in their trucks and been alongside them as they've come in for emergencies. There has not been one problem with the fire department. There's not been one problem with the paramedics coming in to have a problem getting to them with the trucks. We take vigilance in the construction vehicles that might be there, making sure that they're off of the road and into some permitted driveway. Another item about Elk Point in terms of streets, Madam Commissioner, is that we have two basic streets, Elks Avenue and Lakeview. There are 3 small cul-de-sacs with 2 or 3 houses on it, none of which, to my knowledge, have vacation rentals on them. So all the vacation rentals are either on Elks Avenue or Lakeview. Since my time in office, it has been very clear that we have within us a great many strong voices. And so I will leave that the strong voices in opposition do not necessarily represent the bulk of the majority of residents of Elk Point. And I'd be very happy as a official of Elk Point to meet with you. And I thank you for bringing this up. And I'd be very happy to perhaps give another side. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Kevin Carr, lifelong resident, Douglas County, and I'm a property manager in Glenbrook. I just almost cannot believe what I've heard today. I have been renting to family and friends of people in Glenbrook for over 30 years. I manage the Homeowners Association member-to-member rentals and also the non-affiliated rentals. The non-affiliated rentals right now I have 4, 2 lakefronts and 2 cabins. They are all rented to Glenbrook family and friends. There is no reason, I don't know if you look at the density, it is super low. If you look at the complaints, there are 0. There is no reason to drop the rentals in Glenbrook, either non-affiliated or affiliated. I treat them all the same. My office is at the golf course in Glenbrook. I am there every day in the summer. There is no reason to eliminate rentals, short-term, long-term, no reason to eliminate rentals in Glenbrook. That I can see the stats that we've shown. There's absolutely no reason. There must be some other reason tannied out there, political or otherwise, but there is no logical reason. There's no complaints. They're all family people. I rent to generations and generations of Glenbrook people. We've been doing it since the 1800s. And presidents too. Yeah, it's such a lousy place to be that, and no tourist accommodations that even presidents want to go there. So the people that do rent for me aren't looking for a tourist experience. They're looking to stay with to come see their family and their friends and hang out in Glenbrook. And that's what we've done. I think we've done it very, very well over the years. I don't see any Glenbrook people here complaining. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
I'd like to ask a question of Mr. Strelo. No, I want to ask, to your knowledge, is the information he provided correct?
Ernie Strelo for the record, related.
Comment right now. So we can ask those questions when we come back to the board, please.
All right, I'll ask that question when we come back.
Thank you.
My name is Glenn Wolfson. I am on the VHR board. Mickey Hempler does a great job trying to herd the cats. I would tell you that part of the reason there was no consensus to change the 15% was, and one of the reasons I came today, as I told her, was I really needed to get a sense of what the board wanted besides the final goal. When we looked at changing the difference between the neighborhoods, some being more than 15, some being less than 15, we discussed all the different factors that we could think of that the board would be considering. We quizzed the fire department. We quizzed everything about safety. We were quizzing about traffic. We didn't see enough reason to differentiate, except I agree with Commissioner Hales that there are specific areas where one homeowner might really be surrounded, which is how the street by street thing came up. Because we really didn't see differentiating between one permit holder who might be 2 streets away and be told he had to have his permit revoked just because they were slightly over the 15% and he wasn't near anybody else and had never had a complaint. So we were concerned about fairness. If the board had had a goal and told Ms. Hempler that we were to go to 5%, we would have followed the board's direction. We were at a loss for figuring exactly the factors that the board considered most important to try to differentiate in the density. And I would say that if you do change either with a hammer by just saying we're going to 500 permits instead of 600, or you want certain neighborhoods to be 5%, if we have existing homeowners that have permits and they have equal rights, I would suggest the way is not to just have a lottery or an arbitrary way, is the board could certainly decide how many nights a year you want each homeowner's neighborhood to have, what would represent the 5% or the 10%, and then allow each homeowner that has a permit to rent that number of nights to split it in a specific neighborhood to be fair to all the permit holders. You could just say, go with attrition, but you feel like this is a very important thing to do. And certainly, immediately, you could say, Mr. Strelo, which are the ones that had the complaints, which are the ones that are closest to the others, and we could have a limitation on the number of nights that could be rented and divided up between those on specific streets. That would perhaps acutely take care of the problem that the board sees. But to just change one neighborhood based on the total number of houses when some neighborhoods are totally spread out. The other thing that we agreed on when we had our meetings about this was we really felt that if you have a homeowners association, they're the priority. They should set their own rules. They've already agreed to more government control among themselves, and they can decide among themselves how to best handle that. We really only wanted to tackle the issue for those that did not belong to a homeowners association. In fact, I'm on the GID and Zephyr.
Sorry, but you're exceeding the 3 minutes. So,
okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi, Frances Carandy again. I'll be very brief. I know we all want to get out of here. I would just, in considering any sort of reduction in densities, just implore you to look at the facts and make objective criteria, whether there should be a reduction at all. And if there is, how are these eliminations going to happen? I appreciate that the VHR board considers, fairness of virtue and thinks about the equality spread across all homeowners and not, just for a few favored. When I think about, going from 15% to 5%, and I'm not in any of the neighborhoods that you mentioned today, that's pretty extreme. And I kind of wonder, well, is that because there is a problem? And if there is a problem, is that based on complaints, right? Are there trash issues, parking, whatnot? And should we be looking at those criteria to understand what the basis for the rationale for even reducing that density? If, it shouldn't be based on just drive-bys and personal feelings, right? Even though I appreciate your observations, that makes at least there's something real there. But, if the streets are too narrow, that's not a VHR problem, right? Maybe that's a development problem or a road condition problem. If you've got houses that can, host 10, 15 people, if they're not going to be VHR renters, they could be the owner themselves and their families coming in. So does that really offset the problem, right? If you've got a large house and you can host a large number, it doesn't mean that problem goes away if you just don't allow folks to rent. So again, I would implore you to come back to objective criteria in considering these decisions and some facts and, what is the root of the rationale to do so. Thank you.
Mickey Hempler, just real quick, I wanted to clarify that the only thing the advisory board did vote on was the leaving things at 15%. The items that Glenn brought up were discussion items. And I just wanted to make sure that you knew that these were not things that we voted on as a group. Thank you.
Thank you for that explanation. Is there additional public comment?
Susan Wilson.
Thank you for correcting me, Mr. Tarkanian, that you are not in support of vacation rentals, and I'll be sure to clarify that to the Lake Realtors here. As far as the limitation in some areas on vacation rentals, I think you should take it case by case, each area, even street by street if necessary. I see there's 35 in 6 months, 35, count them, noise complaints out of what, 100,000 bookings, reservations in vacation rentals. So I think we need to look at it in that respect. Also, I think if you are going to lower the density of vacation rentals in some of these areas to avoid future lawsuits, I would suggest grandfathering in those that are existing. And then upon a sale or transfer of the property, they will not be able to get another permit in that area. That would be the simplest, painless way to do it. As far as vacation rentals and traffic generated, I live up on Kingsbury on the main thoroughfare of South Benjamin. And I can tell you in the winters constantly, especially on the weekends, there are dangerous driving conditions, but especially in the heavy snow periods on the weekends, because Heavenly is no longer running their rental or their ski bus. And so many of the tourists drive their cars up. Now they're going to try to offset that problem by taking parking reservations at the resort. I don't think that's going to work. We have people that are not residing in the vacation rentals or residents that are parking in our limited parking space. So that's a real problem. I don't know if the transportation district can expand there, especially on the weekends, and put out the warming huts where people stand or the skiers stand to get on a bus and be dropped off. But it's a problem, and that's my big complaint. And it has nothing really to do with vacation rentals. It's just the tourist traffic that we get on top of Kingsbury in the neighborhood. I noticed small units, they're studios or 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms. They're about 800 square feet and you can't get a load of people in there, so you won't have those complaints. And I think that's why we're pretty good on Quaking Aspen, even raising that to 40% in Tahoe Village. So anyway, that's my input. Thank you.
Additional public comment? Okay. Sensing no public comment, additional public comment, we'll bring it back to the board. Commissioners, any other comments, questions? Commissioner Hales, you had a question.
Oh, I just wondered, and I'm sorry, the Glenbrook property manager, I'm sorry, I don't remember your name, but
Kevin Carr.
Kevin Carr.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I'm going to sneeze.
You wanted to know if what he said was verifiable.
No.
Is that right? Oh.
If to his knowledge is what he said accurate.
Bernie Strela for the record. Yes, it is, to my knowledge.
Thank you.
No other comments, questions? Okay, then we've at least given some direction to staff, right? So is there anything else you would like to share with us, Mr. Strela? Good night.
Yeah, really. I'm getting there. Ernie Strela for the record. I didn't explain this one column in here in utilization. I just want to make sure everybody understood it because Chairman Gardner knows what that means. But that's actual utilization information from TOT, right? So I pulled TOT information. Well, it took me about 6 weeks, but I got TOT information by APN number, and I went to GIS and had them interlay the TOT information over the GIS map from the assessor's office, so I can get the neighborhoods that these particular items are assigned to, and based on using 365 days a year. In the amount of nights of TOT collected for the amount of houses in that particular neighborhood, that is the typical utilization number of a neighborhood. So when you look at Glenbrook, for instance, it's really low. You only have like 2 in like the affiliated neighborhood, and they're only utilized 4% of the time. And so, you know, you can decide how you want to look at that. But I think there is not a lot of rentals, at least in the public, you know, that's being advertised or whatever up there. But when you look at Lincoln Park and the dense neighborhoods, it substantiates the information that people have told you in the public comment that says that there's a whole lot of people staying in their neighborhoods and a lot of traffic and so forth and so on. So I just want to make sure you knew what that number meant. So that's actual data that I collected. So hopefully that's helpful to you. That's all I had.
Good observation. I know I had asked about it earlier, but
you knew about it. Yeah.
I knew. So, okay. We don't need to take any action. I mean, we've given some direction to staff, so we know where we're going with that, right? So, okay, so we'll dispense with item number 3 and we'll go to item number 4. Do we need to take a quick break, or can we get through item 4 in the public comment? I think so. Okay. Yes, sir. Okay. Vice Chair Rice has made his demands.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Presentation only. Announcements, reports, updates from county commission members, including updates on the various boards and or commissions that they may be a member of or a liaison to, or meetings, functions they have attended, and any request by a commissioner for a discussion of a future agenda item. Who would like to go first? Okay.
I would like 2 agenda items. One of them must be, in my opinion, prior to the one just discussed, and that is an agenda item to articulate clear standards for reducing VHRs below 15% so that our actions are not arbitrary and capricious. The second is, it appears to me that the VHR Advisory Board has no more function. I'd like an agenda item discussing what their function is. If we're not going to have them do this work, I don't know what work they really are going to do. This is exactly the kind of work they should be doing. Then on to reports. Carson Valley Arts Council appreciates the funds that we approved so they could fix the ditch in the back of their building, and that's mostly completed. Their concert series has begun and it looks to be great. So if you're at all interested, check that out. And they are very pleased with the strategic plan process. Carson Water Sub-Conservancy District, we had a meeting last night. My observations is I'm pleased with the collaboration that Courtney Walker does with that entity. She does very good work. November 14th from 3 to 5:30 p.m., tentatively scheduled flood awareness event at the community center in the Valley. And November 15th, 11 a.m., a high water mark dedication at River Fork Ranch, which is an exciting, interesting piece that they have undertaken to do. I visited China Spring, and I've had considerable conversations with their with the folks there. We have an executive committee meeting planned in November. South Shore Transportation Management Association is working diligently on instituting Vanpool, which is a program where contributions from employers and employees and the Transportation Management Association to have vans rented that employees pull together to get to and from work. And it seems to be a very exciting possibility. They are working on a presentation to the board. We have a line item in our budget, and they're going to come make a report on their work and make justify their request for that money. TRPA alternate, I met with Julie Reagan and started getting briefed on the work of TRPA so that in the event I needed to fill in there, I would be ready. And also because I just needed to know more about TRPA. And so those are some of the things I've done in the recent past.
I haven't done anything. Not with the committees. I have 2 committee meetings coming up this next time.
All right, I had an attempted meeting with the law library on Zoom, but the Zoom didn't work, so I didn't learn much there. My next one is tomorrow with the Board of Health. That'll be just dandy and interesting.
All right, sir. Since our last meeting, I had a TTD board meeting, and they're trying to figure out how to expand the lake link so that we can get it further up on the hill, and hopefully resolve some of the parking problems up at the top of Tramway, as well as diving a little further into Douglas County and getting a better service for our citizens. And also the city of South Lake Tahoe is wanting electrification of all of our buses. There's one minor little problem. They are not available. So we will continue to work with that problem. I do understand that a lot of the charging stations are diesel powered. I find that interesting. And I had a sewer authority meeting yesterday for those that are interested in poop flows. And the Elks Point is got an interesting problem. So the district is trying to work with them to resolve their upflow problems. And as it has been said, we have a Board of Health meeting tomorrow, and then I'm going on vacation down there.
Thank you, Commissioner Rice. The Carson Water Sub-Conservancy District attended that. The Board of the Carson Valley Chamber of Commerce meeting yesterday. I did take an opportunity, something I'd like to share with you is I took an opportunity on Monday with our Economic Vitality Manager, Nikki Verdil. I know that she has changed her last name, but it's easier for me to say Verdil than what I understand her new name is. So I'll probably just be calling her Nikki. But anyways, took an opportunity to visit the sawmill at the convergence of Highway 50 and 395. Was surprised to find out that location was a previous sawmill at the turn of the century, the turn of the 1900th century. So, and they have pictures. So, I know that they're not required to. They're a BIA land, not required to really do much. We don't have any jurisdiction over them, but they have worked very, very hard to identify resident concerns in that area and mitigate those concerns as much as they possibly could. So that was encouraging, and so it was a very nice tour, and I would encourage my fellow commissioners to try to schedule something up there also to visit that. I want to remind the community that we have the Carson Valley Chamber of Commerce Community Recognition Awards called the Heart of the Carson Valley on Saturday, November the 4th at 5:30 at Carson Valley Inn. It's a no-host reception and $95 per guest. And all you have to do is go on carsonvalleynv.org to place your reservations, RSVP by October 27th. So I'd encourage you those of you who are interested in doing that, but it'd be Business of the Year, Citizen of the Year, Volunteer of the Year, those kind of things. So it should be a fun event, and I look forward to attending that. Okay, I think that's kind of it. I want to remind you that we are still in Breast Cancer Awareness Month. So those of you who are so inclined, please do self-examinations and honor that. And also, I will be on vacation starting on Monday and be back the following Monday. So anyways, going to the Big Easy. Is that what it's called? Big Easy? New Orleans. So Nolans. Okay. So if I come back with a Southern accent, you'll understand why. Okay. With that, we have closing public comment. So at this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of Commissioners, or those agenda items where public comment has not already been taken. Miss Casey, you're still here.
I am still here.
You've been behind that podium and I didn't even realize it.
Yes, well, sometimes I need to hide. Maureen Casey, Chair of the Planning Commission and SLUPAC representative. On Monday, the American Planning Association Nevada chapter started their annual conference, the 51st. And Chairman Gardner gave the opening comments at the banquet. He did very well, made us proud. We had several Douglas County employees make comments and represent the county very well in seminars. Courtney Walker and Jeremy Hutchins did their stormwater presentation, and Scott Morgan. I don't know what he was speaking on, but he got a very good reception. Denise Baronio was there as the Director of Outdoor Recreation. She held a seminar. Our Director of State Lands was there giving a speech for us. And at SLUPAC, Tom Dallaire gave a talk on the transfer of development rights, which was very well received. SLUPAC has been trying to get Douglas County to do something for years, as well as trying to get the group to meet in Douglas County. So the conference being here made it very, very easy for them. And the presentation he made, he modified it some from the one that he gave to the Planning Commission a couple months back. Was very informative. His slide presentation was very good. And you can be assured that he did not embarrass us. He didn't embarrass the county. He didn't embarrass himself. Overall, the conference was very well received by all who attended. They did have mobile workshops around the county and around the Tahoe Basin, and they're looking forward to coming back. So thank you very much for the opportunity to represent Douglas County, to allow me to attend the conference itself. And I look forward to much more time being a Douglas County representative. Thank you. Good night.
Additional public, closing public comment.
Richard Rowe, homeowners, Elk Point Country Club. On an item that was just brought up by the vice chair, Elk Point Homeowners Association is different from the Elk Point Sewer District as a general improvement district that was established 50 years ago and had a good relationship with the authority, the Douglas County Lake Tahoe Sewer Authority. However, we are in conversation with the county clerk's office, and I understand that the district attorney's office is looking into a number of the general improvement districts. And because the relationship had been going so well, that was lost by my predecessors. And to let you know that the Homeowners Association is vitally interested in what will happen with the general improvement district. And we're looking forward now to how to work together with the county for the general improvement district regular elections come next year, and look forward to information as to our current status with the district attorney and county clerk's office. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, for bringing that up. But again, I am here for another month or so before I go on vacation. I would be very much appeal to meet with any commissioner that would like to know more about our view of Elk Point. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment before we adjourn? Sensing no additional public comment, this meeting is hereby adjourned. Thank you for your patience today.